Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a Quincy's fairy tale in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 46, A New Spiritual Bond. Levy let out a sigh as she placed yet another book down at the counter before her. An old friend of hers, Patricia Warburton, owned a bookstore in Bottlebrush, a small town near the mountain range of Fiore. Patricia had formerly run her bookstore in Magnolia, but her husband had been given a very promising business opportunity in Bottlebrush. Thus, she parted ways with her old friend. Recently, however, Patricia had reached out to Levy to ask for a favor. She and her husband were going to be going out on a 5-day vacation to celebrate their 3rd anniversary, and she wanted someone to watch the store for her while she was gone. It was a job with pay, of course. Ever the kind wizard she was, Levy had accepted. Knowing her old friend, she was more than likely to have a collection of novels that she had yet to read, and that too had enticed her. She knew deep down that she was very likely to lose all her salary to the store itself if she was not careful. However, much to her disappointment, all of the recent books Levy had wanted to check out had been recently sold just a few days before she had arrived. Sure, there were plenty of books in the store she had yet to read for herself, but a vast majority of them had come from authors she believed were less than talented in the literature world, though there was one in particular that she held a grudge against. How a story about a famous hero from Fiore's past dealing with the mental scars they gained over their adventures could turn into such poorly written schlock she would never understand. Champions in crisis? More like literature in crisis, she thought to herself. But what was bothering her right now was the lack of anything to do. She had asked Bambietta and Lucy if the two would be willing to lend her a hand by keeping her company, but sadly the two fairy tale wizards had already made plans for a special weekend. Jet and Droy were also busy, Patricia not having enough money to pay for all of Shadow Gear. The two had no choice but to take on jobs on their own to pay for their daily needs. No one had even bothered to come through the front door to even skim what the bookstore had, let alone buy anything. The only thing Levy had to keep herself distracted was one of the few books she had found that had gotten her interest. However, she had finished reading the entirety of the small novel 2 hours ago, and now the petite mage found herself bored out of her mind. It had been money well spent, but also a joy short-lived. Worse, Levy did not want to believe that she was not only her first customer but her last. I've already read everything else I've liked in this store at least 3 times back home. I do wish Jet and Droy were here. Maybe, if she was lucky, she would see some sort of action soon. Patricia had warned her of a dark guild that was located nearby that had been causing the town trouble as of late. Property damage, beatings, a protection racket, and even the occasional sacrifice, all in the name of the dark wizard of times long gone. Zref. Typical dark guild behavior. A squadron of rune knights had been assigned to deal with the task at hand, but presently, the Magic Council was overwhelmed by a rise in the number of dark guilds beginning to fall under the influence of the Balam Alliance. Maybe, just maybe, some of them would come by to cause some trouble for her to deal with. And if not, perhaps it would have been best for Levy to seek them out herself once this task for Patricia was complete. As a member of Fairy Tale, it was hard to watch as other wizards threw their weight around. Levy just as quickly shook her head as the thought came to mind. No, I shouldn't be asking for something like that. Someone could easily get hurt without me knowing about it. I'll just have to deal with this. However, just as she was about to let out another sigh of boredom, Levy heard the distinct sound of a bell jingling as the door opened. She smiled as she turned around. Finally, some company. However, as she turned around, what she saw, well, it wasn't what she expected at all. A man wearing a white outfit had walked in, but he looked rather strange. To begin with, his skin was as white as the garments upon his back. It was as if his skin itself was chalk. From the pristine countenance of his face were piercing green eyes, markings that matched their color falling across the sides of his face. For a moment Levy had to wonder if it was merely makeup, a simple fashion statement of an eccentric wizard, but no. No, it all looked too perfect to have been anything of the sort. It looked like it all belonged, which made it all the more shocking. However, what she had found to be the most bizarre part of his appearance had to undoubtedly be what appeared to be half of a skeletal helmet on the top left side of his head. There was even a horn sticking out from it. Levy was taken aback at first, though the fairy tale mage did not allow that to last for long. Welcome to Patricia's book warehouse. Not that I'm Patricia, but... Levy paused. The first customer she ever had, and she botched the introduction. She bowed slightly at the desk, a nervous sweat forming around the edges of her faces. I'm sorry, can we start over? This is Patricia's book warehouse, but I'm just Levy. Levy McGarden. Is there anything I can help you with? A certain book? Or maybe a pre-order you'd like to place? The man looked around for just a few seconds before he turned his attention to the woman before him. He stared at her, not in any sort of malicious sort of way, but with a blank and utterly emotionless expression upon his face. Even still, it left Levy feeling a bit uneasy. Possibly. Tell me, do you have any books pertaining to the heart? The heart. Levy looked up, smiling despite her confusion. Awfully specific. Still, she did her best to be a proper cashier. After all, providing customer service was the goal here. And Levy knew she should be grateful that a quiet man was her first customer. Patricia had told her many a horror story of many a pushy customer. Well, we do have some medical books in the back of the store, Levy answered. Or are you talking about romance novels by chance? Sorry, just. This is my first day, so if I'm misreading your interests, I apologize. Levy bowed again, a nervous look slowly taking over her face. Come on, get it together, girl. You can do this. It's not quite something I understand myself, the man said as he looked at Levy. Though, I hardly believe the matter I'm looking into involves the biological organ. He closed his eyes for a moment as if he was remembering something. I suppose this is all because of a woman I once knew. Levy perked up then. Oh, so he is looking for a romance novel. She. The man paused for a moment as if searching for words. She was, for the lack of a better term, incapable of leaving her residence. I was tasked with being her caretaker, as well as ensuring that she would not leave her new home. Due to issues outside her control, she could no longer see her friends. The distance between them all had become vaster than any ocean. But despite that harsh reality, she still believed that they would be together again one day. He then opened his eyes as he continued. But, despite all of the hardships that they faced, all of the pain and suffering, they bested that harsh reality and they were all of them reunited in the end. Her unshakable resolve was rewarded. It baffled me to see her believe in something as intangible and invisible as hope, and each time I asked why she continued to believe, her answer was always the same. That's what friends do, Levy said, her mind thinking back to a time she was at her lowest. Of being defeated by a wizard, of being left crucified to a tree. Of the guild that came to her rescue and the woman who brought her down and cradled Levy in her arms and cried for her. They care for one and another. They believe in one and another. Through thick and thin. Friends, you say? He said as he looked back at Levy. And in what way do friends relate to the heart? For all my life, I have believed in only what my eyes could see. No matter how much that woman kept on telling me about the heart, I was never able to truly grasp just what she was talking about. However, it was at the very end of my time as her caretaker that I was able to glean a slight understanding of just what she was talking about. He then shook his head. But that feels as if it was a lifetime ago. I've since traveled abroad and found myself in this new land, this Fiore, with no purpose left in life. None, except to unravel this mystery left before me. So you meant? Levy paused for a moment, thinking back to a conversation she had recently with one of the newer members of Fairy Tale. She brought her hand up then, placing it not over her chest, but clenching it tightly in the space between herself and the man. You mean this heart? The one that forms between people? I believe that to be the case, yes, he said. I have spent the last several months reflecting on this matter. However, I remain confused even now. I have spent the vast majority of my life alone. It was only very recently that I have found myself in the company of others, but that was transient and impersonal, and that purpose in life was hollow. But as I've told you moments ago, that purpose is no more. This is all that I have now. Well. Levy thought it over. There are some self-help books in the back. As well as some about emotional intelligence, I believe is the term. I could go bring those over if you wanted. That would be most appreciated, the man said. All right then. Levy smiled, happy to be able to help her first customer despite all obstacles. She put on her reading glasses before she ran off then, getting a ladder rolled into place. She moved up to the top shelf, running an index finger across the spines of the books. Not this one, or this, or there it is. The man stood there and watched as Levy soon returned with what she believed would be the tome that might help him in his search for answers. She placed the book down on the counter and his eyes slowly wandered down to look at the cover. Its appearance was nothing special, just a brown book with big golden letters, all of it spelling out a name the man read aloud. How to acquire friends and understand oneself. I hope it's a good choice, Levy said, a little nervous with her selection. I suppose there is only one way to find out, the man said as he reached for the book. He looked back at Levy however as he placed his hand over it. Does your store have a policy on whether or not a customer is allowed to look over the contents of a book before purchase? Well. Levy paused for a moment. Patricia never told me whether or not that was okay, so. Levy glanced from side to side innocently enough. If you want to look over a couple of pages, I won't tell anybody. The man nodded his head before he walked over to a nearby table. He slowly opened up the book and his eyes began to slowly scan over the page, appearing to be very into the novel before him. He's a quiet one for sure. Perhaps it was simply due to Levy having grown accustomed to the madhouse that was Fairy Tales Guildhall, but she was taking much note of the reserved nature of the customer before her. When you spent your days surrounded by the likes of Bambietta and Natsu, someone as quiet as this man would stick out like a sore thumb. Now I'm just being nosy. Levy went back behind the counter for the moment, keeping herself busy with organizing everything around her. No. Levy had spent a better part of her days in bookstores and libraries to enjoy her interests. She had dealt with the quiet life such hobbies brought about. So it was not Fairy Tale that made this a unique case. He was unique even to the other side of her life as well. With what he talked about in regards to his past, maybe he's hurt like Bambi was. He just shows it in his own way. Silence soon began to take over the bookstore once more as the customer continued to read. However, after some time, he closed the book. How troublesome. Levy had been behind the counter then, looking over the shelf beneath the register. At the sound of her first customer's voice, she popped her head up into view. Something wrong. In a manner of speaking, he said as he turned around to face her. Not with the book itself, but rather the context required. I've already gathered some valuable information from the first few pages, on why people value companionship. To pass through harsh trials and moral support as well as interact with one who shares common interests. However, the final words of the first chapter make it clear that self-reflection and prior experience with friends of my own will be used throughout. He then handed the book over to her. Unfortunately, my thoughts on this matter are insufficient. Furthermore, I'm afraid I've had and continue to have no one that fits the definitions of a friend this text has provided me. That can't be true, Levy said as she moved around the counter and towards the man. Whoever it was who entrusted you with being the caretaker of that woman you spoke of, surely they were a friend, right? I mean, they trusted and believed in you. You've misinterpreted the situation, the man said as he placed the book down. When I first met my employer, I had no purpose in life. I joined him when he promised to give me one. However, myself and those like me, we were just a means to an end to him. And my comrades and I tolerated each other at best, our only connection our united service. I had no friends then, nor do I now. He is like Bambi. Levy thought to herself. In his own way. Levy reached out a hand towards the man then, her next words both honest and true. Well, maybe I'm overstepping my bounds, but if you need a friend in the area, I could be it. He stared at her for a few seconds before he spoke. I don't understand. Why would you make such an offer so casually? You know little about me. I haven't even given you my name. Maybe I'm just a sucker for hard luck cases, but don't tell Bambi that. Levy cleared her throat. She considered pouring her own heart out, Of how she had met Bambietta months ago and how she had seemed in need of a friend. Of how he seemed to as well, in his own way. She considered it, but... Well, we're both going to be frequenting this bookstore in the future, right? I figure we should at least get to know one and another. There was truth to what she was saying. He highly doubted that just this one singular book would be enough to truly understand the issue at hand. Furthermore, he remembered from the interactions he had with that woman that having friends of at least some kind was an essential part of understanding what the heart was truly about. Last of all, this woman's company was something that he found rather soothing. Her cheery optimism was the kind that was a diamond in the rough that was the land of his birth. And while once he would have considered such an attitude annoying, things had changed, no doubt due to the influence of the woman who had reached towards him when there was no reason to. "Very well," he said before he took her hand. "I accept your offer." "Great. And in that case, I think a proper introduction is in order." Levi smiled as she shook his hand. "I'm Levi McGarden of Fairy Tale. I'm kind of just filling here, so usually, I can be found back in my guild hall in Magnolia, Mr. Dash. Ulquiera Sifur," he said as he slowly looked over the woman before him. "A wizard? That would explain why her spiritual pressure was much higher than most of the individuals that I've encountered in this world thus far. So, do you have any hobbies?" Levi asked as she took a seat right next to the pale man. "I personally love to read, though I guess you already had that part figured out. At the moment, I don't have any hobbies to speak of. I merely go about doing what is necessary for my day-to-day existence, though I suppose my current desire to learn more about the heart could be considered one. Wow, I've met some odd ducks before, but this guy takes the cake. But hardly anyone in Fairy Tale can really be considered normal now, can they?" Levi thought to herself before she smiled. "Well, if you're looking for something fun to do, maybe I can recommend something good to read? I don't mean to brag, but I like to think I know of some pretty good novels that might entertain you. Is that what your heart is telling you to do?" Ulquiera asked her. "In a sense, yes," Levi said. "When people make friends, they tend to share the same interests, and we won't know what it is you like or don't like unless we start trying. Besides, you don't seem to be the type that would be overly interested in sports or the like." "That would be a correct assumption on your part," he replied. He never did understand the fascination human beings had with such competitive shows of physicality. No, not just humans. Even his fellow Arrancar were willing to give in to their baser instincts. Though not through more refined sport, Grimjo and Nutra both had been utterly intent on proving their superiority through actions and not words. For a moment did Ulquiera have to wonder if such human sports would have allowed his fellow Espada to release their pent-up aggression in less destructive ways. "In that case, I know just the place where to start," Levi said as she quickly got up and ran back over to the back of the store. She soon came back, carrying a moderately sized book. It's one of Zequamelon's classics. The Adventure to the Center of Earthland. It's about 3 mages who embark on a journey to see and discover more of the known world and the crazy adventures they go on. I'm sure that you'll get a kick out of reading it." Ulquiera raised an eyebrow as his newfound friend became excited over the book in her hands. He had serious doubt that he would be as entertained as she hoped he would. Still, as she said earlier, there was only one way to find out. "I suppose I can give this book of yours a chance." Levi handed him the book, and he soon opened it. Silence soon once again fell upon the bookstore as Levi watched on in interest. She was positive that she had made the right choice. She and Lucy had spoken for hours on how this was one of their favorite pieces of literature. Surely he could find at least some merit to it all. Soon enough, like before, Ulquiera had finished looking over the book and turned to Levi. "This piece of literature is full of inaccuracies in regards to how the world operates." Levi's mouth dropped as she heard him insult the book that she had just given him. He didn't like it. But she was so sure she had made the right choice. However, before she could say anything, he continued. "With all that said, I must admit that I do find myself invested in its characters and plot." Levi felt herself let out a breath of relief that she wasn't aware that she had been holding before she asked. "Really? You like it?" "Like isn't the word I'd use. However, I can't deny that I find the premise itself to be interesting if anything else. The pursuit of knowledge of the unknown, despite the risks and ridicule that our protagonists face, is something that I find to be of a worthy cause. They wish to prove what truly exists by seeing it with their own eyes. In other words, I believe that I need to continue reading to form more of an informed opinion. Great. Let's get you set up at the counter and we can get these purchased for you as soon as possible. Levi scampered off to the counter, moving behind it as Ulquiorra made his way to the other side. He pulled from his coat a small wallet. However, as she reached for the jewel needed for the exchange, Levi noticed the man frowning. It appears that I lack the funds necessary to afford both books. Levi gave it the briefest of thoughts before she took out her wallet. You know, as a celebration of you being my first customer and to show my appreciation, let's just say that the second one is on me. Ulquiorra looked as if he was about to ask another question, no doubt if this was something that friends tended to do for one another, when all of a sudden, a fireball came bursting through the window, glass shattering everywhere and pieces of flame hitting the bookshelves. Levi gasped in surprise, but soon quickly leapt into action. Solid script, water. Writing into the air with her hands, giant letters in the form of the element she had just yelled out appeared from thin air. The watery word launched itself forward, quickly dousing the fire before it could cause the building any more harm. Frowning, the mage looked back at her friend. Stay here. Quickly marching out the door, Levi could see the ones responsible for the wreck. A large group of men, about 20 in total, were currently bringing devastation to the town. No doubt these were members of the Dark Guild that Patricia had warned her about. See what happens when you fail to bring in the dough we ask for. One of them shouted out before letting loose a spell, quickly firing a boulder from a magic circle into another building. The bossman told you it'd be a real shame if something happened to your place. And it's a real shame you stood him up on the jewel. Needless to say, the petite mage was quite furious at what was going on before her. A brief flash of guilt quickly went through her mind when she remembered she had briefly wished for this sort of thing to break up her mundane routine, but she quickly let it pass. The people of Bottlebrush needed her help, and standing here feeling guilty for herself wasn't going to do anything. Solid script, fire. She yelled out as she quickly wrote out the letters in midair, the word sent flying into one of the mages that were currently destroying the town. Quickly, the other wizards took note of her presence. Good, now she had their attention. I'm going to give you one chance to stand down or you're going to be dealing with me, Levi said as she stood defiantly before the group of criminals. Trying to bargain with them before they had known she was a wizard would have gone nowhere, but maybe now that they knew what they were dealing with. A mage. Who cares? We'll show this town what happens when you mess with the Shadow Acolyte Guild. So much for that idea. Figures. Levi held her ground even as a bunch of her opponents began to rush her. However, in light of the Phantom Lord incident, Levi had gone out of her way to make sure that what occurred with her and the Iron Dragon Slayer would never happen again. Thus, she had begun to train whenever she found the time to become stronger. Quickly dodging under a water attack from one of the mages, Levi quickly wrote the word lighting in the air, shocking the man as soon as his attack missed her. Behind her, a man wielding a sword tried to stab her, but Levi was more than prepared. His sword clashed against her arm, only to be surprised that not only did he fail to cut it at all, but it was his weapon that was slightly cracked. Glowing beneath her sleeves, the word steel could be seen on her skin before Levi kicked the man right in the chest. As she had discovered in her time training, Levi had realized that her magic had more potential than she had initially realized. While solid script could be used rather effectively for ranged offense and a slight defense, the scope of its power could be so much more. By writing some of the words onto her body, she could give it certain attributes to allow her to take more hits than she would normally be capable of. Perhaps even to dish out harder ones of her own if she so wished. Solid script, earth. A giant word made out of rocks soon came crashing down on the mages that were gathered before her, 7 of them now stuck underneath the rubble as they desperately and futilely tried to escape. Just who the hell is this chick? One of the Rouges asked his comrades. I didn't think this town had any mages. I don't know, but we got to deal with her somehow. Otherwise, what are we going to tell the boss? Just rush her. It's 13 of us against 1 of her. Levy did not allow them to intimidate her. Solid script, wind. Instantly, the group of mages that had been discussing what to do next had been hit by a gale of the word wind. They soon fell to the ground, slowly trying to get up to continue fighting. However, solid script, chains. Several chains in the form of letters came into existence around the mages, wrapping them up and pinning their arms to their sides. Not satisfied with just that, Levy repeated the spell, her eyes glancing down. Once more did another set of the letters formed from chains appear, this time half embedded in the ground, what could be seen of them wrapping around the ankles of the wizards, holding them still. Levy smirked as she now looked at the dark mages that she had ensnared. Wow, I can't believe I just took out all of them so fast. I mean, I know I improved a lot, but still. Who knows? If I keep this up, then maybe Master Makarov will consider me for the trip to Tenro Island this year. The fallen man groaned before one of them began to have a scared look on his face. Oh man, what are we going to do now? If the boss finds out, he's going to dash. You fools. To think that I entrusted you all to spread the great and honorable word of Lord Zeref. How uncouth of you all to fall in battle as you have. It has become abundantly clear that I, Cruz de Fabian, shall have to take matters into my own hands. Levy slowly turned around to see a man with long orange hair clad in a violet outfit emblazoned by a crimson Z on his torso, a white cape falling from his pauldrons. Disrespectful harridan, you may have bested those who call Shadow Acolyte their guild, but I am their guild master. I am beyond, as far beyond you as you are beyond them. I am Cruz de Fabian, the great and wondrous prophet of Zeref himself. And you, wretch, should kneel before your better. Levy simply stared at the dark guild master, her expression unblinking. She knew that Bambietta would have had some kind of snappy comeback to his bravado, but the solid script mage was not so quick to come up with one herself. What? Levy was completely beside herself. This was the guild master of Shadow Acolyte? He seemed like a complete and utter goofball, far too in love with his voice. How on earth had someone like this gotten to be in charge of so many wizards? What's this? Cruz asked, his voice descending into an unhinged cackle. Are you in shock, nay, in awe of my mere presence? It is not surprising, of course. For you stand before the greatness that is the prophet of Zeref. I have many a great many wizard bow before me in reverence to his ancient wisdom and power, and you shall be no different. Shock and awe? No, I think this is more confusion and bewilderment I'm experiencing. And I know we're outside, but inside voice, please. Levy furrowed her brow, a single drop of sweat sliding down the left side of her face. Yeah, there we go. Insult the loudmouth wizard. Bambi would be so proud of me. I think. You dare. You dare to think you can mock the prophet of Zeref and just walk away. Wretched fool. I shall make you sacrifice to my lord. A whip that seemed to be composed of solid magic then appeared into his hands, and he swung it at Levy with great ferocity. Dodging to the left, Levy quickly let out another shot of her solid script magic, sending a word composed of fire hurtling towards her enemy. However, as the flame approached him, Cruz swung his whip down once more, dispersing her attack. What? Levy gasped before she just narrowly avoided the next attack, the whip cutting through a nearby lamp post with utter ease. Well, I guess he isn't a guild master for nothing. Yes, dance, dance for me, you little swine. Your cries of misery shall make for such sweet music for Lord Zeref's return. Cruz yelled out before Levy ducked an overhead swing. Solid script, water. The wet letters splashed right against Cruz's face and he fell due to the surprising force. However, he quickly rose back onto his feet, black magic suddenly arcing across his weapon. Darkness whip. A shot of solidified shadow flew forward and, not having enough time to properly dodge, Levy settled for the next best thing. Solid script, shield. A metallic barrier in the shape of the word appeared before her now, blocking the attack, though the letters cracked under the duress of the attack. Not wanting to allow the Dark Guild Master an opportunity to follow up on his offense, Levy decided to press on with an attack of her own. Solid script, hole. Huh. Instantly, a large hole was written under him, the letter O forming a large ditch that Cruz fell into. Groaning, he struggled to get to his feet. You bitch, this isn't OV dash. Solid script, landslide. Just as Cruz began to look out from the hole that Levy had dug for him, he could once again see large letters, this time made out of many rocks, come crashing down at him. He attempted to swing his whip in an attempt to deflect all of the incoming debris, but it was too much, and he was soon engulfed by the landfall. Is it over? Levy thought to herself as she looked over at the hole. It seemed like her last attack had finally defeated him. Still, it would be best to contact the Rune Knights as soon as possible. However, just as she was about to head back to the bookstore, she heard the crack of a whip come from the hole she had just created, darkness spewing out of it. Worse, she could see Cruz's weapon flailing about. The guild master slowly emerged from it, though he wasn't in what Levy could describe as good condition. Cuts and bruises of all kinds covered his body, his face, in particular, suffering a rather nasty gash, one that left his face a crimson mask. You dare! You dare! You dare hurt the great prophet of Lord Zeref! He yelled out as the black energy condensed itself around his whip. He swung it forward, and Levy just barely managed to conjure up another shield with her solid script magic before it connected. It clanged against her shield, but a follow-up swing shattered it, sending the fairy tale mage across the street. She slowly got up as Cruz descended upon her. I was going to give you the honor of being a sacrifice to Lord Zeref, but now I see the truth. Such a privilege is too good for you. Cruz slashed at a nearby magic mobile, cutting the vehicle in two as he continued. Oh no, I'm going to keep you alive, as my little consort. You'll serve as a perfect example of what happens to those who defy the almighty Cruz. Levy coughed as she looked at him in defiance. Like hell. I'm going to end up as your damn pet. She yelled out before she wrote a word in the air once more. Solid script, fire. However, the word that came out this time was much smaller than before, and Cruz casually whipped it away. What? Levy gasped out. What was going on? She hadn't used that much magic yet, she was sure of it. Solid script, earth. Water. Wind. Fire. Arrow. Each attack she sent at the enemy with everything she had, but each one was casually swatted away as the man's grin only began to get larger and larger. Do you see it now, you little harlot? Against me, you're nothing more than an insignificant insect. Levy was panting now, the mage feeling exhausted and confused. What was going on? She knew she could do better than this, even before she had begun her more taxing training following the Phantom Lord incident. But now, she was nothing more than a mild annoyance to the man before her. He walked up to her as she began to write down words all over her own body. Now then, why don't you be a good submissive pet and I'll make sure that I won't hurt you tonight. Not too much at any rate. He looked down at Levy, offering his hand. Well? How about it? A night in my bed? Or a night in the dog pen? Levy said nothing as she slowly got to her feet. She then slowly began to extend her hand towards his. Only when she made contact with his hand did she at last speak. Here's my answer. Levy sent a punch right at Cruz's face, her fist covered in flames. Right before the punch connected, Cruz could have sworn he saw the word fire adorning Levy's knuckles. Gasping in pain, the Dark Guild Master was soon punched with by Levy's other fist, his hand having let go of it, the word ice upon it. Why you little dash. Shouting at the top of her lungs, Levy began to punch at Cruz over and over, causing the man to stumble back under the duress of both fire and ice. She could do this, no, she had to do this. For the town, for her future. Hit after hit, she continued to wail on Cruz, until finally, the man fell to the ground. Levy panted for breath, hoping beyond all hope that she was finally done with this whole thing. That is it, I am never going to ask for a dark guild to make things more exciting for me ever again. However, just as she caught her breath, did the man once again begin to rise to her absolute horror. He had a black eye and what appeared to be a bloody nose, but nothing more. How? Levy asked as she fell to her knees. How was he still standing? Isn't it simple? I am the great prophet of Zeref. I am the illustrious Cruz de Fabian. None shall stand before me. None can dare hope to impede my desires. For I am nothing more than mere trash. Cruz turned to look over his shoulder, an incredulous expression etched upon his face. Amid the damage brought about the town by the fight was none other than Ulquiorra. Trash. Cruz was beside himself with disgust as he looked upon the interloper. What manner of heretic speaks so callously of one of the great prophets of Zeref? Ulquiorra simply said nothing as he walked forward, moving past Cruz with not a care in the world, stopping only when he arrived in front of Levy. I do believe I've discovered a suitable source of payment for the book you recommended me. You shouldn't have come. Levy whispered before she managed to find the strength to speak up at last. Run away. He's inhumanly strong. You can't . Your choice of words confuse me. What was it that you said to me earlier when I asked about facing impossible odds for someone else? That's what friends do, was it not? Ha! Does this heretic think he can protect you? What an epic sham! Cruz shouted before he chuckled. Truly a comedy for the ages. Is he a wizard? But even still. Levy thought to herself. She had serious doubts that he could handle someone like this. Cruz seemed to agree with her, the man continuing to laugh as he snapped his whip against the ground, shattering a part of the roadside. You're a fool if you honestly think you can stand before me. In the name of the great wizard Zeref, I shall smite you down. Darkness whip. Cruz swung his weapon downwards and it slammed right into Ulquiorra's shoulder, the ground beneath the pale man cracking from the strain. Cruz grinned manically, expecting a gasp of pain or the sight of a broken, bloody man. But what he was treated to was anything but. Ulquiorra was just standing there, with a completely blank expression. He didn't seem to have been hurt by the attack at all, not even his pristine clothes were the slightest bit singed or torn. Is that all? He simply asked. No effect at all. Levy was more than a little shocked. My first customer is. What? That's impossible. Cruz shouted out as he continued to swing his weapon at Ulquiorra again and again. However, each time the weapon failed to do any sort of damage, the man standing his ground as if nothing was occurring. It's as I suspected. The only reason you were able to defeat Levy had nothing to do with your strength. No, it is simply because you possess magic that was capable of draining hers from a distance. Ulquiorra spoke, his face still as emotionless as ever. What? Cruz gasped as a shocked expression crossed his face. No, I am the great and powerful prophet of Zeref. I would never need to debase myself with another's magic. That's what happened. Levy asked, equally curious. Ulquiorra slowly looked over to Levy before he answered. I suspected it was the case when I sensed your spiritual pressure. No, your magic began to decrease much faster than I had noticed with other wizards. I wasn't sure if your magic just took a different toll on your reserves, but once I sensed his powers increasing as the battle went on, it all became rather obvious. Then, all my training. Levy felt herself brighten up then, this quiet man had brought her salvation in both combat and purpose. It wasn't all for nothing. So, you figured it out. Cruz began unnaturally calm then, but only for a moment. He went wild once again, his body alive with manic energy. You say that as if knowing that will make any difference, you worthless wretch. All I have to do is drain your power and you'll be in the same position she is. It's all just a matter of time. An inaccurate assessment on your part, Ulquiorra said as he slowly approached the man. Cruz continued to whip his weapon against Ulquiorra again and again but to no avail, confidence quickly giving way to panic. He was only delaying the inevitable, and failing miserably. Your magic allows you to drain the power from others to enhance your own. However, you can only draw so much at any given moment. With Miss McGarden, it was if you were emptying a hot spring with a glass. But now, you find yourself trying to empty a lake. Cretin! Cruz shouted before he raised his whip high into the air. Purple magic continued to grow more and more from the whip until it was about as 20 feet in length. You're just jealous of the grandeur of my power, you green-eyed monster. Ha! You speak greatly of your power but I know it not to be true. I've already taken it from you and added it to my own. And this This attack is 3 times greater than any I've struck you with. I'll split you in 2. No, I'll reduce you to dust. With a crazed look on his face, Cruz shouted at the top of his lungs as he cracked his weapon forward. Darkness Whip, Extreme Overdrive unleashed. As Levy began to feel her face grow pale, her eyes soon widened in shock as Ulquiorra simply raised his hand. The dark whip cracked against his arm, wrapping around it. Wind swept around Ulquiorra, the ground beneath him crumbling into the form of a crater. Levy could feel the resulting shock wave from the attack as her hair flowed in the wind, yet she could see it. Ulquiorra was no more fazed than he had been before. Curious. You believed 3 times your strength, stolen from my own, would be enough to vanquish me? You're a bigger fool than I had assumed. Ulquiorra flexed both muscle and spiritual pressure, extinguishing the darkness encircling the whip strapped to his arm. The weapon went slack then, Ulquiorra shaking it off. Ulquiorra then vanished from sight with a sound that Levy could only describe as a strange static. That's like Bambi. Appearing before Cruz, Ulquiorra kicked out with his right leg. The dark mage was sent flying some distance, crashing into a nearby building. Confident that the situation was resolved, Ulquiorra turned to look back at Levy. Are you seriously injured? I've had worse. Much worse actually. Levy said as she recalled the night of Gajil's attack. I'm just so surprised. I had no idea that you were so strong. But if that's the case, then why dash? Didn't I assist you sooner? Ulquiorra answered Levy as he offered her his hand. She took it before she nodded her head. In my homeland, I encountered many warriors who detested receiving the help of any kind in battle. He said as his thoughts brought to mind certain members of the Espada, the 5th and 6th to be more specific, and even from what Lord Eisen had told him about Squad 11. I didn't want to interfere on the off chance that you were such an individual, unlikely that it was. Furthermore, I could already sense that you had more than enough spiritual pressure to handle the foes you faced. I simply deemed my assistance unnecessary until that man joined the fray. At that point, I determined that it would be best to deal with the problem personally. Spiritual pressure? Is this guy from the same world that Bambi and Rukia are from? Levy wondered before she got up to her feet. She recalled Lilt Otto using the words spiritual pressure more than once in regards to how she and Bambi could sense how strong others were. Well, you don't have to worry about me being so stubborn. I'll take any assistance you can give me any time. Duly noted, Ulquiorra said. Levy was just about to ask him about his homeland, specifically if he came from the same world that Bambi had told her so much about, when he then slowly turned around. It would appear that he's quite the stubborn one. Sure enough, as Levy looked in the same direction, Cruz was back on his feet, though he was currently wobbling forward and gasping for breath. Had he done that much damage with just one kick? Just who was this mysterious man she had made friends with a few moments ago? You dare? You will pay for your insolence right now. If he were anyone else but himself, Ulquiorra half suspected he would have rolled his eyes out of annoyance due to this man's sheer arrogance. Do you honestly believe that you have any hope of victory? Your attacks are incapable of causing harm to me. Or do you still believe that your ability to leech off my spiritual pressure will somehow make up the difference in our strength? Is that the hope you so desperately cling to? Ulquiorra slowly looked the Cruz over as the man's face was contorting from anger. Or, Ulquiorra continued, are you so lost in your anger that you've lost sight of both rationality and misplaced hope? Ulquiorra had to admit to himself that, in some ways, Cruz was reminding him much of Yami Largo. Both the overconfidence and the fits of rage that were shared between the two led the Arrancar to such comparison. However, whereas Yami at least had enough power to make his arrogance somewhat founded in reality, the man before Ulquiorra was entirely unfounded in his supreme arrogance. He was, in Ulquiorra's eyes, nothing more than a pest, a mere insect that wouldn't even be able to continue fighting if not for leeching off the magic of others. Truth be told, the only reason he hadn't killed Cruz in the first blow was merely out of convenience. While he wasn't sure of just how powerful the wizards under the Magic Council were, he had sensed some humans in this world with considerable strength. To risk such a possibility of being branded an unknown quantity that had killed needless in battle and find himself confronted by wizards whose power may exceed his own would have been foolish. I have avoided inflicting any fatal damage thus far because taking your life would be far more of a hassle than it would be worth. However, if you continue to fight me in your current state, you will die, whether it be my intention or not. You already have several broken ribs and no doubt a concussion from your previous battle. It would be wise of you to stand down. Stand down? You wish for me to stand down? Cruz asked before he began to laugh. You fool. You foolish fool. I'll admit, you're much stronger than I originally gave you credit for, but I have an ace up my sleeve. One that you don't possibly stand a chance against. Ulquiorra sighed slightly. I rather doubt that. Undeterred by the pale man's casual indifference, Cruz raised his whip high and looked upon his fallen comrades. You stand before the voice of Lord Ziraf alone, while I command the power of an entire guild. The looks of horror that appeared on those who called Cruz their guild master were clear as day, the dark wizards begging for mercy. They knew of what he spoke. No. Please, boss. Don't. Ya can't do this. We'll do better next time. Spare us. Silence. Cruz shouted as he looked down on them with a stern face. You have failed me, and the word of Lord Ziraf for the last time. But fear not, the sacrifice you're about to commit shall be more than enough to earn our Lord's forgiveness. Darkness whip, extreme domination. Realizing what was about to happen, Levy released her hold on the magical chain words that kept the men bound to the ground, hopeful that this would allow for at least some of them to escape. However, it was too late. Just as some of them got up and began to run, Cruz's whip multiplied into several long cords and struck them all, piercing all of them through the torso. Their cries of pain were brief and short however, as their skin soon beginning to shrivel up. Yes. The power fills me. Cruz's voice trailed off, his form undergoing a metamorphosis. His muscles began to bulge, the magic of those who had served under him working dreadful wonders. As they became nothing more than lifeless husks, empty shells of who they had once been, Cruz was growing tall and wide, his new muscular frame threatening to dwarf the head that rested atop it and was soon well over 8 feet tall. However, it was his eyes that seemed the most inhumane now, having to become purely white, dark shadows surrounding them. Ah yes, the young blood has given unto me their all. Now, O pale and meager foe, you face the combined total of all shadow acolyte. As if to dramatize that moment, Cruz's whip transfigured just as its wielder had, the weapon forming into another altogether. Its end crashing to the ground, it had become a spoke-covered club, giant, and nearly a match for Cruz's newly acquired mass. Levy gasped, not at the transformations, but at the sheer and utter cruelty that he had just taken place before her. How could you? Those were your guildmates. Cruz let out a chuckle as he faced Levy, an evil grin plastered all over his face. Soft words from a frail one such as yourself? To me they were nothing more than pawns, soldiers to use to spread the great word of Lord Ziraf. If they couldn't live up to my standards they may as well not live at all. You're the worst. Levy yelled out at Cruz as she slowly tried to walk over to him. People like you make me sick. You don't care about who you hurt so long as you get whatever you want. To just take lives like that, of your allies no less. It's despicable. At least Bambietta had shown regret over her past actions, but Levy somehow doubted this man would do the same. You can insult me all you want, it'll only just make breaking you in all the more satisfying. Cruz said as he looked at his newly formed weapon. Swinging it to the side, a powerful shock wave emitted from the weapon and struck a small building, the resulting clash causing the structure to shatter into several pieces. Ahahaha. Do you see now just how strong I've become? I can destroy anything I want now without even coming into direct contact with it. I am Dash. Just before he could finish what was no doubt a long-winded speech about his greatness, Ulquiorra soon appeared before Cruz, the sound of static being heard by Levy and the Dark Wizard once again before. Before even a moment had passed, Ulquiorra punched Cruz in the stomach which caused him to kneel down in pain. Another kick sent him sailing back, smashing into the brick wall of a home, debris flying all over as a result. Ulquiorra's eyes narrowed as he slowly turned his head and looked at Levy. Go back inside. Now. What? I can't just let you fight this guy all on your own. Levy shouted in surprise. He wasn't seriously still considering fighting Cruz alone, was he? This trash has gained enough strength to better withstand my attacks and has powered up to a level that I have yet to fully ascertain. It may be nothing of consequence, or it may prove problematic. Regardless, I can't guarantee you'll remain safe if you stay this close to our battle. Leave. Levy held her ground, shaking her head. No, I dash. Ulquiorra interrupted the mage with a word he had never imagined he would use. Please. Before the Arrancar could say another word or Levy could argue her case, the ground began to shake. It was Cruz, the man lumbering towards Ulquiorra in a mad rush. His weapon swung down towards Ulquiorra then, the man raising his hand to stop the swing. However, even as he did so, the pavement beneath him began to crack and buckle. Ulquiorra was about to retaliate, but Cruz surprised him. The dark mage swung his weapon to the side, then brought it back in the blink of an eye. The club struck home, catching Ulquiorra in the ribs and sent him flying towards a building. Ulquiorra was not amused, rotating in the air to allow the solace of his feet to make contact with the building. He was about to push off, destroying the complex with his physical power alone, but thought better of it. There was no telling who might be inside. Instead, he flew away with no added momentum and soon found the space around him growing dark. Looking up, he could see the Med Wizard now in the air, jumping down to his position as dark magic roiled around him and extended outwards. The club came down on Ulquiorra, smashing him down onto a vacant magic mobile. This time, however, he wasn't even able to get up before Cruz had grabbed onto his right foot and brought him into the air only to slam him into the ground. As if Ulquiorra were some sort of ragdoll, Cruz continued to slam him into the ground over and over and over again, laughing mad all the while. Take that, you no good swine. No one defies the will of Lord Zeref and lives to tell the tale. Levy gasped as one of her hands covered her mouth. It was just as she feared. The power Cruz had cruelly obtained had increased his strength to far greater heights than her first customer and friend could handle. Slamming Ulquiorra down on the ground one last time, Cruz grabbed his weapon with his right hand and swung it onto the Arrancar, breaking the street apart and sending Ulquiorra deeper into the ground below. It's about time I ended this little farce. By the time I'm done with you, there won't be enough left of you for that woman to even mourn. Cruz began to wail on the fallen man then, destroying the street in the process. The guild master had to believe his foe was already dead, but he had been quite seriously with what he had just said. As far as he was concerned, Ulquiorra would be nothing more than a greasy smear on his weapon by the time he was done. Cruz suddenly stopped then, feeling something hit his head from behind. Turning around, he found himself looking upon an angry Levy, the drained wizard holding a fragment of the street that she was no doubt prepared to throw like the one she just had. Leave him alone. She yelled as she threw it, catching the Dark Guild Master in the chest. She knew what she was doing was pointless, that there was no way that she could hope to defeat Cruz in her current state after he had drained her magic for the time being. However, she could not, and would not, just stand back and watch someone die. If you think I'm just going to let you hurt him anymore, you've got another thing coming. You're more foolish than I thought, Cruz said as he grinned. Not that it matters. Your friend is no more than a pile of mangled flesh now. Oh, I know, as a reward for your bravery, how about I show you his mangled corpse? He isn't dead. I dash. I thought I told you to stay inside. Levy lit up with joy. Slowly turning his head in response, Cruz could hardly believe what he was seeing. Slowly standing up, and still somehow undamaged stood Ulquiorra Sefer. He slowly dusted off his clothes with his right hand before once again vanishing from sight and appearing before Levy. I'm sorry. I thought you needed help, Levy struggled to say. Just who was this man? While she did not doubt that the likes of Urza could easily withstand the blows that he just had, Ulquiorra had done the same. Was he, on par with Fairy Tale's S-class? You weren't moving at all, and I was merely testing out just how much that transformation improved his strength. If I am to still defeat him without taking his life, it was a necessary process. Ulquiorra slowly turned around as he looked at the insane mage. But for all your bluster and boasting, I find what you have accomplished less than impressive. At that moment, a strong sensation of pressure came upon Cruz, forcing the man to collapse to his knees. Levi herself could feel it as well, her knees wobbling slightly. She looked at Ulquiorra then, surprised. This weight. Is this coming from him? It's like what Bambi did to the carbuncle wizards. My apologies, Ulquiorra said, keeping his eyes on Cruz even as he took notice of Levi's looking his way. Even if I focus my spiritual pressure on him, trace amounts will affect those I wish it wouldn't. It's okay, Levi said, managing to remain standing. I mean, you did tell me to move away from this. You. Damn you. I won't yield to some low-life piss-ants like you. Do you dash? Whatever was about to leave Cruz's mouth Levi would never know as Ulquiorra punched him straight in the jaw, blood spewing out along with several teeth. Cruz attempted to swing his weapon once more, but Ulquiorra vanished from sight one last time, appearing with a kick that caught Cruz in the back of the head. Once more he was sent careening away. I don't believe what I'm seeing here. Ulquiorra. He truly might be just as strong as Urza is. Levi thought. Cruz was slowly getting up once more, his breathing ragged and shaky. How? How could he be losing so easily to some nobody? He was one of Lord Zeraf's chosen ones. The power of an entire dark guild now resided in his body, and here he was being treated like some novice. It was humiliating. Unforgivable even. He needed to kill this man above all else. With a loud yell, Cruz raised both of his hands in the air as dark magic began to surround them. I have had enough. I have had it up to here with your constant interference in the glorification of Lord Zeraf. I'm going to hit you with everything I got and turn you and this entire street into nothing but rubble. Ulquiorra held his ground, his expression was unmoving. Madness. The magic had formed into a massive sphere that hovered above Cruz, one that was 2 stories in diameter. Darkness impulse. Cackling, Cruz threw the giant sphere forward, the ground beneath it slowly eroding as it hurtled towards its target. It's over, you bastard. You're done. My darkness impulse is stronger than even the gods. This entire town shall be your grave. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Levi thought as the large attack was closing on Ulquiorra. I suppose you intend for me to be impressed? Or perhaps terrified? Ulquiorra was neither. All this hype, all this bluster, and it was for an attack that he was more than confident that he could withstand with minimal damage. Power comparable to a god? No doubt an exaggeration provided by an unreliable narrator consumed by his power. This was nothing compared to any of the Getchuga Tenshaus he had withstood in his last battle with the substitute Soul Reaper. Still, while he had no concern for his safety, the same could not be said for Miss McGarden. The resulting explosion from the attack would no doubt level the entire street, if not more so, and that was something he simply could not allow. There was only one way to properly end this nonsense. Moving his hand forward, his index finger now extended, a green glow began to emanate from it. I have tried on numerous occasions to end this without lethal force, but you've stubbornly refused to give up every time. If you are unable to survive my Zero, then you only have yourself to blame. A flash of green light then shot forth, bursting through the darkness impulse and dispersing the magic as if it were nothing more than a balloon waiting to be popped. No, that's impossible. Simply impossible. Cruz shouted as he was soon caught in Zero itself. My lord's in the end, there was only silence and a smoldering crater. You did it. You actually managed to beat him. Levi said happily as she stopped within Ulquiorra's line of sight. I didn't think anyone other than some of our best wizards could have done that. But, what was that attack anyway? That was a Zero. A powerful blast of concentrated spiritual energy, to put it simply. Though that was only a fraction of its full potential. Only a fraction. I wished to avoid any excessive damage to the area or the unnecessary taking of a life, but it seems he was trash unfit to survive. Levi frowned as she heard this. On the one hand, it did upset her to see yet another person die from all this senseless violence. But Ulquiorra had tried on multiple occasions to end the fight without using lethal force. Not to mention, if he hadn't done what he had, countless people would have died, herself included. Judging him over something like this would be extremely foolish. Besides, it's not as if Cruz would have shown her any mercy even if she had survived. "Look, please don't worry about it," she said as she walked past him only to turn around to better face him. "You did whatever you could to keep me safe. Not to mention the rest of the town. Besides, it's not like you were intentionally trying to kill him or anything." "Perhaps, but I also do not care that I did," Ulquiorra said. "I don't have the heart to do so. I only worry that those in power will seek me out with judgment and condemnation. With death, or isolation. I'm sure the Magic Council will understand," Levy continued. "You fought for this town. For Fiore. It's not like you acted recklessly. And, believe me, I'm sure they'll appreciate the fact that you saved the town without leveling it completely in the process." "Is that a common occurrence with wizards?" Ulquiorra asked innocently enough. "With some," Levy replied sheepishly. "I suppose I should consider this a relief then," Ulquiorra replied. "I am less intentionally destructive than the average wizard. Now then, about the novel you recommended me. Moving forward, Ulquiorra suddenly pushed Levy to the side. Shocked, she could see Cruz. He was beaten and bloody from the Ciro, but still on the attack. A sword in his hand, he had brought it towards her and Ulquiorra. "You are beginning to become a nuisance," Ulquiorra said as he stared into the man's wide eyes, the blade of the sword pressing down upon his shoulder. "No, this blade. It should." Cruz continued to press the sword down as hard as he could against Ulquiorra's collarbone. "This blade was forged by Lord Ziref itself. It will cut you down where you stand. None can withstand its edge." Ulquiorra held his ground nonetheless. "You've grown weaker. No doubt due to my Ciro or... No, if this blade was made by the one you worship so, then why did you not lead with it? I suppose there must be a drawback." Silence. 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 There was indeed, but Cruz would not hear of it. He pushed down harder, darkness slipping out from between his fingers and into the sword itself. Soon enough it began to cut through cloth and flesh alike, drawing blood. Ulquiorra's face flinched ever so slightly, but he paid it no mind. "I see now. This sword draws from your life itself to grant it power. A weapon fittingly made by the Black Wizard of legend." Ulquiorra swatted the sword aside rather casually. However, in doing so, he allowed the weapon to tear his shirt open. Cruz stared in shock then. "You? What are you?" Levy was equally surprised. She could see the number 4 adorning Ulquiorra's chest, leaving her to rationalize it away as a guild emblem. However, what truly took hold of her attention was the gaping hole in Ulquiorra's chest. At first, she felt her heart skip a beat, afraid that Cruz had mortally wounded him. But there was no blood coming from the hole. No, it looked eerily natural. Ulquiorra casually looked down at his chest as he noticed the reactions of the 2 wizards near him. It was more than enough to consume his usually calm mind. First was the fact that the blade had managed to cut through his hierro. Truly this Ziref that Cruz had spoken of deserved his reputation in the world. The second, however, was more worrisome to him. He didn't care one lick about Cruz's opinion, but Levy's. He quickly punched Cruz in the face, the man falling to the ground, finally still and silent before he turned to face Levy. Ulquiorra had rather hoped that she would have never found out about his monstrous nature. After all, humans tended to fear that they didn't understand. And in a world that had no understanding of hollows, he no doubt's truly fearsome to the uninitiated. It wasn't so much that he felt sad that she now knew, but a feeling of. Ulquiorra was at a loss for a moment. Perhaps disappointment would be the best way to put it. After months of trying to understand what the heart truly was, he had finally begun to make some progress. Nothing significant by any degree, but it was something that happened regardless. And it has become of Levy. Not the books she had recommended, at least not yet, but because of her and all her inherent kindness. This feeling he was experiencing was quite alien to Ulquiorra. Was this too what it meant to have a heart? "Are you?" Ulquiorra's voice trailed off for a moment. "Are you afraid of me?" It was a simple question he had to ask. Even as he did so, his mind wandered back to a time when he had been in his world. "Are you afraid?" Ulquiorra asked Orium as he stood just a few feet away from her. It's over. You will die here. You will die all by yourself with no one to witness it. So I want to know, how frightened are you? He stared at her, expecting her to break down into tears, to ask, no, beg for mercy. However, her reply was anything but what he had expected. I am not, at all. His eyes widened in shock. This woman, the one who he had believed to have been doing nothing more than putting on a fake facade of bravery, to overcome her fear of her captivity, was still showing no signs of fear or regret. Smiling, she continued. You see, now I know that my friends came to rescue me. So right now, my heart is with them. What nonsense, he replied. You're not scared because your friends have come for you? You can't be serious. You really think they can save you? Absolutely. Finally, curiosity began to take over, as well as a feeling of bitterness as he slowly strode over to her, his hand now pointing right at her chest. Tell me, what is a heart? If I tore a hole in your chest, would I see it? His hand moved upwards, this time near her face. If I split open your skull, would it be there? However, just before he could get any sort of answer, the ground behind him gave way, Orium's symbol of hope appearing before him. Ichigo Kurosaki had arrived just as she said he would. He did not doubt that she would be different than Orium Inu. That woman was an oddity, a one-in-a-million personality. Levi, however, had so far been a person who seemed to have a more clear head on her shoulders. No doubt she would shun him for what he was. It was only the logical thing to do after all. Why should I be afraid? Levi asked. You're my friend. I'm just curious is all. Levi looked at the hole that was within Ulquiorra's chest. If it wouldn't bother you, I would like to know more about you. That's all. What do you mean? He responded. Was she serious? Well. Levi looked back up at Ulquiorra's eyes. There's a story here and I want to get you to know you better is all. He couldn't believe it. She had chosen hope. To believe in him. To trust him, as a friend. Once more, his mind wandered back to that fateful day atop of Las Noches. This was it. The end of the line. Ichigo Kurosaka's Zero had done irrevocable damage to his body. The new arm and leg that he had regrown were nothing more than a shadow of their former selves. Death was inexorable. Despite his pleas of wanting to finish things properly, Ichigo Kurosaki refused. I don't want to, not like this. It's wrong. This is not the way I want to defeat you. Eyes widening in shock as his wings began to turn to ash, Ulquiorra soon closed his eyes. To the very end, you just won't do what I want. Slowly, he turned his attention to the human woman. And just when I was finally becoming a little bit intrigued with how you people behave. Despite only knowing her for the past few days, she had managed to make him question himself and his outlook of the world with her stubbornness. He had tried to break her down, time and time again, but, in the end, she had broken him. No, that wasn't accurate, not at all. She hadn't broken him. She had opened him up to the world in ways he had not imagined possible. As his wings began to turn to dust, he could see her looking straight at him and no one else. Not Ichigo, not the Quincy. Just him. Did she pity him? It made no sense. The last few minutes had no doubt been some of the most traumatizing of her entire life, all of which was his fault. Crying desperately for the one she worshipped as a hero to rise up to save her once again, tears of not just sadness, but fear. He wanted, no needed to know as he slowly reached to her. So I'll ask you again, girl, are you afraid of me? Then, the thing that surprised him most of all, what shocked him to the very core of his being, more than even the beating he had received from the hollow-eyed Kurosaki, happened before his eyes. The woman he had dragged over to this world, that he had tried to break repeatedly over and over again, was crying for him. No, I'm not afraid. Really, I'm not. Her face gave no hints of lying. Her tears, her bravery, all of it was real. All of it, because of what she called, the heart. I understand. Her hand finally touched his only for it to disintegrate upon impact, as his body now began to rapidly vanish. But as he died, one last thought went through his mind. I see now. In my palm of my hand, is a heart. In the end, he only wished he had more time to scratch past the surface of the world Orium had opened to him. It had been in that moment that he had had an inkling to just what the heart really was. Standing now before Levi, however, his lips moved upward. He wasn't smiling, not quite, it couldn't even be classified as a small smirk. But this feeling, this tiny sensation of satisfaction. Was this what joy felt like? So this is what it means to have a heart, is it? He thought as he looked towards the levee. Perhaps, there truly is some merit to it after all. Rain began to slowly fall from the clouds now, Levi squeaking in surprise as she felt herself become wet. Ah! Let's go back inside. We can talk some more about some new hobbies for you once we're nice and dry. Very well. Ulquiorra watched for a moment as Levi ran towards the bookstore. As she stepped into the building, she kept the doorway clear for him. He stepped forward then, refraining from using sonito. Orium had opened the door for him once upon a time, yes, but now it was Levi that would guide him through it. Lord Barragan. Lord Barragan. The fourth Espada, we've finally managed to locate him. Finder Callias burst into the throne room where his lord was currently resting, the old king currently drinking a glass of wine that had been served to him by an attentive Arrancar. Oh, have you now? Barragan Loyosenbairn asked as his eyes looked down at his loyal Fraxion. How and why he had ended up in this strange land was a question that the Vasto Lord still didn't have an answer for. However, in the months he had been here, he had not been idle, far from it. Traveling around all of Fiori, he had been able to locate and recruit many Arrancar that had once been a part of Sosuke Aizen's army. From all the Fraxions that once belonged to himself and the others to the Espada he knew had died as he once had, he had soon raised an army almost as powerful as the one Aizen once had in the palm of his hands. Still, despite that strength, he had remained quiet. There had been the search for others, as well as experimentation with wizards and the creation of hollows, but otherwise, Barragan had required his forces to keep a low profile. For now at least. Ulquiorra. Barragan crushed the glass of wine in his hand, the arrow protecting him from any shards of glass. He had asked the fourth Espada time and time again to join his ranks, but every time had Ulquiorra turned down his request. Damn him and his fool's quest for a heart. Force wasn't an option. Barragan was a king, an emperor, and no longer was he to fight his battles himself. He would not allow it, not after having his throne taken from by Sosuke Aizen, the very same man who forced him to the front lines. This was proof that he was in charge once again. Others would fight and die for his goals, but not he. Not until he was all that remained. And yet, none others who remained within this new Espada could hope to match Ulquiorra's powers. To bend him to Barragan's will. Barragan knew he would have to someday do it himself. But combat he was involved in was boring. His form of strength allowed it to be nothing but a bore. There had to be something, anything else he could do to bring Ulquiorra to his side. Something that would ease the endless boredom that was a new lease on existence. Show me Ulquiorra, he said rather dismissively. Finder produced from his satchel an invention of Sailapora Grans, a translucent orb. He placed it upon the stone structure beside Barragan's throne, locking the orb into the stone chiseled to appear like a dragon's talons. Finder grit his teeth then as he scraped one of his fingernails across his right eye, taking a portion he knew his Arrancar-born abilities could regenerate in time. Still, it was no less abhorrent to imagine doing to himself time and time again and made him question the sanity of the Espada's resident scientist. Still, he smeared the fleck of his eyeball onto the orb, allowing to light up with the images of what he had seen, all of it recorded in perfect clarity. Still, he looked forward to the possibility of Ulquiorra returning to the fold and using his optic abilities for observation. Barragan watched then, noting something that truly caught his attention. A rather interesting turn of events, he muttered as he watched Ulquiorra conversing about books with a small woman adorned with blue hair. It seems as though he's rather attached to her, Finder said, working from his observations. He's interacted with her for quite a bit and even defended her against a dark mage. Strange though. It's rather unlike him. His behavior has changed, even if only slightly, Barragan said as he continued to watch the two speak, the woman having a very large smile as she gave the Espada some sort of drink. However, it has given me an idea. If he will not join us for our sake or his own, then perhaps for hers. My lord. Ulquiorra has granted us a boon this day, Barragan answered. His heart, finder. We attack his heart. Chapter 47, Forged Memories 1. Deep into one of the many forests, one could find in Fiore, the Dark Guild simply known as Dark Stallion could be found in their massive fortress. While not being one of the strongest Dark Guilds, it boasted a high member count, having well over 300 wizards and bandits as a part of its might. More often than not, they often lent out their members to other dark guilds who usually needed an occasional increase in muscle for some of the more difficult schemes and crimes that they would engage in, sometimes even assisting with the major members of the Balaam Alliance. While considered a priority target by the Magic Council, due to the sheer size of the guild, no move had been made against them. No ordinary guild would have any chance of victory. Celestial Blade, however, was no ordinary guild. Standing before the massive fortress well into the early hours of the morning, surrounded by wizards, was a woman with short blue hair with the exception of a single strand of green hair, carrying a blade behind her back and wearing a black spandex suit. Her name was Zarina Quito, an S-class member of Celestial Blade. It was supposed to be a simple mission. All she had to do was just wait outside for Maria, one of Mistress Long's informants, to give what she was told was extremely valuable and sensitive information regarding a potential contact from within the Magic Council, the supposed traitor her guild master had spoken about from time to time. It was too risky to send a communication lacrima or some sort of letter. The fewer people who knew about this the better. However, an encounter with one of the Dark Guild's more sleazy members touching her butt had led to Zarina promptly punching the offending man through a nearby tree and gathering unnecessary attention to herself. Thus she stood here, alone, facing a force of well over 100 mages. Come on now, hot stuff, just put down the sword and we promise we won't hurt you much. Zarina scoffed as she heard yet another poor attempt to get her to surrender as the dark wizards laughed at the man's poor sense of humor. This was getting her nowhere fast. At the rate this was going, she would have to get serious. She tapped her right ear, activating the communicator within. Mistress Long. I have a problem. Clearly. Mifone Long, Guild Master of Celestial Blade and the 7th Wizard Saint, was not far from one of her guildmates' predicament. In fact, she was much closer than anyone would have expected. Her airship known as Sunraiser floated several hundred feet in the sky above, keeping a close eye on the situation. Though unlike most airships that looked more akin to a pirate ship, Sunraiser was more like a dreadnought battleship. She took a sip of tea as she sat at the helm of the ship before she spoke. Really, Zarina, you must work to control that temper of yours. My apologies, mistress. Shall I prepare myself for punishment upon my return? Mifone couldn't help but laugh a little before she answered. Oh goodness no. You don't have to be so serious all the time. Honestly Zarina, you really must loosen up a bit. It's no wonder you haven't found a boyfriend yet. But in any event, it's clear that your cover has been blown. However, since we're here, I hereby grant you permission to take out the trash. You have the authorization to use your full power. You have my thanks. Zarina's hand grasped her blade and slowly drew it from its large sheath from behind her back, revealing the giant blue and yellow blade. Good, fighting without her blade was a handicap she didn't care much for. But now that she had permission, she could finally put an end to this nonsense. The members of Dark Stallion weren't impressed, the same man from before speaking up. Oh no, she has a giant sword? Whatever shall we do? Please lady, it's about 100 of us against one of you. Do you really think something like that is going to make a difference? She said nothing as she raised the giant weapon high into the air. All right then. Time to separate the warriors from the fodder. She swung her blade and what followed was a powerful force of wind that sent everyone before her high into the air before they came crashing down, leaving only Zarina standing. Just like I thought. Not a single true warrior among them. Here I was hoping I could at least get in a little exercise. However, just as she was about to contact her guild master about the situation, she noticed someone from behind her slowly beginning to make it up to his feet. His skin didn't look normal. Rather it looked much more as if it was made of rock. He slowly dusted himself off as she continued to look at him. Well now, at least one of them might make for a proper warm-up. Tough little lady, aren't ya? The man said as he slowly creaked his neck. I'll admit, you're much stronger than me and my boys gave you credit for, but I'm not the toughest in the guild for nothing. My rock body magic makes me practically invulnerable to anything. It's about 20 times more durable than steel. Your wind magic may be strong, but if that's the best you can do, then this won't take long at all. He slowly began to make his way towards her, his face full of confidence, but Zarina merely stared back at him. So you think that victory is guaranteed after you got up after such a display? It seems you're hardly better than the rest of your guild after all. You talk tough shit for a lady who just saw her magic do jack shit to her opponent. He said with a grin. Face it, sweetie, your wind magic can't hurt me. However, to his surprise, Zarina let out a small smile of her own. You idiot. That wasn't wind magic. That was just the force of my sword. A practice swing if you want to be more accurate. The man stopped walking, his eyes slowly widening. No way. You're bluffing. Am I? She answered as her sword then began to glow a radiant gold, a large pillar of energy erupting from her as she prepared to swing her sword once more. But if you're so confident that you can handle my magic, then let's put your rock body magic to the test, shall we? Pulling her blade back, she soon swung it forward, a large torrent of golden energy coming from her blade, enveloping her enemy and a great deal of the land behind him. Sacra Esplosioni. A bright flash of light could be seen from miles away, trees shook and snapped, the ground quaked slightly, and when the dust settled, not only was the last mage of Dark Stallion on the ground, unconscious, but the half of the large fortress behind him had been wiped completely off the map. The bottom portion looked just as it had before, with strong stone bricks being used as the main foundations, but the upper half, it was as if it never existed. Even some of the mountain that was a few miles away didn't come out unscathed, the very top having been blown clear off. Proud of her work, Zarina smiled before realizing just what she had done. Oh crud. I went overboard again, didn't I? Yes, you did. She could practically hear her guild master sighing in annoyance before she continued. But there's nothing you need to be concerned about. Maria told me that she and the guild master live down below in a fortified cellar in one of her reports. He's a rather precautious individual according to her. It's more than likely what I seek lies there. Shall I proceed with the mission? Zarina asked. No need. You've done quite enough. I'm quite certain that was most of the rabble taken care of. You can return to the ship now. I'll handle the rest. This will require a more delicate approach. With a simple teleportation spell, the two female mages changed spots, the proud guild master of Celestial Blade heading towards what she had hoped would be just the information she was searching for. In all honesty, I hadn't expected we would find something so soon. Either the traitor I've been searching is getting sloppy, or they're about to plan something big. Dark guilds all over Fiore have been acting out far more than usual, as if to distract us from something else. Whatever the case is, I'll have my answer soon enough. Heading down into the cellar, Mifon Long was met with minimal resistance. As she had expected, Zarina had taken care of the bulk of Dark Stallion forces. The few mages that had decided to hold themselves down below fell with ease. That suited her just fine. She had a schedule to keep after all. Finally, she had stopped in front of what appeared to be a steel-reinforced door. Surrounding the door on the walls were all kinds of lacrima, no doubt put in place to give the door some kind of magical enchantment. No doubt to protect the one inside from any powerful magic. She smirked as she placed her hand on the hard metal. Well, a rather fortified last-ditch defense if I have to say so myself. It would be impossible for some run-of-the-mill mage. For me, however. Child's play. By merely pointing her index finger at the door, a small beam, purple in color, fired out, piercing through the magical barrier that appeared to try to stop the attack and through the door itself. After making a circular motion with her hand, a large hole was cut through, leaving her more than enough room to waltz right on in. Hello, is anyone home? Sorry for just barging right in, terrible manners I know. I would have knocked, but I somehow doubt you're in a chatting mood. There were only two people in the room at the moment. One is a man with a short beard and yellow hair with some sort of armor, the other was a beautiful woman with long dark hair within a hogue, brown eyes and wore rather tight spandex that clung to her body. You. How did you get in here? The man asked. Weren't you paying attention? I let myself in. Miphone answered. I take it you're the guild master. So what if I am? Do you honestly think I'm going to just let you waltz on in here and take me away? I don't care if you are a wizard saint, I won't go down without a dash. The guild master didn't have the chance to finish his sentence, the woman behind him having struck him from behind with her right foot, her leg currently extending all the way across the room. The limb slowly returned to its normal length as the guild master fell to the floor, unconscious. God, I've been wanting to do that for such a long time. You would not believe how many times he boasted over and over about how unmatched amazing he was. What a load. It's good to see you're still in high spirits as ever, Maria. Maria Grimmer was a former dark mage who used to work directly under one of the many guilds controlled by RSINCs. After having been abandoned by her allies after a mission gone horribly wrong, the former criminal was soon found by Miphone, who offered her a deal. A full pardon and membership to Celestial Blade, so long as she acted as her informant. Needless to say, Maria had agreed to her terms and had dutifully served her since. As high as they can be in a dump like this, Maria said with a roll of her eyes. Well, anyways, you're not here for ideal chit-chat, I'm sure. You're here for something of actual value. Is it true then? Miphone asked. You finally found a connection to the Magic Council. Yeah. As I said, that dumbass of a guild master gloats far more than he should when I get flirty enough. He's been getting instructions from within the council for where he needed to send some extra muscle. Something about causing a huge ruckus for something big. Well, all this hearsay is great, but did he ever give you a name? Miphone asked as she looked down at the unconscious guild master. I'm afraid not. He had loose lips, but not that loose. But I do have something more substantial. Maria slowly strode away from Miphone and over to a nearby vault. He keeps a special communication lacrima inside of this safe. It's used only for talking with his special contact. I may not have heard the conversations myself, but if I give you this, then we can look back on any of the previous conversations the two have had, Miphone said with a smile. This was just what she needed. Voice manipulation magic and communication larsima didn't mix well, almost always resulting in a garbled mess. If the two parties wanted to have a proper discussion, it was simply out of the question. Even if you disguised yourself to hide your appearance, I'll be more than capable of narrowing down my results with your voice alone. Firing a small laser from her finger, Miphone quickly cut a hole into the safe. Maria reached in and grabbed the magical orb quickly, about to show it to Miphone with a large smile. And with that, I can leave this place and stay at a real home. Miphone, however, quickly noticed something. A small part of the lacrima was beginning to blink. At first, she thought it was just her eyes playing tricks on her, but as the blinking continued, her eyes widened. Maria, throw it away right now. Not sure what the wizard saint was telling her to do, Maria quickly followed her orders regardless and threw the lacrima to the other side of the room, running behind Miphone as it crashed into the wall. A large explosion soon erupted from the orb and consumed the entire room. As the smoke slowly cleared, the two women stood unharmed, though this was largely in part due to the large purple barrier made of magic that Miphone had managed to rise up at just the last second. Self-destruct. Damn it all, that was careless. He must have placed a spell that would destroy the orb if someone other than himself touched it. I should have been the one to grab it myself. If I had, I may have noticed and taken the necessary precautions. Ugh, I can't believe that jackass actually pulled a stunt like that, Maria said angrily. Damn it, weeks of hanging out with these lecherous assholes and shitty food, all for nothing. Not quite, Miphone said as she walked over to the source of the explosion. We still managed to disband Dark Stallion. That in itself was more than worth the time we spent coming here. Besides, she bent down then and moved her hand about on the floor. Finally, she stopped and picked up a few small shards of the destroyed lacrima. We still have these. You honestly think you're going to get anything useful out of that? Maria asked. It's possible. The information stored within may have been fragmented, but if I can hear the voice of the traitor, even for just a moment, it'll be a huge step forward to resolving this mystery. Why not just ask this jackass here? Maria asked as she picked up the unconscious guild master. I'm sure he'll blab if we make him talk. I doubt that. If someone from the Magic Council decided to use this man for their work, it means that they trusted them to keep their mouths shut. A glory hound and chatterbox he may have been to your advances, but he seemed to know when to keep quiet. Any information we would get out of them would more than likely be nothing more than a red herring. Furthermore, even if we were to acquire accurate information, it would be the word of a dark mage against that of a respected member of the Magic Council. No, if I'm to get any real results, I need solid evidence. Miphone then sighed. In any event, your current assignment is now over. Take this time to relax. I'll need your services again in the future. Yeah, former dark mage's work is never done, Maria said before she smirked. But that's fair enough, I suppose. Well, I'm going to go crash at a 5-star hotel or some kind of fancy shit. You gonna go out and kick more ass for truth and justice some more today? Miphone chuckled for a moment before answering. No, not quite. I have something special planned for today. I'm meeting with someone special that I haven't seen in quite some time. Oh, your fiancé? Maria asked with a grin. I know he's always busy with all kinds of crazy adventures. No, not Serena, Miphone said with a smile of her own. I'm going to reunite with my successor. She could still remember the day she first met her quite clearly, 8 years ago. X776. I can't believe how incompetent those two fools are. I swear if anything happens to her before I get there, those two are going to wish the beatdown I gave them earlier is all they're going to get. Miphone Long, then S-class member of Fairy Tail, was not in a particularly good mood at the moment. Apparently, a relatively new member of the guild, only 11 years old who had joined while Miphone was away, had taken on a B-class mission by herself with no supervision to speak of. The mission she was charged with? Vulcan slaying. Mako and Wakaba, the mage's master Makarov had left in charge during his absence for the guild master conference, apparently let her go without asking what mission she was going on. They assured her that she was overreacting, that the little girl was rather gifted with magic, but in her mind, that was no excuse. She hadn't even been in the guild for a month and they were allowing her to take on B-class monsters. Not to mention the two had clearly drunk more than enough alcohol to affect their judgment if the smell and empty glasses nearby were anything to go by. Having given the two of them a piece of her mind, and a black eye each, she was just about to enter a clearing into the forest she had wandered into. This was where the vulgar creatures called home. To say she was nervous was an understatement. For all she knew, she was about to find the bloody corpse of a young girl, her life taken far too soon. However, as the Vulcan habitat came into view, her eyes widened. What she saw were indeed bloody corpses, but not of the one she had been concerned for. Rather, she could count at least 5 Vulcans lying in a pool of their own blood, their bodies missing large chunks of flesh and even missing limbs. Miphone had assumed that this had to have been the work of a much stronger creature, but to her shock and awe, the culprit was none other than a small red-headed child, no doubt the one she had come to save. With a rapier in hand, she thrust her sword into the chest of the last remaining Vulcan, the creature letting out one last groan of pain before she withdrew her blade, the beast collapsing to the ground. Miphone could hardly believe her eyes. She's only been in the guild for a few weeks. For someone her age and experience to be capable of something like this, who is she? The little girl swung her sword to the ground, the last bit of blood from the Vulcan having been shaken off. Slowly she began to sheath her weapon when she could hear the sound of applause. Turning around to the direction of the noise, she noticed a young woman clapping her hands with a smile on her face. Bravo! Truly, a performance worthy of one who bears a mark of Fairy Tail. The young girl gave her a questioning look before she called out to her. Who are you? Oh, you don't need to worry about me, Miphone said before she showed the young mage her purple guild mark on her right hand. I'm a member of Fairy Tail, just like you. I must say, I'm very impressed by your performance here. Tell me, what's your name? It's Urza Scarlet. Blunt and to the point, Urza answered the question before she began to walk over to her. Well Urza, it's rare to find someone with such raw talent and ability at your age. Usually, mages don't become as strong as you are till they hit their mid-teens to early 20s. Mifone said to her. But, I must ask, why did you come here all by yourself? I didn't need anyone's help, Urza said as she continued to walk past Mifone. They would have just held me back. Oh my, quite the confident one aren't we? Mifone said as she followed behind her. But you know that if something had gone wrong, you may have been in some serious trouble. As I told you before, I don't need anyone's help, Urza repeated as she continued to keep on walking. Now frowning, Mifone began to walk faster and soon got in front of her. As she got a good look at Urza's face, she could see a stone-cold face, showing no hint of emotion as she stopped before her. Mifone knew that look all too well, it was just like the one she used to see in the mirror when her parents died. What are you doing? Urza asked. Move. No, I don't think I will be, Mifone said before she knelt down. I can tell by that look in your face. Your eyes, you've been through quite a bit haven't you? And so what if I have? Urza replied, the young mage not in the mood for meaningless chit-chat. Mifone sighed. She seemed to be quite stubborn. Well, I may not know exactly what you went through, but I do understand the kind of pain you're going through right now. You're afraid of opening up to people because you're afraid that you'll be hurt again. Urza said nothing and tried to walk around Mifone, but she felt a hand on her right shoulder. I don't know if you lost someone important to you, or if you were betrayed, but you can't hope to continue living your life like this. Fairy Tale isn't just a guild, it's a family. A family? The young girl asked as she looked at Mifone. I know that it sounds a bit far-fetched to believe, but it's the truth. Many people from Fairy Tale have experienced some sort of hardship or another. The loss of their family. Their entire town destroyed by a ravaging monster, dark guilds running amok causing all sorts of chaos. We all have our own burdens and misfortunes, but Fairy Tale is a fresh start. A new beginning for all of us. We support each other and lend our hands to any of our members who fall. No matter how dark it gets, the guild hall tends to act as a ray of light to a shining future. I know. Urza whispered, looking down to the ground as she closed her eyes. Grandpa Rob would tell me such wondrous stories of the guild. And Master Makarov and Lady Porlyosika have been so kind. But, my heart needs to remain on its own. I can't get too close. I don't want to lose anyone else. Urza closed her eyes then as the memories of her opaste once again came to her mind. She knew that this wasn't right. That she should listen to what Gray told her and to move on, but that didn't make the task any easier. Wait a moment, is this the girl that Rob gave his life away to save? Mifone thought to herself as she now looked at Urza in a whole new light. She had learned through one of Makarov's letters that Rob had passed on, also he could allow for one of the slaves at the many towers of heaven to escape. Rob had been very kind to her in the time she had been in the guild. For him to have given up his life for this girl, he must have seen something in her that Mifone had yet to. To spend so many years of your childhood as a slave and to watch someone who you loved die before your very eyes, no wonder she's too afraid to make new connections. Even so. I understand what you're going through, Mifone said as she knelt down to get to Urza's eye level. I lost my whole family a few years ago. When I saw their bodies, I felt empty. Like nothing else in the world mattered. That no one could possibly understand the pain I was going through. So many people claimed that I was lucky to have survived and to have inherited so much money, but no amount of jewel could heal the hole in my heart that my parents' death left in me. She smiled before she continued. But my father was an old friend of Makarov's, just like Rob, and he offered me a place to stay once he found the orphanage I had been sent to. He gave me a new family that I could place my trust in, and they haven't left me down since. Her hand went over to Urza's cheek as she continued. We can be that second family that helps fill the hole in your heart too, but only if you let us. Urza stared at Mifone before she lifted her right hand and grabbed the hand that rested on her cheek. Do you promise that it'll help? That it will make this pain go away? That I won't lose anyone else? Mifone shook her head. I can't promise you anything, but what I can help you with is protecting our new family. Urza stared at her for what seemed like an eternity before she spoke once more. I suppose I'll give it a chance. Good. Now, let's get you back home. I'm sure everyone that isn't those two drunken dullards is worried sick about you. It seemed like forever ago since that faithful day. The wizard saint couldn't help but smile at the fond memory as she and her informant were soon teleported back inside of her floating airship, the Sunraiser. She couldn't wait to see her once again, and she knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Urza felt the same way. It's been far too long since our last meeting, Urza. I can't wait to see just how much stronger you've gotten, as well as that Quincy Cypliel is so fond of. Achoo. Bambietta quickly whipped her nose with a tissue, an eyebrow raised in confusion. That's weird. I didn't feel sick at all last night. Maybe someone was talking about you, Lucy said as she walked out of her room clad in her white and blue shirt and short skirt. She had a very important mission she was going on soon, and it required her to get to the train station in the next town as soon as it opened. Bambietta didn't know the exact details, but Lucy had let her know that the pay was quite large, and some of it would be going to their next date. Still, she wasn't really used to seeing her girlfriend as she prepared for her training with Urza. Usually, she and Rukia were the only ones up so early in the morning. Oh come on Lucy, that's just a superstition, unless this place has some really weird magic I don't know about. Bambietta retorted. Anyways, are you sure you're going to be fine on your own? I can take care of myself just fine Bambi, Lucy told her as she walked over to the front door. I know I'm not quite as strong as you or Natsu, but I can more than hold my own in a fight or two. I know, Bambietta responded before she sighed. I just don't want you to get hurt, that's all. I know you're strong and all, but if anyone gets past your spirits, what are you going to do then? She has more than enough power to last long enough if such a thing were to occur, Rukia said as she emerged from the closet. It's perfectly natural for you to be a bit worried about her, but you need to relax. If you go train with Urza while you're distracted she'll kick my ass, I know, Bambietta said before she groaned. The last time she fought Urza when her mind was elsewhere, the scarlet-haired mage soundly defeated her in their sparring match, faster than usual anyways. That's not a pain, or lecture I want to go through again. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't heard from the redhead in a while, the S-class wizard having gone on a week-long mission to deal with a powerful team of monsters, taking Lilt Otto with her as some sort of backup. However, she was supposed to be back this morning and Bambietta had no doubt that Urza was still waiting for her at the training grounds. She heard Lucy let out a squeal of happiness then as she turned around, the blonde holding a package of some sort. Okay, I'll bite, what book did you get this time? It's not a book, Lucy said with a large smile on her face as she placed the box down on the kitchen table. Slowly she opened it up with a glimmer in her eyes. Dad told me that he was sending over something I haven't seen in years, it'll be great to finally have around home. Bambietta's eyebrow raised slightly as she heard the news. Lucy and her father had managed to patch things up rather smoothly despite her interrupting her girlfriend's passionate speech to her father after the Phantom Lord incident. Jude had since done what he could to make amends, helping Fairy Tail with any and all costs that were associated with the incident and was apparently in talks with Makarov with improving the guild hall. He had wanted to help out Lucy with her rent as well, but she had refused his kind offer, wanting to see if she could make a living on her own. So what's in the box then? A really nice family portrait? A special celestial spirit that you left back home? A really fancy dress? Nope, and nope, Lucy said as she finally removed all of the decorative wrappings and opened the box. It's not something that's inherently expensive or anything like that, this is something that's of more sentimental value. Finally reaching in, Lucy pulled out a doll. Blonde hair, a single blue eye with the other covered by a rose and a fancy pink dress. It didn't look like anything special though, for some strange reason, Bambietta could sense something was different about it. She couldn't quite place what just yet, but it was as if it had some sort of life to it. Me and Gonzalez here go way back. Out of all the gifts I ever got from my mom, she was easily my favorite. Right there and then, it suddenly all came together for Bambietta. A gift from your mom, huh? That explains why you were so excited. Bambietta could sympathize, at least a little bit. Her father wasn't exactly keen on birthdays, in fact, he never bothered to attend a single one of hers back in the day. She hadn't earned the right for him to care back then, as he would put it. She could still remember her father talking to her mother about it. Until she proves her worth to me, I see no reason why I need to spend my valuable time on such trivial matters. You want me to see her on her birthday, Lib? Then raise her up strong. Ensure that she is worthy of your family name. Her brother Joshua has already done so. See to it that she doesn't disappoint me like those other failures we've disposed of. She shuddered as his words faded into her head, her hand moving other to her left breast and clenched it, specifically her badge, a heart with golden wings was. Her father may not have given her anything for her birthday, but her mother had. This badge that she always wore, was the first and only gift her mother had been able to give to her. If I lost this, I don't know what I would do. She looked at Lucy and smiled then. Well, I'm glad that you're able to get her back. Did you play with her a lot? Oh, I did more than that, Lucy said as she stood next to her girlfriends and looked at Gonzalez. When I was really little, I used to treat her like she was my younger sister. We were practically family. I used to spend all of my free time with her as much as I could. We had tea parties, went on adventures in my family's garden, all kinds of fun things. Sounds like you had fun, Bambietta said as she then began to look at the doll, her eyes staring into its single blue eye. So what happened? Did you just forget to bring it with you? No. It's a bit more complicated than that, Lucy said as she then frowned. When my mom died, whenever I looked at Gonzalez, I was always just reminded of what I lost. So I started to play with her less and less until I just didn't use her anymore. She then looked over to Bambietta and grabbed her hand. But ever since I've come to Fairy Tale and meet you, I feel like that pain's gone away now. Especially now that I managed to work things out with my father, so I'm really glad that she's here now. She leaned forward and kissed Bambietta on the cheek. So thanks for that, Bambi. Oh, don't worry about thanking me, Bambietta said as she gave Lucy's hand a slight squeeze. We've both been there for each other when we've really needed it. That's what couples do, right? Yeah, it is, Lucy said before she looked at the clock. It was almost 5:30 a.m. Well, I got to get going if I'm going to make it to the station on time. Good luck with your training, Bambi. Thanks, Lucy, I'm gonna need it. With that, Lucy went for the door, giving Bambietta one last smile before she closed the door. Bambietta and Rukia looked at each other almost instantly before they looked back to the doll. You sensed it too, didn't you? Bambietta said as she walked over to the shelf where the toy stood. Yes, that doll, it's very small, but I can sense some spiritual pressure emanating from it, Rukia said as she soon joined Bambietta standing right in front of it. There's no doubt about it, it's full bring. A full bring. I thought you could only get that if your mother was attacked by a hollow or something like that, Bambietta said as she looked at Rukia. And last I checked, no one in this world even knows what those are. I just thought the one I killed in Clover Town was a freak accident. It is possible, though rare, for humans to obtain full bring without their mothers being attacked by hollows, Rukia stated. But that's not even accounting for how magic works in this world. It's possible that Lucy was seeping her own magic into the doll while she had it, or perhaps it was a hollow attack. Regardless of which, there's no doubting that if it stays in this household for long, it'll become sentient. You think it could be a threat? Bambietta asked. She knew of a few times when a full bring could go out of control and end up hurting its own wielder, or worse. She groaned in annoyance. Ugh, I really don't need to be worrying about this right now before we go to see Urza. I don't think it's anything to worry about, Rukia said as she looked at the doll once more. As long as it grows naturally and the progress isn't rushed, everything should turn out just fine. It could prove to be quite a valuable assist in battle actually. However, just to be safe that this is the case, I think it would be wise if we kept this between the two of us. That's fine by me. The last thing I want is for Lucy to be hounding me with a bunch of questions I really don't know the answer to, Bambietta said before she gave Rukia a smirk. Anyways, that's enough about fool brings. I have a sparring record I intend to improve. Making headway to their sparring grounds, Bambietta and Rukia found themselves slightly disappointed, as well as confused to find themselves appearing before Urza had. She had always made it a point to be punctual. Still, things like this could happen and odds were she was only running a few minutes late. However, after waiting for around 10 minutes, Bambietta had enough. Feeling that Urza wouldn't be this late unless it was for a good reason, Bambietta searched out for Urza's spiritual Ryotsu. Sensing it a few miles out of Magnolia, and with Liltato's own Ryotsu near the Titanias, Bambietta and Rukia decided it would be best to go straight to them instead for answers. Using Shunpo and Hirankyaku, they soon quickly closed in on their location. "Ah, there you two are," Bambietta said as she and Rukia appeared right in front of them. "I was getting a bit worried when you were running late." "Running late?" Urza asked, an eyebrow raised. "What do you mean? Didn't you get my letter?" "Yeah, she sent it to you several days ago, you should have gotten it by now," Liltato said. Rukia merely turned her head and looked at Bambietta with a look of irritation. "You haven't looked at your mail this week, have you?" "Yes, maybe, okay no I didn't," Bambietta said as her head fell low and her shoulders slumped. "You mean I actually could have slept in and got some proper sleep?" "Gah. Stupid, stupid, stupid." She quickly shook her head however, the Quincy not wanting to let herself look foolish for very long. "Well, I guess that one's on me. Still, what are the two of you doing all the way out here? You're nowhere near Magnolia." "Well, if you had read her letter, you would know Urza's going out to meet with her personal blacksmith," Liltato told her friend. "Something about giving Urza some considerable upgrades or something like that." "Not just that," Urza said with a smile. "Don't get me wrong, I'm more than looking forward to seeing the new armors I'll have available to me, but I'm also going to be seeing 3 close friends of mine. One of them is the blacksmith Liltato just mentioned, another is an old friend who I met while we trained under the same master, while the last one, well, I suppose it would be best to call her my mentor." "Your mentor?" Bambietta said with her eyes widening in shock. You mean, she's the one who taught you how to use the sword?" "No, nothing like that," Urza said as she shook her head as she walked forward. "I was taught the basics of the sword by someone else, and then everything I've learned since then has been my own style. No, she didn't train me much, but she helped me with something more important, my family." Not sure how to take what she said, Bambietta decided to press on as she and the others began to follow in Urza's direction. "I see. So was she strong?" "She was the strongest female wizard in Fairy Tail before I defeated her in a hard-fought battle on Tenro Island," Urza said as she glanced over to Bambietta. "It was how I became S-class actually. I haven't seen her fight in years, but given what I know about her, I have no doubt that she's still a considerably powerful wizard." "Well then, consider me hyped," Bambietta said with a grin. "Can I come along? Please? It's not like I got anything else going on." "Well, I had planned on this being a rather small gathering," Urza said as she took a moment to think about it. "But, you and Rukia are, in a way, being mentored by myself, much like she did with me, so I suppose it would be more than fine to bring you along. Besides..." Urza then looked Bambietta right in the eyes. "She has expressed a great deal of interest in you." "Me?" Bambietta asked as she pointed at herself. "Ook. That's kinda concerning. Still, she wouldn't let this detract from her wanting to see the woman Urza thought so fondly of." Bambietta then looked over to Liltato. "So why did she get to come before the rest of us?" "Because I was already with her when she got the message," Liltato answered before she grinned. "And because us sisters like to stick together. It was also because she's also going to be taking the S-class exams soon," Urza added. "Though at the rate you're going Bambietta, you'll be joining her." She then looked over to Rukia. "Will you be coming along as well? It's a far walk." "I must admit, I am a bit curious," Rukia said before she smiled. "Go ahead, lead the way." After hours of walking and a few "are we there yet?" from Bambietta, the Fairy Tail wizards had finally arrived at their destination. Looking down from a hill, the 4 could see a small house with a water wheel attached to it in a nearby river. Bambietta narrowed her eyes in disappointment. "This is the place where you get all of your awesome swords and armor? I mean, it's a nice house, I won't deny that, but it doesn't look any different from a normal home besides that water wheel. I was expecting something over the top, like a huge castle or something. Urza chuckled as she placed a hand on Bambietta's shoulder. Looks can be quite deceiving at times, Bambietta. I know it's not exactly what you were expecting, but, well, I think it'll be better for you see it firsthand why this place is so special instead of simply taking my word for it. I think that's going to have to wait. We have company. Lil Otto commented as she pointed off to the left of the house. Emerging from the forest, they could see a dozen or so giant men heading towards their destination. Appearing to be at least 50 feet tall and carrying almost as large swords, axes, and shields. Seems like they have business with your friend as well. Giants, Urza said as she looked at the approaching threat. In most circumstances, humans and giants got along rather well. Disputes and conflicts were rare and usually, peace would ultimately win out. However, some giants were of the belief that their species were far superior to humans and used their overwhelming magic and strength to plunder villages for their food and gold. Given their rugged appearance, as well as the weapons they were carrying, it was clear to the S-class wizard that something was about to go down. She believed she recognized the giant leading the charge too. Bald with a medium-sized black beard and several scars across his face, Urza was positive she knew who this was. Niba Waisaki. He's a former giant lord who was banished from his clan after committing several crimes against mankind. What kind of crimes? Bambietta asked with curiosity. The murder of several mages, theft, arson, and the destruction of 2 guilds. He's considered an S-class level threat. Urza answered. He seems nice. Lil Otto chimed in. Finally stopping his approach, Niba shouted out in the direction of the blacksmith's home. Alright Miss Hart Cruz, I've waited long enough. For weeks I've sent one of my boys over to get you to make weapons for us, but each time they come back covered in bruises. I thought I'd let you off easy since you're the last elf, but my patience has finally run out. Now you're either going to make me and my boys some of the best weapons you've ever made, or I'm going to use your head as a bead on my necklace. This isn't good, Rukia stated as she had taken the time to get a gauge on the giant's spiritual pressure. Several of these giants are at least B-class. A few are A-class as well. Looking back to Urza, Rukia began to draw out her Zanpakuto. We have to act now, if we don't, your friend will surely be caught in the crossfire of our battle. Bambietta seemingly agreed as her sword formed in her right hand. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Finally some action. Urza, however, didn't look worried at all. In fact, she smiled. Your desire to help her out is appreciated, but not necessary. I suggest we just sit back and watch what happens. Excuse you. Bambietta yelled. I think we've heard more than enough. He's going to rip your friend's head off if we don't act. Bambietta's right, Rukia replied. If we don't act quickly dash. It was in that moment however when the Quincy and Soul Reaper felt it. 2 large spiritual pressures, both of them coming from none other than the house in the center of all the action. The door slowly opened, revealing 2 women. One had long orangish-brown hair and brown eyes. Her spiritual pressure was fairly large, higher than even Urza's in her Heaven's Wheel armor in fact. The other woman had short pink hair and eyes, freckles and was a bit shorter than her companion. However, her spiritual pressure was in a different league all its own. Large, intense, powerful. That woman, her spiritual pressure is practically on par with Captain Konamura's. Rukia thought as her eyes widened. Just how many people would she run into this world with powers on par with the Godey's elite? It was insane. Boy, you sure do like to hear the sound of your own voice, don't you? The pink-haired woman asked as she slowly walked over to the giant, her hands on her hips. I could hear you from all the way downstairs. Don't you know it's more polite to knock instead of screaming your demands? Honestly, I know the saying is that the customer is always right, but that doesn't give you an excuse to be rude. She was frowning, and clearly not impressed by the threats from the giant man. Rude? You're the one who keeps sending my boys back to me all black and blue. Niba yelled at her. Actually, that was Yuki's doing, not mine. The pink-haired woman retorted as she pointed to her friend. I was too busy working on something that was actually worth my time. She then gave the giant a sly grin. She filled me in on the details though, and I'm not interested. Is the money I've offered not enough? I can easily dash. The giant began to speak, but the pink-haired woman rose her hand, interrupting him. Money isn't the concern. My pride, however, is. She frowned again before she continued. It's true that I make weapons for anybody, but I refuse to have my life's work be used for the sake of crime and bigotry. You Niba, aren't worthy of my work. Not worthy. Niba yelled at her. Do you know who you're talking to? I was one of the great giant lords. I served honorably in the great clan army. I am one of the strongest giants to have ever been born, while you are dash. All the while, the pink-haired woman couldn't help but roll her eyes. Oh, terrific, another long-winded villain speech. Truly how I wanted to start my morning. Yes, you're so great and powerful, surely someone like little old me couldn't possibly hold a candle to your power. She interrupted. But as much as I'm enjoying listening to this cliched speech of yours, which could no doubt go on till the end of the world, I literally have a million better things to do. Rage now overcoming his face, Niba began to slowly draw the large sword from his back. That's it, I will not be insulted by some low-born elf filth. You will die here and now by my hand. However, if she was intimidated whatsoever, she didn't show it. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at his massive sword, almost the size of a bus. It was curved and made out of some kind of metal, but it was slightly chipped around the blade. She couldn't help but scoff at his threat. That's your weapon? Really? All it has going for it is the size. Not to mention how it's chipped all over, you've never bothered to get it repaired even once, have you? She jumped backward then, the giant swinging his massive blade at her. Swinging his sword like a barbarian, Niba's blade was unable to hit her, the chipped metal always seemed just a few inches away from her head. Anyone else might have had a focused, or more concerned appearance, but it seemed to Bambietta that she looked more annoyed than anything, her eyes not having a hint of fear as she frowned. She dodged to the right then as the sword barely missed her once more. Is that a club or a sword? Tell me, do you have any kind of formal training? I've seen 12-year-olds with more skill than what you've shown me. Silence. Niba yelled out before he swung his sword down to her left side. Somersaulting over the massive blade, she landed on one foot, a broadsword with a black handle and gold hilt now in her right hand. Well, as fun as a workout this has been, I think it's time we put an end to this little charade. A C-class sword will more than suffice against what you've shown me. C-class? What's she mean by that? Bambietta asked as she looked over to Urza. Elizabeth tends to place her weapons in classes based on how powerful she deems them to be, Urza replied as she watched the battle intensely. All of my weapons are at least C-class in nature. Regular swords are merely considered E-class by her standards, D-class being weapons that have just the slightest bit of magic in them and are sharper than any non-magical blade, while C-class, well, she looked to Bambietta then and gave her a small smile. How's about I just let her demonstrate? Niba looked at the weapon in her hand and began to laugh. You think you can defeat me with something like that? It doesn't even begin to hold a candle to my blade. I'll crush it, and you in one blow. Really? Elizabeth remarked before she grinned. I see. Tell you what, see this spot? She pointed to the ground with her sword before she continued. I won't move from it. So go ahead, Giant Lord, hit me with your best. Seeing the grand opportunity she was presenting him, Niba ran over and charged where the elf stood. He jumped into the air, his blade held high before he came crashing down onto her as she raised her blade to defend. A loud clang was heard before dust and debris filled the air, preventing anyone from seeing just what had transpired. 20 or so seconds passed until finally, the air was clear for all to see. As she proclaimed, Elizabeth remained standing where she had, her blade still intact and in one piece. The same could not be said for Niba's blade, however, the giant metal sword now cut in half and a horrible slash now running up his arm. Niba screamed in pain as he backed away, dropping his blade before he looked back at her in shock. But, how? The boss's weapon should have crushed you. One of his underlings yelled. Elizabeth smirked as she looked over to the crowd of giants. If this was a normal sword, you would be right, my blade would have snapped like a twig. But that's the thing about magic, it can make the impossible, possible. In this case, my sword's magical abilities simply allowed me to cut through his blade like it was nothing but butter. Battles with magical swords aren't just decided by physical might, but more often than not, the magic within, the material that is used, and most importantly of all, the wielder. She looked over to Niba once more as she frowned. If you don't know that much about magical weapons, then you never would have had what it took to draw out their full potential. Growling with rage, he began to glow with some kind of brown energy. Fine. If my sword won't be enough to crush you, then feel the power of my magical guh. One only simply needed to look down to see what had transpired. Elizabeth had punched the giant square in the stomach, her look of annoyance returning to her face. Yeah, no thanks. Like I said before, I literally have a million better things to do. Niba let out one more grunt of pain before he fell over to the ground, falling face first into the dirt. Dusting her hands off, Elizabeth slowly raised her head up before her eyes made contact with the mages up on the hill. Oh, Urza, you're already here. I'll be with you in just a bit, I just need to finish taking out some trash first. Trash? Is she referring to us? She's mad if she thinks she can take on all of us. Get her. Running and yelling at the top of their lungs, the giants began to descend on Elizabeth. However, to the surprise of them all, she turned her back to them as she began to head back to her home. Yuki, I'm going to contact the Magic Council to pick up these troublemakers. I trust you can handle this. With pleasure, Yuki said before she drew out her rapier and began to approach the horde of giants. Bambietta watched her intently, wondering just what it was she was going to do. She kept her eyes glued on her, and then she was gone. Gosh! Looking over to where the giants were a mere moment ago, Bambietta's eyes widened as she saw Yuki before them, slowly sheathing her blade as they fell to the ground, the giants covered in slashes and cuts all over their bodies. What? I didn't even see her move. As to be expected, Urza said as she smiled. Yuki the Flashblade is considered to be one of the fastest wizards in all of Fiori. I suspect even Laxus would have a hard time dealing with her speed. That's insane, Bambietta said as she looked at Urza. You know her. We learned how to use the sword under the same master. She was the only other person I learned with. Jez, and what about her? Bambietta asked as she pointed to Elizabeth as she closed the door. There is no way I'm going to buy, that's just some blacksmith. Oh, I suppose I didn't tell you, did I? She may be my personal blacksmith, but she's also one of the 10 wizard saints. Urza said as she began to make her way down the hill. One of the saints. Bambietta gasped as she stared down at the house. Well, that explains a lot. From what I've heard, they're the equivalent of captains in this country. I thought what Lil Tato had told me about them was slightly exaggerated, but I see now that her claims weren't exaggerated. Rukia said as she placed a hand on Bimabietta's shoulder. Come on, let's not keep them waiting. Why yeah. Bambietta thought to herself as she began to follow the others inside. The scary thing is, I don't think we've seen her get even remotely serious. The first floor wasn't anything special, if anything it was about what Bambietta had expected. Just some brick walls with windows, a wooden floor, a counter where the transactions no doubt took place, and several kinds of weapons hung among the walls and in several display cases. Everything so far had been exactly what Bambietta had been expecting. The basement, however, was a different story. It wasn't what was inside that surprised her. No, that was all fairly standard as bellows, furnaces, polishers, and anvils could be found, but rather the sheer size of it. Far as her eye could see, the basement continued to go on for what looked like miles, littered with all kinds of magical weapons she had never seen before. Well, this place sure is, It's a bit overwhelming the first time you see it, I know, Urza said as Elizabeth turned around to look at them with a smile. Oh Urza, it's been far too long. How have you been? I've been well, in thanks to you, Urza answered simply. Your armor always comes through in a pinch. Urza's hardened expression and body gave way just a little bit. Bambietta was quick to notice it. It was faint, but not unlike how Urza would drop her walls a little back at the guild hall. Yes, well, I should be thanking you if anything, Elizabeth said before she elbowed Urza on her chest plate. Thanks to the rumors about you managing to hold off Jose till Makarov arrived, sales have gone up by 20%. Giving you some of my best products is the least I can do for you. Honestly, I can't believe how much you've grown since we finished training with Master, Yuki said. I never thought you would reach the levels of power you have now. Fighting Jose is no joke. No, it wasn't, Bambietta whispered from behind, a momentary flash of pain crossing her memory. But, all's well that ends well, right? Urza took a deep breath. We all fought him with everything we had. And brought against a wizard saint's magic the armor of a fellow saint. I could not allow himself to give an inch. Neither Fairy Tale nor you, Elizabeth, deserved such a dishonor. Oh, don't you worry about that, Urza, Elizabeth said with a grin. That's why I brought you here. Honestly, if I had known you would have gotten in a fight with Jose, I would have asked you to come here sooner. I've made some considerable upgrades to your arsenal, as well as 2 new armors. They are exceptionally powerful. Wait. Bambietta looked from Urza to Elizabeth and back again, a small handful of times. Finally, she ended by looking at the blacksmith while pointing at Urza. She's going to be even more powerful. That she is, much more. Elizabeth said as she looked at Bambietta. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't think we've been properly introduced. I'm Elizabeth Hart Cruz. Basterbine, Bambietta Basterbine, the Quincy said, smirking a bit. She was one step short of following that up with, and I like my elves shaken or stirred. Before thinking better of it. For one, she was in a relationship so flirting was out, and 2, nobody present would get it. So instead she went for the simpler option. It's a pleasure. Ah, I see. You're that Quincy that Robert talks about from time to time. Elizabeth said. He talks about you and all the other Quincy he trained rather fondly. It's so nice to finally meet you. Robert is here. Lil Tato said as she looked over to Bambietta. Bambi, I. She wasn't sure what to say to her friend. She had seen the Quincy die firsthand, but Bambietta, she and Robert went way back. Old man. Rob? Bambietta asked, her eyes going wide. Her expression softened soon enough, the Quincy beginning to wear an honest smile. Oh? You didn't know he was alive? Well, that's odd. I would have sworn he would have tried to contact you if he thought you were worried. Elizabeth spoke. No, knowing Robert, the shame of what happened to us all must have hit him pretty hard. Lil Tato thought to herself. She looked over to Bambietta, glad to see that she was happy. Looks like we have a visit to look forward to down the line. Bambietta continued to grin. That book. It was you. It all made sense to her now. He was still trying to help them as best he could. She had no doubt that he was guilt-ridden over what had happened, but Bambietta knew she would just have to make a point to snap him out of his funk. Elizabeth then looked over to the short Quincy. That means you're Lil Tato. Robert spoke highly of your intelligence. I hear Urza thinks you're S-class worthy. I will let you know how it goes. Lil Tato answered, still not sure how to feel on being recommended for it before anyone else. And what about you? Elizabeth said as she looked over to Rukia. I can tell from your garbs, you're a soul reaper aren't ya? Well yes, technically, Rukia said. I mean I do have a Zanpakuto and all and dash. Can I see it? Elizabeth asked, her eyes sparkling with joy. I mean, I've heard so much about them from Unoana but I've never actually seen one in person before. Can I? Please. Wait, Unoana died. Bambietta whispered into Lil Tato's ear. You never told me that. Lil Tato couldn't help but roll her eyes. That's because I didn't know either. Honestly, Bambi, it's not like I was everywhere in the war when you died. Unohana. The reggae eye of Rukia flinched. What manner of monster could have managed that? Still, she knew that was a question for another time. After all, the ebb and flow of battle was a pathway to unexpected outcomes. She unsheathed her sword then, holding the blade so that it pointed towards the ground. Dance, Sode no Shirayuki. Elizabeth's eyes continued to sparkle as she got to her knees getting a closer look at the sword. Oh, oh my. She reached her hand out then, and slowly caressed blade. The pure whiteness of the blade and handle. The ribbon, it's beautiful. She then looked up at Rukia's face. And this small yet distinct chill, this is an ice-based Zanpakuto, isn't it? Why yes. Rukia was a little taken back by Elizabeth's fondness for her Zanpakuto, the Regai feeling herself become a little embarrassed. Yes, though I haven't really reached its full potential yet. Hey, don't be shy. Bambietta suddenly said, the Quincy butting into the situation. Tell her how it kept getting voted the prettiest Zanpakuto in all of the Seoul Society year after year. Most beautiful, Lil Tato piped up. Oh, such a shame. I was really hoping I could see the full power of this thing, though as it is, I can tell it would be at least a B rank. Elizabeth said as she stood up. Bankai, right? I know it's even rarer for Soul Reapers to obtain the form, but just the thought of seeing what it could look like, the sheer power, oh, it's just too much to take. Give her a few years. Her identical twin got hers eventually and used it to kill as Nod. Lil Tato replied. Seriously? Bambietta said as her eyes widened. She was the one who killed as Nod. With Bankai? The hell did I miss? The original obtained a Bankai. Despite it not being her own accomplishment, the Regai could not help but smile. Memories of Kai and Shiba and the training came to the forefront of her own. He'd be so proud. Urza was happy to see all of her friends so lively during this visit. Still, she did have pressing matters of her own. Elizabeth, this armor you speak of. Elizabeth blinked for a moment before reality finally caught up with her. Oh, right, of course. Right, this way. She began to guide the wizards down a hallway where she stopped in front of a mannequin that was wearing what appeared to be Urza's adamantine armor. All of your other armors have been given an increased offensive output. Your adamantine armor, however, I felt needed a bit more than the rest. It should be able to withstand up to 165 megatons of TNT now. Excuse you. Bambietta said as her eyes widened. Well. If I didn't thave my shrift back, I'd say so much for ever beating her in a fight before I get to full strength. Of course, I hope that you're aware that this has put quite the extra cost to the armor. I trust this isn't a problem. Elizabeth asked Urza. Of course not, Urza answered. Your level of craftsmanship and quality is worth every jewel. Glad to hear it. Come along now, we have your new armor to look at first. However, as they continued to walk, Bambietta couldn't help but stop as she passed by a katana of sorts. The word caution catching her attention. Hey, what gives with this? Can I give it a swing? That is not for sale, Elizabeth said as she turned around to see what she was looking at. That's one of the very few S-class weapons I've ever made. Archenemy. I made it from the remains of an insanely powerful demon. The result was a blade that could cleave through even adamantine, but... There's always a but, Lil Tato added. It's far too dangerous for me to give away to just anyone. The fangs I used to forge this sword, the hatred of that demon still lingers. If someone weak-minded were to control it, there would be a massacre. In any event, I can't hand the weapon over to just anyone. It has to be someone with considerable skill and possess the mental capacity to control such hatred. She then looked over to Urza. But to do so requires having experienced that amount of hatred. I was considering handing it over to you, but I'm afraid it's not a risk I'm willing to take. I suppose I am unworthy of such a responsibility, Urza whispered. I wouldn't sound so glum, Bambietta offered up. Consider yourself fortunate that you haven't been pissed off so much you'd be that hateful. That's a terrifying thought, Yuuki responded. They continued onwards until they finally stopped before a vault. Taking out a key, Elizabeth slowly unlocked the door, revealing two sets of armor surrounded by what could best be described as a death trap. Gun turrets ready to fire at a moment's notice, lasers surrounding the two pairs of armor, and Bambietta wouldn't have been surprised if the floor was littered with trapdoors. Jesus, what are you keeping in here, King Kong? Bambietta asked. It's entirely necessary, I assure you. Elizabeth said before she raised up a small lacrima into the lasers, disabling them. These armors are unlike any I've made for you before, Urza. These are not just suits that will empower you, they're weapons of mass destruction. Urza's breath rattled out of her mouth then. Is this wise to allow into the outside world? In the hands of anyone else, no. But I have the utmost faith and confidence in you, Urza. Elizabeth said with a smile. I know you aren't the kind of warrior who would escalate things needlessly. Her eyes then narrowed. That said, you must promise me that you won't use these unless it is absolutely necessary. You have my word as a member of Fairy Tale, Urza said solemnly. Excellent. Now then, let's take a closer look, shall we? They stopped before a set of gold and blue armor first, a large halberd of sorts held in the hands of the mannequin. Truth be told, I didn't make this one, Elizabeth said as she looked over to Urza. It was discovered in an ancient temple a few years ago. Given my talents, the archaeologists thought that the armor be handed over to me. I call it the Nakagami armor. It has an amazing power, Urza, it can ignore the laws of magic. What do you mean by that? Bambietta asked. Well, to put it simply, the halberd can cut through practically anything comprising of magic, even space. Urza simply nodded her head. Bambietta, on the other hand, was wearing her emotions on her sleeve. Clasping her hands, stars in her eyes, Bambietta moved in closer to the armor. Awesome. Be aware though that it drains you of your magic more than anything else. Use it to end a fight as quickly as possible. The blacksmith informed Urza. I'll be sure to keep it in mind, Urza answered with a nod. In that case, it would be best for me to end any battle with this armor with one blow. The blacksmith then looked over to the excited Quincy. I'm glad to see someone is so enthusiastic about my work, Elizabeth said as she looked over at Bambietta. Who knows? Maybe I'll give you a weapon down the line. Bambietta's eyes lit up like 1,000 exploding suns as she turned to look from the armor to Elizabeth. You mean it? Oh, I can think of so many Fuyuan weapons. Well, of course, anyone who can take such appreciation of my creation deserves a fine quality weapon, if you can afford it. She then walked over to the other mannequin in the room. This armor was quite different from the other ones Bambietta had ever seen Urza wear. It was pink to start off with. Pink. A short skirt was located on the lower half, and two broadswords with wing handles were held by each of its hands, a cape on the back and a tiara on the top of its head. And this is the Armadura Fairy armor. The most powerful armor I have forged to date. She slowly turned around to face Urza, a smile on her face. Given your pride and love of the guild, I thought the name was fitting. Urza stepped forward then, placing the palm of a hand up against the armor. She looked upon it with what an observer such as Bambietta could describe as adoration. You have no idea. It's far more powerful than the Purgatory armor, Elizabeth told Urza. I made this specifically for dealing with Wizard Saint level threats. While I have no doubt the Nakagami armor would have allowed you to beat Jose if you were in your prime, this armor is meant for long-lasting battles the Nakami armor can handle. She then gave her a grin. Just, don't use it in any populated area if you can help it. It has firepower equal to 195 megatons. 195 megatons. Bambietta said as her eyes became wide as saucers. Is that good? Rukia asked. Considering the most powerful nuclear weapon was only 50, that's insane. Lil Tato responded. Of course, that's only with how strong you are now. Elizabeth stated. Its power will increase as yours will, Urza. I have no doubt that with your skill, it may well go into the teratons one day. Bambietta couldn't help but look down at her feet now. Yeah, okay, there goes any chance of victory I had against her now. There's no way I'm gonna close that gap without my Volstandig. This armor is one I hope never sees use, Urza said, taking a deep breath. It would pain me if my guild was ever faced with another Wizard Saint level threat. Yes, well, hope is fine and all, Elizabeth said as she gave Urza a serious look. But the world is changing, Urza. The dark guilds are becoming more and more powerful with each passing day. That's why I believed that this armor was a necessity for your arsenal. Besides. She then frowned as her eyes dropped. I'd miss you if anything happened to you. Urza closed her eyes for a moment, putting a comforting hand on Elizabeth's shoulder. Your concern is appreciated. Yes, well, I couldn't go losing my company mascot now, could I? Elizabeth said as she watched Urza store away the armors with her equip magic. And my #1 customer to boot. Speaking of which, how much are these going to cost you? Lil Tato asked Urza. I can't imagine something like this being cheap. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, Elizabeth told Lil Tato. Someone else already paid for them. What? Urza furrowed her brow. She had been more than willing to pay for such armors, but... Who? Oh Urza, I'm hurt. I would have figured you would have known by now that I'm always watching out for you and the guild. Bambietta, Lil Tato, and Rukia's eyes widened then as they heard the voice, sensing an enormous spiritual pressure slowly make its way into the room. Rukia in particular, couldn't help but reach for her sword as she felt it. It's even bigger than Elizabeth's, in fact, it's almost on par with my brother's. Slowly walking into the light was a woman with black hair and brown eyes, her hair done into 2 buns and long braided pigtails. She wore long white gloves and a purple Asian dress, her hands on her hips as she smiled. It's been far too long, Urza. Urza turned, concern transforming to elation. For but a moment she had allowed herself to consider the possibility that Seagrain had been behind this, his controlling hand having extended further into Urza's life. Because of that, it was a relief to see and hear another take credit for it. Miphone. She smiled then, walking over to Urza and placed a hand on one of her shoulders. I've heard so many things as about you since we've last met. We simply must catch up. However, at the corner of her eye, the wizard saint was looking at Bambietta. And, I need to see if you truly are worthy of the power she has bestowed you. Chapter 48, Forged Memories 2. It had been only 12 hours since Urza Scarlet had returned from Tenro Island from the S-class trial. Most mages usually had to take the difficult task multiple times before they succeeded in other guilds, and Fairy Tail's S-class standards were far more strict than almost any other guild on the continent. But Urza had succeeded in her very first attempt. Laxus had laughed when he had heard she would be attempting, claiming that she was far too young to even think of becoming an S-class mage, let alone make the attempt, but she had proven him wrong and had become the youngest mage to have ever earned the rank. It was no easy task, however. While her competition in the form of Kana and Freed wasn't too difficult, the final obstacle that stood in her way from reaching the first master's grave was anything but. Miphone Long, the woman who everyone had considered to be the strongest female mage in the guild, barred her path. Urza had known her for quite a while now, and while Urza treasured all of her bonds in Fairy Tail, Miphone was the only one besides Makarov that she looked up to. She had this air of elegance and grace that the rest of the guild lacked, no doubt thanks to her upbringing in one of Fiore's richest families, and it showed in everything she did. From her manner of speech to her fighting style and magic and even how she walked, she was someone that Urza could view as a proper role model. She had helped Urza to open up, to finally allow other people into her life, and she felt that she could never repay her for that debt. It was a long and hard-fought battle, the two mages having clashed for well over an hour, and at several points in the battle, Urza had wondered if she truly had what it took to take her down. However, she had a surprise that the S-class mage wasn't expecting. Armor. Elizabeth had finally finished forging the special armor she had requested a few weeks ago, the Heaven's Wheel armor. She had practiced with it on occasion, but her battle with Miphone was the first time she had ever used it in a serious situation. If not for that armor, Urza knew that victory would have been all but impossible. Finally, after managing to just barely land enough blows, Miphone had surrendered, and Urza soon found herself as the third wizard in the current generation of Fairy Tail to gain the level of S-class. At the moment, she had just finished her morning shower and was fully clothed, her armor and sword at the hilt. She soon opened the door and made haste to the guild hall. It was now time that she finally took on her first S-class mission. Still, taking it alone was something she wasn't quite sure she was ready for. Perhaps it would be best to ask Miphone to accompany her. After all, she was more experienced in such matters. However, as she walked down the stairs she could see the S-class mage talking with Master Makarov, a large amount of luggage of various sizes standing by the door of the Fairy Hills dormitory. Are you certain about this? Makarov asked Miphone as she just finished placing another suitcase near the door. We will all miss you once you're gone, Urza and Evergreen especially. I am. She replied as she looked down at the wizard saint. This is by no means a decision I've taken lightly. If I felt I could follow my dream while I remained here, I would do so without a second thought. But as things stand, I have no choice. I'm sorry. She knelt then, getting to Makarov's level as tears began to emerge from her eyes. You've all done so much for me when you took me in, words alone can't express my gratitude. While I may no longer be here in person, or officially be a member of this guild, I will always view you all as my second family. She wrapped her arms around the old man then, holding him tightly. Thank you for everything, Master. I'll never stop cherishing the memories of this wonderful place. Just, make sure you come by to visit. Makarov spoke, the guild master fighting back tears of his own. It'll be hard once you're gone. I don't know of anyone else who could keep Laxus in line as much as you have in my absence. Oh, you don't need to worry about that at all, Mifone said as she finally let go of her father figure and stood up. I wouldn't be leaving if I didn't think this guild could handle my departure. I wasn't so sure at first, but now, I know you'll all be fine. Urza will be more than enough to handle the tasks at hand. I know she will. She then smiled as she thought back to the battle she had only yesterday. She's so strong, Makarov, stronger than I am. She'll go far and raise the guild's reputation far more than I ever could. She is most certainly a talented mage, Makarov answered. I knew that I made the right choice recommending her for S-class. Still, do you think she's ready for all that responsibility? With you gone, I don't know if she'll open up anymore. You underestimate her, Mifone said with a smile. I knew from the moment I saw her that she was a woman with talent, and she's not done growing yet. She doesn't need me anymore, rather, she never has. All I did was simply open up her heart. No more. Give her time, Makarov, and this flower will bloom into the most beautiful rose the world has ever seen. Urza, not having heard a word of the conversation, made her way down the stairs, eager to greet her fellow S-class comrade. Mifone, I was wondering if you would want to join me on my first S-class mission. I feel like I could use some pointers to make sure I get it right the first time. Oh, Urza. Mifone's eyes looked down to the side before her gaze focused back on Urza. You don't need to worry about any of that. I wouldn't have given up if I thought you couldn't handle whatever job you could find by yourself. Are you sure? I mean, what if I dash? Urza, you are the last person who should be worrying about how you'll do on your first S-class mission. You're the ideal mage for this guild as far as I'm concerned. The older wizard interrupted. She knew how over the top the red-headed mage's concerns could get if left unattended. Trust me, you'll do just fine. I believe in you. If that's what you think, then I don't have a reason to worry. Urza said with a smile on her face. But what's with all the luggage? Are you going on an S-class mission yourself? Mifone had to resist the urge to sigh. If saying goodbye to Makarov was hard, then having to break the truth to Urza like this. No, it's for something more permanent. As of today, I am no longer a member of Fairy Tale. Urza's eyes began to widen like saucers as she began to register the words that just went into her ear. Mifone wasn't the joking type, at least not over something as serious as this. You're leaving? But, why? Urza's whole body began to tremble as she slowly approached her. I just became S-class, and now, you're leaving us. You can't leave. We need you, I need Dash. You don't. Mifone interrupted. You proved that more than clearly after our battle on Tenro Island. Is that why you're leaving? Because I beat you? Because you're not the strongest female mage in the guild anymore? Urza asked, tears now threatening to leave her eyes. Is that all? I thought we were your family. How can you just leave us? I can't tell you, Mifone said as she frowned, hints of regret and remorse showing on her face. I know that's not what you wanted to hear, but I don't think you're ready. Not for the full story anyways. But no, I'm not leaving you because you're now stronger than me. This has been something I've been thinking about doing for quite some time now. Your victory on Tenro Island just allowed me to see that I could leave the guild in capable hands, yours. Mine. Urza asked with surprise before Mifone continued. You see, Urza, I want to go out and make a difference in the world, a real difference, and I can't do that if I stay here. Every day, there are people out there suffering from the cruelty and indifference of those in positions in power. The Magic Council is slowly yet surely falling down a dark path. I must become a wizard saint and a member of the Magic Council if I want to make the kind of difference that matters. That wasn't even speaking of how she needed to start a guild of her own to be more proactive in the destruction of dark guilds. She had so much work to do, but that wasn't what Urza needed to hear right now. There's much more to it that I can't explain, but this much you deserve to know. But, Urza tried to speak as she began to cry, her tears now flowing freely from her eyes. She now understood why her closest friend and role model was now leaving the guild, but that didn't mean that it hurt any less. Won't you miss us? Urza, leaving this guild is like I'm losing one of my arms, Mifone replied as she now wrapped the young woman in a hug much she did with Makarov. You're all so very precious to me, but this is something that I feel that I have to do. I can't sit idly by and watch the world slowly fall into darkness and corruption. She then pulled away as she looked at Urza and gave her a small smile. You understand, don't you? Urza felt her breath seize up in her. The newly crowned S-class mage slowly exhaled then, knowing it would do her no good to hold it until she was blue in the face. I do. If Mifone truly believed that she could make a real difference so that no one would ever have to suffer as she did in the Tower of Heaven, then Urza knew that her feelings on the matter couldn't possibly compare to the prevention of further tragedies. I knew that you would, Mifone said before she slowly petted Urza on the head with loving care. You're not just one of the most powerful mages in this guild, you're also one of the wisest. She then gave Urza a small smile. Don't worry, this won't be the last you'll see of me. I promise I'll come by to visit whenever I have the time. Urza felt a slight smile tug at the corner of her lips, though her armored heart allowed her to hold it at bay as much as it could. I'll hold you to it. She then held out her hand. Till we met again. Till we met again, Mifone said as she took Urza's hand and grasped it. I leave this guild in your capable hands, Urza. That had been 4 long years ago. It seemed so distant to Urza now the more she thought about it. Mifone had been true to her word, trying to visit Urza whenever possible, but as time passed, her visits became less and less frequent. From one every few weeks to a month, half a year to a whole year, her presence was one that Urza had to learn to do without. It didn't come with its share of benefits however, Urza now having taken the role of Fairy Tail's unofficial substitute guild master in stride. Using her new rank, power, and a bit of fear, Urza was able to keep her fellow guildmates in line as best she could while she was around. It may not have been as formal as Mifone, but it was effective and that's what mattered. Her absence had allowed Urza to grow as a leader and for that, she supposed it had been worthwhile learning. However, that still didn't change the fact of how much she missed her role model. But now, here she was face to face with her old mentor. While she may not have given her much in the way of training, she had shown her the ropes of being a mage and helped her make new connections that she previously would have been too terrified to have made. To see her again, even if it was only for a few hours, brought a genuine smile to Urza's face. Mifone. Mifone smiled back, walking over to Urza and placed a hand on one of her shoulders. I've heard so many things about you since we've last met. We simply must catch up. Yes, it has been far too long. Urza said before she reached her hands around Mifone's back and brought her in for a tight hug, a loud clang being heard as the wizard saint's head made contact with her chest plate, everyone else wincing in pain as they watched on. I have so many wonderful things that I simply must share with you. Yes, quite. Mifone said as she did her best to hide her pain and quickly got her head off of Urza's armor. So this is what Makarov meant about being wary of her hugs, I'll have to remember that for the future. Okay, I'll bite. Who is she? Bambietta asked, looking on in interest. She had never seen Urza so happy to see someone. It threw the Quincy for a bit of a loop. Sure, she had done her infamous armor hugs to many people in the past, but the passion in her voice and the smile on her face that was present, it was unlike how Bambietta had ever seen her. Oh my, how rude of me. I haven't properly introduced myself, have I? Mifone spoke as she turned around to face the crowd. My name is Mifone Long, Guild Master of Celestial Blade and the 7th Wizard Saint. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Well, that explains what the hell I was sensing. Bambietta thought to herself as she slowly looked over the woman. Strong. That was the only word that Bambietta could use to describe her level of spiritual pressure. Except for Jose and Makarov, she had never sensed such high spiritual pressure in her time on Earthland. If it weren't for the Senrai glove and my shrift returning, I'd be feeling like a big fish in the ocean right now. Well, at least you aren't trying to kill us like Jose had, Lil Tato said. Urza told me a lot about you. Said you were the former best female mage in Fairy Tail. I was at the time, yes, though Urza took that title from me quite a while ago, Mifone answered Lil Tato. Though if anyone had to take the title from me, I'm glad it was her. That was 4 years ago. I'm not so sure I could manage it twice. Urza said. I only barely defeated you the last time. We've both come leaps and bounds since then. I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit, Mifone told Urza before she looked over to Bambietta and Lil Tato. And Urza's told me a fair bit about you all as well. One of you has been nominated for the S-class exams and another is being considered, or so I've been told. That would be me, Bambietta said with a smile. The being considered part I mean. Urza says I have more than enough power, she's just not sure if I have the other qualities needed just yet. Oh yes, I've heard quite a bit about you, Miss Basterbine, Mifone said with a smile as she thought to herself. Much more than you know. This was the Quincy that Sylphia spoke about with so much praise. She would have to keep a close eye on her while she was here. You've made quite the name for yourself over these last few months. People are starting to call you the Star Knight of Fairy Tail. Wait, I got a cool nickname now. Bambietta said before she grinned. Oh hell yes, I just knew it was a matter of time given my beauty and kicking all sorts of ass across Fiori. Surprised she isn't going to comment on the irony of it. Lil Tato thought as she looked on. I'm the one Urza recommends for the S-class exam. I'm Lil Tato Lampard. Well Miss Lampard, I wish you the best of luck on your trial, they aren't easy. Still, from what Urza has told me about you, I believe both you and Miss Basterbine are more than qualified. Mifone said before Urza spoke up, her face taking on a more serious appearance. Mifone, there is something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh. The last time we saw each other, it was at Listena's funeral. I didn't want to ask then, it wasn't the right time. But now, I want to know the full story of why you left the guild. You said I wasn't ready 4 years ago, but I believe now I'm more than ready to know. Mifone couldn't help but grin after hearing Urza's demand. I see. Even after all these years, your curiosity hasn't left you. You always have been rather stubborn in certain areas. Very well, I'll be willing to let you on the whole story, but only on one condition. Name it. I'll surpass any and all trials you'll throw at me. Urza responded, her eyes narrowing as she prepared for whatever insane quest her old friend would have in mind. It's quite simple really, I want you to defeat me in battle. Urza's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She hadn't been expecting something so straightforward. However, despite the simplicity of the task, Urza knew that what she was asking was anything but easy. I accept your challenge, but, may I ask why you chose this specifically? I've heard plenty of your exploits ever since I've left Fairy Tail. The more I heard, the prouder I became, but I must admit, that a part of me has to wonder if some of the tales I've heard weren't exaggerated. I left you in charge of the guild in my and Makarov's absence because I felt that you were strong enough. But times have changed, the Dark Guild's growing more and more with strength each day. Even wizard saints have begun to fall to the darker side of magic. So I wish to see with my own eyes if you're truly worthy of the title of Titania that I bestowed upon you. I see, so you're the one that gave me that name. Urza responded before she nodded. Yes, I suspected that you were the one behind it. A broadsword then materialized in Urza's hand, and she pointed her blade to the wizard saint. Then on my honor as the queen of the fairies and my pride as a member of Fairy Tail, I accept your challenge. I knew that you would, Mifone said with a smile. My only request for this battle is that you use the armors that you had before coming into this workshop. I know full well that I wouldn't be able to defeat you with the armors that you've recently acquired. Consider this a test of not just your power, but also your skill as a warrior. Now hold on a minute, Elizabeth spoke up as she walked between the two of them. As much as I would love to see my work of art in use in Urza's hands, you two are not going to have a sparing match in here. I'd be cleaning up your mess for weeks on end before I could get back to work. Then how's about we let them use our special testing area? Yuuki asked as she placed a hand on Elizabeth's shoulder. It is rather large and made specifically to withstand the most powerful weapons you've created. I think that'll be the most ideal place for them to fight it out. Besides, it'll give us all a good view of the action. Ah, you're right. Elizabeth said as she snapped her fingers. I made that thing with the intent to withstand up to several teratons. It'll be more than enough to keep us all safe and sound. Alright then, let's get going, you two right on the battlefield. Oh, this ought to make for one hell of a show, Bambietta said as she looked over to Lil Tato and Rukia. Should have brought some popcorn because this is gonna be awesome. Normally I'd tell you to be a bit more considerate for those who are actually fighting, Lil Tato said as she fought the urge to roll her eyes. But, I have to admit, I'm a little excited too. Who knows, maybe now I'll see Urza's full strength for once. She thought to herself, the petite woman knowing that what she had seen during her spars with Urza was far from what she was truly capable of. Well, if nothing else, it'll let me see just how powerful the wizard saints truly are, Rukia replied. But if what I'm sensing from Mifone is true, then I don't know if victory is even possible for Urza. Urza was powerful, sure, more so than even some of the captains that Rukia knew of, but this Mifone was about on the same level as her brother, if not possibly more, and that was a level of strength she wasn't sure Urza could handle. Soon, the group had made its way to the special training area. As Yuuki said, it was massive, about the length of several football fields with a few seats for spectators to watch from outside. A magical barrier was also in place, specifically meant to protect those who intended to watch the weapons to be tested inside. The five of them sat down as Urza and Mifone made their way inside. Are you sure that you want to do this? Mifone asked Urza. This won't be like it was on Tenro Island. I've come a long way since then. You're not the only one who's managed to learn new things these last 4 years. Urza retorted. If this is what I must do to learn why you left the guild, then I will do what I must. Mifone couldn't help but grin as she raised her hands as she got into a proper fighting stance. You will try. Oast of choice. The owl from Sekiro. Rushing forward, Mifone struck out with her right fist, slamming into Urza's chest plate. The red-headed mage grunted but soon stopped skidding back and rushed forward, her sword swinging for Mifone. However, the wizard saint ducked underneath and kicked down at Urza's feet. Urza jumped, barely dodging the blow, and tried to slam her sword downwards, but Mifone rolled out of the way and quickly got to her feet and rushed forward once more, assaulting Urza with a barrage of punches and kicks. Urza managed to deflect the first blow, but the following kick landed right on her chest. She grunted in pain before she was hit across the face by one of Mifone's fists. Lashing out with her blade, the wizard saint jumped upwards, landed on Urza's blade and with a powerful kick sent Urza falling to the ground. Far from being finished, however, Urza managed to get to her feet, slashing at Mifone repeatedly with her sword. However, with each strike, Urza's blade always seemed to just barely miss the skilled wizard, the saint taking any chance she could to strike Urza with a counter blow. Bambietta, Rukia, and Lil Tato watched on, shocked. Holy hell, Urza can't get a hit in yet, Bambietta said in disbelief. Unreal. I know that she's one of the 10 saints, but even so, I didn't expect it to be this one-sided. Lil Tato said as she watched on. I don't understand, why isn't Urza using any of her magic? In fact, why aren't either of them using their magic? Rukia asked. Right now they're just sizing each other up, Yuuki responded. They're just trying to see who can land the most blows without using any of the magic. But if this keeps up... Urza grunted as she landed on the floor once more, Mifone standing over her with a frown. Just what do you think you're doing, Urza? Surely you know that you won't be able to overcome me with such simple maneuvers. As if she was agreeing with her statement, Urza's weapon changed from her single broadsword to a long spear. She thrust the weapon forward, Mifone just barely managing to backflip beyond the weapon's reach, but as she found her footing, she saw Urza closing the gap considerably, a large sword in hand, ducking underneath the weapon. Mifone was soon struck by a broadsword, Urza having changed weapons after Mifone's dodge. Mifone tried to attack Urza with a quick jab, but she soon found her hands making contact with a kite shield that Urza had summoned on her other hand, the S-class mage now using her left hand for defense and her right for an offense. Mifone tried to hit Urza with her barrage with her fist but found that each of her blows was blocked by the shield. Urza swung her blade, barely missing her old friend but soon connected with a kick. The wizard saint grunted but soon raised her hands in an X position, barely stopping Urza's sword from hitting her head. Mifone grinned then before she spoke. Now this is more what I expected of you. Only a fool fights all out from the start of their battle. You taught me that. Urza said as she switched her weapons, the large sword forming in her hands once more. She swung horizontally then, sending the wizard saint careening several feet away from the blow. Mifone landed with a grunt but soon got back to her feet. She dusted off her dress as she rose and looked at Urza with determination. So, I suppose it's time I stopped warming up and kicked things up a notch. Reaching into the pockets of her dress with one hand each, Mifone took out what appeared to be 2 small metal cylinders. However, she soon pressed a button on the 2 of them, one beam of light for each, red in color emerging, a distinct hum heard as she got her new weapons in a proper stance. Oh my God, Urza, look out, she's got lightsabers. Bambietta cried out in a mixture of both shock and awe. Not heeding Bambietta's warning, Urza prepared to clash with Mifone, her sword and shield replaced with her large sword once more, as she ran in for a blow. Mifone raised her blade then, the 2 weapons clashing. Urza withdrew her blade then and brought it down for a second swing, but Mifone nimbly moved to the left and lashed out with her blade with Urza just barely managing to dodge by moving her head back. She tried to swing her massive sword but soon found Mifone on the offensive, her twin blades lashing out far too fast for Urza to properly counter with her large blade. Forced to use the weapon as an impromptu shield, Urza's eyes widened as she soon saw her massive blade being cut in half by her former mentor's lightsaber. Sorry Urza, but you'll find most of your C-class weapons won't be able to match up to my blades. Mifone lashed out with her double blades once more as Urza managed to summon up a sword and shield in each of her hands, the weapons causing sparks as they clashed. This whole time this world had lightsabers, and I never knew, Bambietta said as she looked down sadly. Oh, all the missed fun I could have been having with them. I don't know what a lightsaber is, but that's not what she's using, nor is it something you can use either, Elizabeth said as she watched on. Those blades are something that only she can create thanks to her special magic. And that is? Lil Toto asked. Well, let's just keep watching for now, Elizabeth responded. Something tells me this fight is about to pick up even more. Requip, Heaven's Wheel. As she announced the name of her armor, Urza was covered in golden light before she emerged in her new winged appearance, several blades hovering above the ground as she narrowed her eyes. Dance my swords. The blades came rushing at Mifone at a rapid speed that most would be unable to react to in time, but as one of the wizard saints, Mifone was far above the skill of most wizards. Her blades moving in tandem, she began to slice at Urza's barrage of weapons, the 2 red blades of light seemingly being able to cut through Urza's barrage with ease. However, Urza soon flew up high into the air and managed to fly towards the wizard saint, moving behind her as more weapons emerged around the Queen of the Fairs. She fired more of her blades then, the wizard saint starting to falter as some of the blades began to fly past her defense. Despite her best efforts, her 2 blades simply could not overcome Urza's assault from 2 angles. Spinning rapidly, Mifone's blades soon seemed to blur as she managed to pick up speed and cut all the blades in half. She was panting though, the maneuver having taken plenty of stamina to pull off. Your Heaven's Wheel armor is still as strong as ever I see. Mifone panted as Urza began to summon more weapons. And to think, you still have so many more weapons to use against me. I'm starting to truly believe all those rumors I've heard about you. The bun-haired woman grinned then, as she deactivated her weapons and placed them back inside of her dress. But I suppose then, it's time that I got a little serious. Oast of choice. Extremum belly from Code Vein. Pointing at Urza with her index finger, Mifone fired a small purple laser beam from her finger, no larger than a pencil, the red-headed mage just barely moving her head to the side to dodge it. Flying up high in the air once more, Urza began to rain down a projectile of swords, spears, and axes. However, this time Mephian was ready, and by firing lasers rapidly from her hand, she was able to shot every single weapon out of the sky. Not to be outdone, Urza landed, and once again glowed before emerging in her black wing armor. She flew right to Mephian, but the wizard began to pelt her with lasers. Urza managed to duck and weave under the first few, but several were beginning to hit their mark, some going through her wings and her shoulder. She slashed her sword downwards, but Mephian quickly once again drew her weapon from earlier from her pockets and clashed with Urza's blade. It seems that this blade is a bit stronger than the others, Mephian said before her weapon began to slowly cut through Urza's sword. Pity it won't be enough. She pointed her finger at Urza once more, but Urza noticed the distinct glow and flew upwards, dodging the lightning quick attack, but as she rose to the ceiling she was once again pelted by the small beams of light. You can't dodge forever, Mephian spoke as she then began to point the rest of her fingers at Urza, each one now firing on her without a hint of mercy. Spinning and flying as best as she could, Urza performed several aerial maneuvers to duck and weave from each attack. Try as she might, however, for every laser she dodged, 3 made their mark. Seeing how her current armor wasn't up to the task, Urza once more began to change armors. Requip, Lightning Empress. Now clad in a blue and yellow armor and her hair in a braided ponytail, Urza began to fire several bolts of lightning from her lance as she fell to the ground, each one managing to stop one of Mephian's attacks. Very good, but let's how well you handle twice as many. Now using both hands, the wizard saint began to fire more and more lasers from her hand. Urza tried to stop them all with her lightning, but while she was able to block most of her attacks, too many still hit their mark. Urza grunted in pain as she finally landed. Twirling her lance in a clockwise motion, she deflected another few lasers before she fired one more bolt of electricity. Not wishing to take unnecessary damage, however, Mephian jumped back, landing gracefully on her feet. Sorry Urza, but I've had plenty of sparring matches with Laxus. So I'm afraid that your little light show simply isn't going to cut it. Not wanting to simply take her word for it, Urza fired one more blast of lighting as she charged forward, using her element to block any incoming laser fire. Once more did her weapon clash with Mephian's, only this time she continued to charge lightning through the weapon. Mephian's eyes widened as her blades ceased cutting through Urza's own. I see. Finally moving on to your B-class weapons are we. She jumped back as she fired more blasts, but Urza once again used her lance to quickly deflect them. You'll find I won't be so easily defeated, Urza stated with certainty. We'll see about that. Mephian retorted before she raised one of her blades before she used her other hand to blast Urza with yet another barrage of magic. What kind of magic is that? Lil Tato asked as she and the others continued to watch on in interest. That, Lil Tato, is photon magic, Elizabeth said as she looked at the short woman. It allows the user to take control of photons and use them for all kinds of offensive attacks. The attacks that come from that magic are truly something else. She then looked at Bambietta. That's why you can't have weapons like hers, they continuously run using photon energy. Ah, no fair. Bambietta pouted. So much for my dream of becoming Darth Ravegors. It looks like Mephian has the advantage. Rukia said before she sighed. Such a shame, I was hoping Urza would win, but Rukia was interrupted when she heard Bambietta slowly snicker and then broke into full-out laughter. What's so funny? The fact that you think Urza is anywhere near close to being done, that's what, Bambietta said as she looked at Rukia. You weren't here when Phantom Lord attacked, so I can't blame you, but what you've seen so far is nowhere close to Urza's limit. Bambietta grinned then as she turned her attention back to the battle. She's about to turn this whole thing around, trust me. Urza felt the pressure of Mephian's energy projections against her lance, the mage gritting her teeth as she felt her feet give an inch. She refused to allow another. As she looked over the luminous glow of the attack, she could see Mephian on the other side. And at that moment she could see the Mephian from her past, the Mephian who had supported her, just as Makarov and poor Lyusica had when she was new to the guild. When she had been left broken by her past. She could see and she could hear. Just keep moving forward. One step at a time. Urza grit her teeth, pushing her right foot forward, slamming it to the ground. No more would she allow herself to give any more ground. No more. Mephian's eyes raised a bit in surprise, seeing the new look of determination in Urza's eyes, but she soon smiled. Still defiant in battle as always, just as I hoped you would be. She began to press her advantage however, the lasers from her fingers beginning to increase in speed, now firing like a machine gun of sorts, and her attacks began to pierce through Urza's defense. Show me it to me, Urza. Show me, the power of the Dragon Queen's daughter. The power of Titania. Urza continued to push, though no longer to simply move forward. No, she spun her lance out to the side, forcing it to parry the blast. The deadly light flew past Urza then, smashing into the ground. Requip! Urza shouted, not willing to give Miphone a moment's chance to attack once more. Flight armor! Urza's clothes changed in a flash and she moved just as fast, vanishing from sight before the change could become apparent to the naked eye. She appeared before Miphone then, right within her guard. Dressed in a cat print outfit, matching ears peeking out from her crimson hair, Urza held two swords in a reverse grip as she prepared to attack. Oh my! Bambietta, meanwhile, could only look upon the flight armor with a blush upon her face. This speed! Miphone thought as she tried to fire a laser at Urza. However, the redhead managed to surprise her, managing to dodge her close-range attack. Feeling her sword about to connect, Miphone had no choice but to block Urza's first sword with her photon blade, just barely managing to block the attack. However, before she could reach into her other pocket to grab her other weapon, Urza had vanished from Miphone's sight and attacked her from behind, one of her swords slashing her across her back. GRK! Miphone grunted but soon drew out her second weapon, the Wizard Saint moving her two blades in a fast twirling motion. However, to her misfortune, her blades were stopped by Urza's, who soon began to counter-attack. Her blows were fast and furious now, moving at speeds that were hard for her to keep up with. Now on the defensive, the Wizard Saint was forced to walk backward as she parried at Urza's strikes, her blades always just barely managing to deflect a blow from Urza. Left, right, up, down, horizontal, Urza was truly pushing Miphone to her limits. So close. Urza came at Miphone from every direction, rebounding from the floors, the walls, the ceiling. From anywhere her momentum would take her. She knew she could not hesitate, not even for a moment. She continued to attack with the flat sides of her blade, hoping to knock Miphone off her feet. Though while she made contact, again and again, she was also finding the veteran wizard blocking with her photon blacks nearly as often. She soon managed just that, the Wizard Saint's feet finally giving underway as she hit her hard from a direct attack from her left. She soon dropped to the ground, her weapons now on the floor as Urza came rushing in once more to hit her with one more final blow. Miphone looked up then, time starting to slow down for but a moment for Miphone. You've come so far, Urza, I can't begin to describe just how proud of you I am. You're just as strong as I hoped you would be, however, you're not the only one who's learned new tricks. Urza's blade was just about to make contact with Miphone's chest, coming faster than a bolt of lightning. However, her eyes widened then as a loud clang could be heard, a large crystal-like structure now blocking her back. Diamond make, geyser. Just then, multiple crystals shot out from the ground, hitting Urza and sending her back a few feet before she landed on her feet. Several cuts could now be seen across her body, as well as a look of surprise. Impressive, Urza said, standing her ground once she landed on her feet. I suppose I should have suspected you would continue to learn new magics, Miphone. You never were one to simply rest on her laurels. But of course, I would have never been able to become a Wizard Saint with just my photon magic. Miphone replied. Or at the very least, not the 7th strongest as I currently am. After our battle on Tenro Island, I found that I was severely lacking in proper defense. So I decided to learn maker magic with one of the strongest materials on Earth, diamonds. She then gave Urza a small smile as several diamonds began to form around her. Though, thanks to my magical power, they're far more durable than the natural kind. Several hundred times more to be exact. Geez, this woman is insane. Bambietta thought to herself as she and the others watched on. Now even she was getting a little worried, but only a little. Come on, Urza, you can pull this off, I know you can. Oast of choice, heir of the Shinge from Code Vein. Diamond make, geyser. Once more, multiple pillars of diamond began to emerge from the ground, heading to Urza's direction. Making use of her newfound speed, Urza jumped backward and began to dodge the crystal objects. However, Miphone was far from finished with her initial barrage, the woman now creating more diamonds in the back, several crystals like birds now surrounding her. Daimo and Make, eagle swarm. Multiple birds began to surround Urza then, swarming all around her like a hive of insects. Urza swung her blades as fast as she could, trying desperately to fend off this new attack while still dodging all of the diamond pillars Miphone was continuing to send her way. However, Urza's best efforts were in vain, her swords, while managing to deflect the diamond eagles, was unable to destroy them. Eventually, the birds were beginning to overwhelm Urza, several hitting her across her chest, causing her to lose her footing, which then led to her entire body being rocketed by a diamond pillar, sending her high into the air. Urza fell with a thud, only for her eyes to widen as she saw a barrage of not just diamond pillars and eagles, but lasers as well. From a distance, she noticed that Miphone had gone back to firing more lasers with her right hand, while her left continued to create more diamonds. Not wishing to take any more damage, Urza landed on top of one of the many diamonds that Miphone had already used against her and, using it as a platform, used it to jump towards Miphone at a horizontal angle, and with new momentum, began to speed her way towards her opponent. Miphone continued to send wave after wave of lasers and diamonds alike, but Urza did what she could, deflecting as many of the attacks that came close to her. She was closing in now, and it seemed as if she was about to land another direct blow when Miphone surprised Urza once more. Diamond Make, barrier. Just then a massive wall of diamond emerged between the two of them, Urza's blades bouncing right off of Miphone's defense as if she were hitting it with a mere stick. Using her speed, she tried to get around the Wizard Saint, but she soon found her efforts were in vain as the Wizard Saint was now surrounded by her diamonds. Sorry Urza, but you'll need more than speed if you are going to defeat me. Just then, some of the pillars began to glow, and soon, multiple lasers fired from the top of the crystals. However, unlike the ones Miphone had fired before, there were no larger than the size of a pencil, these were massive in size, their mass far larger than Urza herself. Fortunately for Urza, they were also slower, and she was able to jump away once more. Her spiritual pressure, it's getting even stronger, Rukia said as she watched on. She might have been wrong when she thought that this woman was as strong as her brother. Now it seemed that her power was starting to eclipse even his if only barley. Lil Tato gritted her teeth as she watched on. Come on, Urza, you can do this. Yeah, come on Urza. Don't let this Dragon Ball Z diamond-loving Chun-Li wannabe kick you around like this. You're one of our best. Bambietta screamed in support. Kick her ass. Finally having gotten enough distance, Urza once again began to change her armor, the wizard now emerging in a red and yellow outfit, her hair in twin tails before she raised her red blade. More eagles were coming her way, but Urza had prepared for this. Sending a massive fireball from her blade, the eagles crashed into the harsh element, melting them instantly. Diamond may be one of the hardest materials in the world. Urza stated before she melted a pillar that began to form around her feet, but it has a very low melting point. If speed will not be enough to defeat you, then my Flame Empress armor will have to suffice. I see. Flame Empress armor huh? Tell me, do you have one for each element? Miphone asked from within her diamond fortress. Not yet, Elizabeth assures me that she wants to make sure she gets them just right. At the moment, I only have fire and lightning. For what it's worth, I'm working on your water one right now. Elizabeth shouted from the stands. I see. So you're trying to prepare for every eventuality with all kinds of armors. Miphone stated before she smiled. Well, I must admit, that's a very solid strategy you have there Urza. Consider me impressed. However soon in her hands, a crystallized lance of some sort formed in her hand as she prepared to throw it right at Urza. You're going to need much more than that if you truly wish to defeat me. Diamond Make, Lance of Justice. Throwing her weapon at an insane speed, Urza was just able to raise her red blade in time to melt the lance as it made contact with her weapon. She soon jumped back, having caught Miphone firing more lasers from her diamond fortress out of the corner of her eye. Diamonds then began to form in the middle of the air before they then began to rain upon Urza's position. Diamond Make, Purging Thorns. The diamonds began to rain down on Urza, the scarlet-haired warrior, using her flames to disrupt the barrage. However, while some of the projectiles were melted, several began to make their way through her flames. Urza grunted out in pain as one slightly grazed the side of her cheek before she let out a yell, the fire coming from her weapon increasing both in size and in power, this time melting all that came close to her. Taking an example from the Fire Dragon Slayer, Urza used her armor to project flames at the bottom of her feet, causing her to fly through the battlefield and melt away any projectiles Miphone had sent her way from the sheer heat her armor was now giving off. Finally, Urza had managed to close the distance, and with a loud shout, she fired a massive fireball at Miphone's diamond fortress. The fireball crashed into the barricade, and Urza had planned to use whatever hole it created to get inside. Unfortunately for her, however, to her surprise, the smoke cleared to have revealed that Miphone's defense was still unfazed. "What?" Urza exclaimed before she quickly dodged another diamond that came at her from above. "I don't understand, I've been able to melt through her other attacks fairly easily thus far, unless..." "It was a good try, Urza, trying to use the low melting point of diamonds to your advantage," Miphone called out within her massive fortress. "But as I said before, you'll find the diamonds that I use for my little defense are much more durable, several hundred times more. Now then, it's time I put an end to this." Diamond make, Thorns of Judgment. The entire ground began to shake then, as if it was being shaken by a massive earthquake. Not wanting to see what her mentor had in mind, Urza soon changed her armor back to Heaven's Wheel and took to the sky. That soon proved to have been the best choice, the ground soon covered entirely by diamonds, some of them several stories tall. To think she still had enough magic to manage such an attack. Urza thought to herself. Things weren't looking good now, she realized. The entire tide of this battle had turned the minute Miphone had shown her newly acquired Maker magic. Urza had yet to land a significant blow since then, and she was beginning to slowly run out of magic. I can't risk seeing if she'll just run herself out of magic. If my flames won't be enough, then I have no choice but to use overwhelming force. Urza then surrounded herself with several hundred swords, each one of them pointed down at her enemy. "Dance, my swords!" The weapons flew downwards to their desired target, but each one bounced off of Miphone's diamonds as if they were nothing. "Quality over quantity, Urza, I thought you knew better than this." Annoyed at her successor's apparent foolishness, Miphone soon began to fire her massive lasers from her diamond fortress, clearing away all of Urza's blades with ease. "You're getting desperate if you truly think something like that would be dash." Miphone's eyes widened then, noticing that Urza was no longer in the air as she had expected. "I see, that was a clever little diversion you came up with, but you can't run forever." Looking around the battlefield, Miphone soon found Urza, now clad in golden armor with a large lance, and she was just ready to throw it. "Oh no! Take this!" With a mighty throw in her giant's armor, Urza had tossed her spear at ludicrous speeds. Not wanting to take any chances, Miphone began to create shield after shield in front of her fortress, but Urza's weapon, now moving like a rocket, began to pierce through them all, shattering them as if they were mere glass. The fortress's lasers fired upon it in an attempt to slow it down, but it was all for naught, the weapon easily piercing through Miphone's diamond walls and slamming right into the wizard saint, sending her flying to the end of the arena, crashing into the wall. "Yeah, she got her!" Bambietta yelled with excitement. "Did she do it?" Rukia asked. Lil Tato said nothing, her eyes looking to the shattered wall where Miphone lay, the lance now impaled through the wall. "Urza." "No," Elizabeth said as she watched on intently. "I have no doubt that blow did some serious damage, but I know it'll take more than that to put Miphone down." Falling to the ground and now on her hands and knees, Miphone soon found herself panting heavily and clutching her left side, a large and painful gash clear for all to see. "Well done, Urza. You're the first one to have ever made it through my diamond fortress." She struggled to her feet then, groaning in pain before she managed to catch her breath, slowly extending her right hand to Urza. "No doubt, if you were battling any of the saints ranked lower than me, you would have won with this attack, but I can't let you win so easily." Opening up her palm, she began to gather energy in her right hand, a faint yellow glow beginning to emanate from it. Rukia's eyes widened as she looked at it. "This attack, it's almost like a zero." Sure enough, the way the energy in her hand was forming, it couldn't be anything else. If it wasn't a zero, then it was scarily similar. Urza, look out! Lil Tato yelled out before Miphone's hand began to glow even brighter. This isn't like her other attacks. It's stronger than the Jupiter cannon. Photon beam. Just then, a massive beam of light emerged from Miphone's hand, dwarfing any attack that she had fired thus far and reached up to the ceiling of the testing arena. The force behind it could be felt from behind the magical barrier, the hair of all the spectators flowing in the wind. Urza's eyes widened in shock as the massive attack came at her. It was coming in much too fast and too large for her to dodge it effectively. If I'm hit by such an attack, it'll be all over. Requip, adamantine armor. Urza's entire body was soon covered head to toe in her most impervious armor, and just in time. The insanely large attack soon engulfed her, and a powerful explosion engulfed the arena. The ground shook and quaked from the outside, Bambietta, Rukia, Lilto, and Yuuki falling to their feet from the surprise impact. Slowly rising to her feet, Bambietta was the first to look inside of the massive arena. Yeah, okay, I still got a long way to go before I'm ready to fight, that. Slowly the dust began to clear, and what Bambietta saw shook her to her very core. Urza Scarlet, the strongest female member of Fairy Tail, was down on the ground, her adamantine armor completely shattered and her body covered in bruises. She groaned in pain, indicating that she was still conscious, but Bambietta hadn't seen her this hurt since the battle with Jose. You performed marvelously, Urza, but this battle is now over, Miphone said before she turned around. Okay, Elizabeth, I think we're I'm not finished yet. Miphone's eyes widened in surprise as she slowly turned around to see Urza Scalard, slowly yet surely beginning to rise to her feet. Unbelievable, she can still get up after such an attack. Stand down, Urza. You're far too injured to possibly win now. As a member of Fairy Tail, I cannot so quietly submit, Urza said as she made it up to her feet, defiance burning within her eyes. You of all people should understand that. Urza took a deep breath, gritting her teeth. Requip. Purgatory armor. There was a flash of light then, Urza's body becoming encased in it. For but a moment she appeared to those who watched her, Bambietta especially, as not a luminous being. Then the light began to fade, practically peeling away from Urza and leaving her clad in an armor whose plating was deeper than the blackest night. However, it was the massive broadsword that came into existence by Urza's side that truly took hold of the Quincy's attention. The tip of the blade came thundering down, cracking the flooring. Miphone merely stared at Urza before she began to chuckle. Of course, how could I have ever forgotten about my family's fighting spirit? That was quite foolish of me. Very well then. Just then, a large number of diamonds came into existence in the air above Miphone, the wizard saint pointing her hand towards Urza. In that case, you leave me with no choice, but to defeat you completely and utterly. Diamond make, purging thorns. The massive crystals were sent careening towards Urza then, no doubt with enough power to pulverize the S-class mage. Oast of choice, Colossus from Code Vein. Urza braced herself then, turning upon Miphone the declaration she had issued to Urza at the start of the battle. You will try. The massive blade of the Puragati armor swung out then, its weight and power combining to shatter the closest trio of crystals. However, that was not the end. No, the sword's magic reached out as it was intended, the weapon a blunt instrument in Urza's hands, one she wielded like a scalpel. The shockwave of the force behind her swing sent the other crystal thorns careening back, leaving them incapable of striking their target. What? Miphone thought with shock, seeing her diamond projectiles shattering upon contact with a mere shockwave. Such power! Not wishing to be outdone, she stomped her foot to the ground then, causing multiple massive diamonds to emerge beneath Urza. Diamond make, crystal eruption. However, just as the diamonds began to surround Urza, she swung out her massive black blade, destroying them all with ease. You'll find that I have more than enough power in this form to deal with your diamonds now. Rushing forward like a woman possessed, Urza changed headstrong into Miphone's diamond barrage. Urza slashed and diced her way through the oncoming attacks, even the massive diamond thrones that emerged from the ground were sliced in half with little to no trouble. Diamond make, barrier. Miphone cried out as she once more began to try to create her fortress from earlier, but Urza's black broadsword cleaved through it as it had with all the others. Seeing no choice now, Mifone drew her weapons from her pockets, clashing with Urza's massive blade. Much to her shock, however, her weapons were unable to cut through Urza's. "Just what kind of armor did you make, Elizabeth?" "This armor, it's entirely different from the others," Rukia stated as she watched on. Urza's power was now on a completely different level, her spiritual pressure now beginning to feel more and more like the fearsome captain from Squad 11. "That's to be expected," Elizabeth said with a smile. "I put my heart and soul into that armor when I made it 2 years ago. Everything about it is an A-class weapon. From absolutely overwhelming power to its highly defensive armor, I made it with the intent that she could use it to defeat any dark mage." "So, this is what you're like at full strength," Lil Tato said as she watched on. "You truly are a woman to be feared, Urza. See, I told you Urza would be able to turn this thing around," Bambietta exclaimed. Urza continued to swing her massive blade at her old friend, each swing just barely managing to miss the agile wizard. Diamonds continued to cone at Urza from all kinds of angles. From the bottom of the arena to the air above them, the crystallized objects either were destroyed by Urza's massive blade or simply impacted against her armor with no damage at all. Her level of physical strength is off the charts, Mifone thought as she just barely managed to avoid another massive swing from Urza's blade. "However, I'm noticing one critical weakness in this armor of yours." She continued to dodge and weave under Urza's strikes, then, striking at Urza's body with her twin blades whenever she could. Unlike her diamonds, the damage wasn't negligible, her photon blades managing to cut through the black armor. Jumping over Urza's body and landing on her feet, Mifone soon lashed out at Urza once more with her blades. Urza tried to block Mifone's strikes with her massive blade, but while she was always able to block the first incoming photon blade, the second one was able to bypass her defense and strike her through her armor. She lashed out with her massive blade then, the wizard saint once more jumping away from the attack. "Just as I suspected. Your power rises to an incredible degree whole in this armor, but it also reduces your speed compared to your other armors." Dodging another blow from Urza's massive sword, Mifone soon struck both of her blades across Urza's chest. Urza snarled in pain before she lashed out, but this dance of battle only continued. For every blow Urza tried to land, Mifone was able to hit her twice as much. Finally, Urza's massive blade crashed to the ground, the red-headed mage panting as she glared at her enemy. "I'll admit it, you've gone above and beyond what I expected from you today," Mifone told Urza. "I've never been more proud of anyone else in my life, but you no longer have the speed needed to hit me. Face reality, Urza, you either lack the power to cut through my diamonds, or the speed to deal with my photons." She then sighed. "Now please, let's stop with this. I've seen more than enough." Rukia watched on with sadness as she looked down upon the Titania. She had worked so hard to find out more about the woman she respected so much, but in the end, it was all for naught. It tore at her heart. Was this what Renji had to go through when he had tried to fight her brother before her execution? To try so hard only to gain nothing? It felt wrong, to just sit back and do nothing to help. But this was not her fight to interfere with. She's right. I can't win, not like this, Urza thought to herself. She had pulled out almost all of her armors at this point, and it seemed that for every advantage Urza could find in combat, Mifone was able to come up with some kind of counter. She racked her mind then, to think of some kind of her armor that would allow her to turn the tide of this battle, but she soon came to a startling realization. She had nothing left. There was no armor she could use besides the newly acquired ones that would allow her a chance at victory. Is this the end? Did I fight so hard for nothing? Just then, Urza was hit with a new idea. No. There was a way for her to turn this battle around. A way for her to gain the power and the speed that she would need to win this battle. However, in order to acquire them, she would need to discard her armor. The very thought sent a shiver down her spine. Ever since she had left the Tower of Heaven, she had never taken off her armor with the sole exception for when she took a bath or went out to the beach. To go into battle without her safety net, it scared her. For what was she without her armor? Nothing more than a woman too scared to open up to the world. She needed her armor. Without it, she was nothing. Don't give up, Urza. She slowly turned her head then to the source of that voice, Lil Tata Lampard standing in front of the other spectators with determination in her eyes. Lil Tato. Just what do you think you're doing? Don't tell me that you were thinking for even a second you were going to throw in the towel. That isn't the fairy tale way, and that certainly isn't you. You're the closest thing I've had to a real sister ever since I lost my first family. You're strong, smart, and everything that I wish I could be. You're our inspiration. Lil Tato is right, Bambietta chipped in. Urza, except for my sensei and my mother, you're the only other woman I've looked up to as a role model. You're the reason I'm even in fairy tale right now. I've met so many people thanks to you, so, don't you dare give up. Do you hear me? Don't you dare allow yourself to fall. Rukia offered up, bringing one fist up against her sternum. All of us have a common thread that binds us, fairy tale. For that, we will always support you, Titania Urza. So even in the face of defeat, stick out your chest and declare to yourself that you will emerge victoriously. No. I can't give up, not with everyone cheering me on. Urza's body began to glow then, her black armor soon fading as she began to take on a new form. I don't need my armor, not anymore. Not as long as I have my friends. As long as I have the power to keep them safe, then that's all that matters. Oast of choice, Urza's theme. She's different now. She's changed. Rukia was unsure of what she was seeing. Gone was the armor, Urza had adorned an outfit more befitting a soul reaper than a wizard. Her chest wrapped tightly in cloth, a red hakama adorned with flames upon her hair held in a ponytail, and the twin katanas firmly held in her grip. For the Regei, it was as if looking upon a Bankai itself. What's this? One last defiant attempt to try to take me down. Mifone asked as she looked over Urza's body. You must be truly desperate if you think you can defeat me without your armor. However, while Mifone had a calm and collected facade on the outside, she couldn't help but feel uncertain about what was transpiring. She's discarded her armor completely. What are you up to this time, Urza? What's she doing? Bambietta asked. Without any defense, she'll be defeated for sure. No, Rukia said. I don't think that's it. I think I know what she's doing, Yuaki said as she watched on with intrigue. The only question is, can she pull it off? It's an all-or-nothing gamble now. Lil Tato thought as she looked at Urza. Without the armor to empower, she's freed up so much magic and put all of it into those swords. This is her last chance. Come on Urza, win this. Well then, if you're going to insist on continuing this battle, I may as well put an end to it right now. Mifone pointed her hands forwards then, blasting Urza with both lasers and diamonds alike. A large crystal, in particular, was approaching Urza at dazzling speeds, no doubt finally ending the battle between the two. Urza said nothing then, as she cut the large diamond in half with her katanas with ease before she began swinging both swords, again and again, deflecting both lasers and crystals alike. She watched the barrage of attacks closely, trying to find a momentary break in the attack. A point where she could shatter Mifone's offense and put her on the defense. There. For a moment time seemed to slow for the unarmored wizard, Urza shifting on her feet to dodge one errant blast and leaped forward. She shattered one crystal coming her way, catching a glint of a magical beam moving in close. Seeing another crystal coming in from the side, Urza slammed one foot into it, pushing off and giving herself momentum to the left. The blast of light streaked past her, very nearly skimming her ponytail, but nothing more. Hitting the ground in a crouch, Urza jabbed one katana into the ground, swinging the blade up and forward. Debris tore from the surface of the arena flooring, spinning out towards Mifone. Impressive, Mifone said, bringing one hand up and blasting the scattered debris. But I wonder what you were trying to distract me from. Mifone could see the crystal geyser she had made moments earlier tumbling towards her, Urza behind it. One of the katanas was flying back into Urza's hand, having cut down the massive pillar through the knight's telekinetic magic. Most impressive. Mifone brought both hands before her, elbows out to the side, as she fired upon the falling pillar with twin beams that became one. The crystal exploded then, leaving a shockwave to reverberate across the chamber, debris covering the entire arena and clouding her vision. But it's still far from OV-. Then, just as the dust was clearing, Urza charged before Mifone and tackled her to the ground. Mifone grunted in pain as she landed, and when she looked up she saw Urza crouching down with one sword pointing down at her, the flat edge resting atop the wizard's right shoulder. "I suppose that was the pride before the fall," Mifone said, staring up the length of the blade and into Urza's eyes. "Holy shit, that was awesome!" Bambietta yelled out. "Geez, it's going to take me at least a whole day to clean up this little mess." Elizabeth sighed before she then grinned. "But it was worth it seeing my best customer in action." "Urza, I can't believe how far you've come," Yuuki said as she watched down from below. She could have given up any minute in this fight, but she continued despite such overwhelming odds. Rukia thought to herself. As she looked at the red-headed swordsman, however, she was soon replaced by a young man with orange hair and a black katana. "She's a lot like you, isn't she, Ichigo?" Lil Tato let out a sigh of relief then, the Quincy having held her breath since Urza had discarded her armor. "Thank goodness that's over." Mifone stared at Urza then, her eyes looking over to one of her photon blades that fell out of her dress when Urza tackled her. If she could just reach it. No. There's no point. It would only delay the inevitable. "I know when I'm beaten." Mifone thought to herself before she finally smiled at Urza. "Well played, Urza, I surrender." Urza's body suddenly grew lighter then, every fiber in her being no longer left tense and battle-ready. The swords vanished, Urza's shoulders slumping slightly. As she stood up, she looked into Mifone's eyes, Urza unsure of what to do or say. For situations such as this, those that existed outside of the mission, outside of combat, were the truest challenges she could ever face. Thoughts ran past her, the wizard knowing the proper etiquette, but she was unsure how to proceed. All she could do was reach out then, putting a hand atop the very same shoulder her katana had just been. "I owe this strength to you, Mifone. You and all of Fairy Tale." "Hey!" Elizabeth suddenly said with a huff, the elven smith leaning forward with both hands on her hips. "And you as well, Elizabeth," Urza said. "If not for you, my heart would never have had the armor that allowed it to grow as strong as it has." "Oh, well." Elizabeth smiled. "It's the least I could do for my best customer." Having heard her own words then, Urza looked back at Mifone. She knew what she had to do. Stepping close, she hugged her mentor from long ago. "Thank you." "No. I'm the one who should be thanking you, Urza," Mifone said as she hugged her back. "You've helped me out in ways that you don't realize, but I suppose now it's time you knew the truth." "So, you'll keep your end of the deal then?" Urza asked as she finally let go of her dear friend. "But of course. I am a woman of my word after all," Mifone said before her eyes slowly roamed her own body. "But, I think we should freshen up a little first, it's a long story." "I can agree to that," Urza said, she could use a moment or two to rest after a battle like that. She could wait a few more minutes. Soon, she would finally know the truth. Chapter 49, Revelations 2. After a quick shower and a new change of clothes, both Urza and Mifone soon emerged from their respective changing rooms. As they arrived at where the others were located on the top floor, Urza could see Bambietta engaging in a heated discussion with Lil Tato. "I still don't see why you're obsessing over this so much," Lil Tato told Bambietta. "I mean, you have the Seal Schneider. That's practically a lightsaber right there." No, it isn't," Bambietta argued. "The hilt is all wrong and too flat for it to be a proper lightsaber. Not to mention that it doesn't have the same cool sound effects as a real one. Furthermore, they're stuck with the blue color, and I know that my lightsaber of choice would be red if I had a real say in the matter. Besides, it's not even a sword, it's a modified arrow. I can't accept that as a proper substitute for one now that I know that something much closer is possible here. Isn't red the color only the Sith use? You know, the villains." Lil Tato asked. "My dream of becoming Darth Ravergos will come to be, dammit," Bambietta exclaimed as she threw her fist to the air. Lil Tato couldn't help but roll her eyes at Bambietta's retort, Rukia sighing as she and Yuuki continued their own conversation as Elizabeth continued to inspect Rukia's Zanpakuto with a glow in her eyes. "Is she always so passionate about such trivial manners?" Mifone asked Urza as she watched the brunette. That all depends on what she's talking about. From what I've gathered, your weapon bears a striking resemblance to one from one of her favorite movies. Urza said before she smiled. But that passionate side of her is what I think everyone in the guild finds endearing about her. I see, Mifone said as she stared at Bambietta. I still don't understand why you thought she was worthy of so much responsibility, Sylphia. I don't care that if she was the most compatible with it, surely you had to have better options than this. But I suppose I'll see why soon enough. I'll need you to bring her with us. It's official council business and she'll need to hear what I have to tell you as well. She asked Urza before the red-headed mage nodded in understanding. She wasn't sure what kind of business the Magic Council could possibly have with Bambietta, the Quincy surprisingly having managed to be far less destructive in terms of property damage compared to the likes of Natsu, Grey, and Elfman. Or why she would need to hear what Urza had fought so hard for mere moments ago. Still, she was sure Mifone had her reasons. She never was a woman to do things needlessly. Bambietta. Urza called out to the loud Quincy, the brunette ceasing her argument with Lil Tato as her entire body went stiff with worry. Why yeah Urza? Bambietta replied. Ah shit. Don't tell me she's mad about me making a ruckus while she got cleaned up. Damn me and my passion for new ways to cause violence. Mifone has requested that you join us down below, Urza spoke. Are you sure about that? Bambietta asked the two of them. I thought this was something you would want to keep private between the two of you. It's true that I would rather not divulge this information to anyone else, but I happen to have some business with you as well, Miss Basterbine, Mifone told her. Very urgent business at that, and it's relevant to what we'll be discussing, and I'd rather not repeat myself. I see, Bambietta said as she gulped. What did you do now? Rukia and Lil Tato thought at the same time. You're not in trouble, Mifone said as she noticed the look of worry on Bambietta's face. I just need to ask you some questions on behalf of the Magic Council in regards to the situation with Eisenwald a few months back. It was a lie, but one convincing enough to remove any hint of worry from Bambietta. Oh sure, I can help with that, Bambietta said as she let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. Here I thought they found out about the incident with Giselle. With that, the three wizards went down below, Lil Tato looking over to Elizabeth as they did so. So, you got anything to eat around here? As the three wizards finally made it downstairs, Mifone looked over at the two of them as they sat down on some chairs near a workbench. Are you absolutely sure that you need to know why I left Urza? I'll warn you now that you probably won't like the answer. I didn't fight you as hard as I did just to back away at the moment of truth. Whatever your reasons were, I'll listen to what you have to say. She then gave her old mentor a smile before she continued. You were the only one in the guild besides Master Makarov I ever looked up to. I'm sure whatever your reasons are, I'll be able to understand them. I still don't know why I'm here for this, Bambietta asked. I mean, I don't see what this has to do with me. It'll all become clear soon enough, Mifone told her before she looked at the two of them. But before I tell you why I left Urza, I need to ask you both one question. Do you believe that this world is worthy of existence? What? Bambietta was dumbfounded, to say the least. Of all the things she could ask, she had to choose something like this. Before she could ask why she would ask such a thing, however, Mifone continued. It's true that things have improved considerably for most of humanity for the past 100 years. With the exception of the attempts at invasion from both Alberts and Boso, major conflicts have seemingly become a thing of the past. But what do we have in its place? Dark guilds run rampant across all of Ishgard, killing, enslaving and torturing thousands of people on a daily basis. In countries like Bosco, those without magic power are treated as lower-class citizens with no human rights to speak of, and slavery runs amok. You know that better than anyone else, Urza. Urza remained silent, merely listening to what her old friend had to tell her. But even so, Bambietta could notice that the S-class mage was clenching her fists as soon as Mifone had brought up slavery. Urza. Just, what did you go through in that tower? Bambietta thought. She had only recalled Urza mentioning it once back when the Magic Council had brought her into questioning after she had destroyed the demonic flute. She didn't think too much of it back then, the Quincy not having the same bond with the guild that she did now. But seeing Urza like this, it was clear to her now that the wizard must have gone through quite the ordeal. Urza as a slave, the mere thought of it just seemed wrong to Bambietta. Urza was supposed to be powerful, inspiring. To think of her as someone's slave, it brought a feeling of anger to her mind. Bambietta may not have suffered nearly as long as Urza did in the tower, but she had an experience all too familiar and similar to Urza's. The fact that Urza is where she is now, you really are incredible, aren't you? Bambietta thought. Miphone continued speaking. Demons of Zeref continue to find their way into the modern magic world, either due to human sacrifices from dark guilds worshipping the Black Wizard, or the demons that have hidden over the last few centuries have finally decided to come out of hiding. Not to mention how even normal guilds have begun to value money over things such as morality. I believe Jose showed you that, and he's far from the only example I can think of. Furthermore, the only thing keeping this continent at peace with the Alverts is our super weapon, the Etherian, among other super weapons that I'm not allowed to disclose. No doubt they have been trying to figure out a way around each and every single one of them. A huge war is inevitable. Countless lives will be lost. It's not a matter of if, but when. So I ask you both, is this world worthy of existence? Of course it is, Urza replied, not missing a beat. Nothing's perfect. Not you, not me, and certainly not the world. But that doesn't stop us from trying to better ourselves one step at a time. And that path will lead us, and the world, to a better future. The world may be full of sin, but there are plenty of people who go out of their way to help others, for no gain of their own. I've seen it time and time again, from the people of Magnolia to the people who took me in at Rosemary Village, and Fairy Tale above all has shown me that more than anything else. So yes, I do believe that this world is worth existing. Bambietta spoke up then as well. From what you just told us, there are a lot of crappy things about it. Worthless things. But even so, it's ours. Am I for it? Hell yes. Bambietta smirked before she continued. Urza's right, just because the world may be full of sin, doesn't mean that the people trying their best to live in it aren't worth saving. Miphone said nothing before she smiled. I'm glad that's the way you think. She said before she sat down. Of course, I already suspected that was the case, but I had to be sure. I'm rather skilled with identifying liars, and I know what you said was how you truly felt. Yeah, that's great and all, but why did you ask us such a thing? Bambietta asked. I mean, I thought you were gonna tell us why you left the guild. I'm getting to that, Miphone said before she looked at Urza. Tell me though, Urza, how much do you know about Miss Basterbine? You don't have to give me the same answer that you did to the others about her being a slave in the tower, like you were. I want the truth. Oh, well, this bodes poorly. Bambietta thought. I know enough, Urza replied, eyes narrowing. Just what was Miphone getting at? She's from another world. She did terrible things and had terrible things done to her. But she's different now. She's changed. And she's fighting day by day to continuing to find her best self. I see. So it seems like you know a little at the very least. Miphone told her. But not everything. She turned around then, looking at Bambietta. You see, Miss Basterbine, you and I are much more alike than you realize. Bambietta's brow furrowed beneath her hat. Well, we both clearly like lightsabers and stuff and making with the flashy light shows, but I take it you mean something a little more substantial than that. Miphone couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that you have a good sense of humor about you. I'm beginning to see why Cyplia is so fond of you. Sylphia. Urza was more than a little confused, though she kept it to herself for the moment, remaining calm with her arms folded across her chest. Wait. Bambietta, however, was the type to wear her emotions on her sleeves. She blinked several times, her indoor voice turning into one more fit for the outdoors. You know Sylphia? Know her? Why, she's the reason I'm in Earthland in the first place. Miphone said as she looked over to Urza. You see Urza, Bambietta, and I have something in common. Long before I joined Fairy Tale, I was from another world. Urza managed to keep her composure despite the surprise she felt internally. So this wasn't the first time. nor sheer circumstance and good fortune for Bambietta. Wait, Bambietta said as she drew closer to Mifone. You're from my world. Are you a Quincy? Or? No, I'd rather it not be the alternatives. No, I'm not a Quincy. I'm just a normal human. Furthermore, I'm not from your world, she said before she narrowed her eyes. But I can only pray that it's better than my own. You see, Urza, me and Bambietta, as well as many of the individuals from her world, are here not by happenstance, but to serve in a war for the gods. Though unlike Miss Basterbine and the others, I was reincarnated with no memories of my past, at least at first. A war for the gods? Urza asked before she looked at Bambietta. Is this true? Well, I'm not really supposed to dash. Bambietta stopped talking as she noticed Urza staring into her eyes, a glare that basically told her, you will tell me or else. Which was more than enough incentive for her to influence her next choice of words. Yes, it is. To make a long story short, we're fighting a war for the fate of humanity. Luckily for me, I'm one of the good guys now. We were ordered by the deity who brought us over to not share this information with anyone, Mifone spoke up. At least, I wasn't until I won the war I was used in 4 years ago. Though I've still been sworn to secrecy, I am allowed to share this information with only special individuals. She then looked over to Urza. You, Urza, qualify as such. For what reason? Urza asked. She knew that she was a strong and capable wizard, but surely there had to be more to it than that if she was being allowed to know such information. It has to do with your ancestry, Mifone answered. She raised up her hand as soon as she saw Urza about to prod for more information. I'm afraid to say that I don't have any further details than that. I'm sorry. She was partially telling the truth. She knew that Urza was the daughter of none other than the woman who had invented Dragon Slayer magic, but nothing more. Sylphia had informed Mifone when she had tried to see if she could find Urza's parents to bring the then young mage any sort of closure regarding her blood relatives, letting the former strongest female mage of fairy tale know that not only would it be a wasted effort, but a confrontation with her mother could potentially be disastrous. It's best you don't know more anyways, for your own sake. Mifone thought. Still, she had to wonder what kind of relationship Irene had with the gods to allow Urza the privilege of such knowledge. My heritage. Bambietta could hear it in Urza's voice, see it in her body language. There was a slight, minuscule shift. A change that was so minuscule that none would notice. None save those who fought alongside time and again under the banner of fairy tale. Urza, for her part, reigned in that aspect of herself. She knew of how she had been found abandoned as a baby on the doorstep of a kindly couple. A couple who had perished at the hands of the cult who had taken her to the Tower of Heaven. However, the past was the past. Whoever had left her there. I suppose you have your reasons for saying that and nothing more, so I will not press the issue. I'm grateful for your understanding in this matter, Mifone spoke. But I think that's enough of that. You're not here to listen to me prattle on about the gods, you're interested in finding out why I left. Mifone's eyes couldn't help but look down as she spoke. I know that you're responsible for the deaths of many people, Miss Basterbine. Thousands of them. Soul Reapers, your own subordinates, the human souls that were destroyed by all the hollows you killed. She clenched her right arm as she continued. But as horrible as what you did was, my sins are far greater in magnitude. Bambietta thought back to her world, the actions she had taken there. Of the actions and impulses she had fought against since she had taken on the emblem of fairy tale. I find that hard to believe. But believe it she did. Mifone spoke of Bambietta's world with intimate knowledge, a knowledge that she had no doubt been made privy to thanks to Sylphia. How then could Bambietta deny the wisdom of the goddess who had given both herself and Mifone a second chance? You see, my world was quite a bit different from the one we live in right now. Our advances in technology were as if they came from one of your science fiction novels. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that some of us even lived among the stars. Mifone frowned then as she continued. But despite the amazing leaps and bounds we had made in technology, my world was full of suffering. Countless wars raged on across the globe, not a single day would pass where some kind of conflict was taking place. Be it for territory, religion, energy, or just some madmen mercenaries who enjoy causing the pain and suffering of others, my world knew nothing of peace. Sounds like what the afterlife was like back home, Bambietta whispered under her breath, growing withdrawn. Because, we helped push it over the edge. I was fortunate enough to have been born and raised in one of the richest families on the planet, but I still saw the suffering of others. Every single day, it was the same news over and over again. Countries and militants constantly battling over some ideology or resource, and innocent people who wanted nothing to do with it, constantly being caught in the crossfire. As I grew older, I saw how the world really worked. How it was run and abused by those in power and wealth. The lives of others mean nothing to them so long as they could further their own agenda or profit. She clenched her fists then, her eyes narrowing in anger as she continued. I hated my world. I hated how broken everything was, how little life meant to those with real power, and how everyone else in the world just accepted it as how life had to be. So you tried to fix it? Bambietta asked. That's not a sin. Urza had at least some inkling what was to come, remembering well of the young boy who had given her and the others in the Tower of Heaven hope and how he had changed in time. The road to hell is sometimes paved with good intentions, Bambietta. All too true. Urza. Mifone answered before she sighed. Eventually, I reached a point in my life that if I didn't think the world could be changed, that I would rather have it be destroyed. That's why I asked you that question from before. I remember when I first found them. They were a group that was dedicated to one thing and one thing only. To remove the surge of war off the face of the earth. No matter what the reason, they would intervene in any conflict and bring an end to it. I finally found a way to bring about the change I so desperately desired, and thus I became one of their most powerful supporters. Our technology was about 200 years more advanced than what the other forces had, so we quickly gained a name for ourselves as we ended conflict after conflict. Finally, we were making a difference. She then looked down, as if in shame. But then, things changed, or rather, I did. What did you do? Bambietta asked, a little apprehension apparent in her tone of voice. Urza was a bit more to the point. I would like to know as well. Mifone couldn't help but look down in shame as she spoke. You see, as we continued our operations, the world slowly began to change, too slowly to my liking. At the rate we were going, real change may not have happened in our lifetime. I became obsessed with achieving this goal and I. Mifone paused for a moment, her body trembling for the briefest of moments, the wizard bringing her hands up to clutch at her forearms. I allowed my ambitions to twist me until I lost sight of what we were fighting for. I fell in with individuals who spoke to my ambitions and... No, I sought them out. Cruelty beget cruelty, spreading like cancer until I was no better than those I had once worked against. Mifone snapped then, her eyes blazing with anger as she began to scream, fingers digging into both the fabric of her long gloves and the flesh underneath. I was nothing more than a damn hypocrite. Countless innocent lives lost because I lost sight of everything and anything. Playing both sides because I thought I alone could change the world into what it should have been. Those who trusted me. Those I confided in. My own brother. Everything was lost and I just kept making the wrong decisions. Over and over again. The world needed to change, but in the end, all I did was change myself for the worse. Because of me, an entire country was whipped off the face of the earth. Millions of lives lost, all because of my own hubris. Tears slowly trickled down her face. When I won the war for Sylphia 4 years ago, I was allowed a reward. I couldn't revive my parents as I had initially hoped. Onskram wouldn't allow any mortal to pervert the laws of life and death, so I asked about my past life in the other world. I wanted to know just what it was about me that made Sylphia chose me as her warrior. When I remembered what I did, all the atrocities I had contributed to, I knew that from that moment forward that I could no longer belong to fairy tale. How could I? How many lives were lost because of my selfishness? You were all too good for someone like me, so I knew that had to leave the guild. But I didn't wish to leave you all if I didn't have someone to take my place, and once you defeated me on Tenro Island Urza, I knew I could leave the guild in capable hands. So, I left. But despite knowing what I did, I still wanted to make a difference in the world. The right way this time. So I trained hard and became one of the wizard saints so that I could ensure that the same mistakes that plagued my world would not take place here. Urza felt her body run cold for a moment, though she powered through it. The Mifone Long that I know would not have done such a thing. Bambietta looked between Urza to Mifone and back again. I guess it wasn't so funny when I said Sylphia was all about giving second chances. Urza took a step forward and put a hand atop Mifone's shoulder. The Mifone Long who stands before me. No, the woman who called Fairy Tale her home, has long since risen above such misdeed. How can you just say that? She said as tears fell down her eyes. The things I did. The lives I took, I was nothing short of a monster. Mifone, Urza began to say, I do not know the world you came from or the woman you were then. But before me now, I see the woman I have known for almost half my life. I wasn't there for the journey you've taken, but I have seen the end result of it. You helped open the door to my heart to the rest of the guild and helped me truly live again. For that, I will always cherish our time together. Always. Urza. Mifone said as she began to smile. Even despite knowing what she had, her successor had still chosen to have faith in the person she was now, not caring for whatever sins she may have committed in a past life. Somewhere, deep inside, she had always known this to be the truth, but to hear Urza actually say those words, it was as if an invisible weight had been taken off her shoulders. I can understand now why you felt that you had to leave, Urza told her. But I know myself and the others would be more than willing to accept you back in the guild. I know, but I can't. Mifone responded. That was my main reason for leaving, but far from the only one. You remember what I told you that day I left, did you not? Of course, you still wish to save the council from corruption and help as many people as you can with your position as a wizard saint, Urza said with a smile. With such noble intentions, I cannot fault you for your decision. Well, this has been great and all, but I still don't understand why I'm even here. Bambietta pipped up. I mean, I'm glad you two got your whole history figured out and such, but I don't know why you need to see me. Mifone turned around to face Bambietta before she spoke. Ah yes, going down my trip down memory lane almost made me forget. You and I have important things to discuss, Miss Basterbine. Such as? Mifone frowned before she spoke. It's simple really, I need to know if you're someone I can actually trust. She folded her arms before she spoke. I know this will sound quite hypocritical, given what I've just told you, but your past leaves me rather concerned with you staying with my old family. Bambietta was just about to speak, but Urza had quickly decided to speak her own mind before the Quincy had a chance. I can assure you that you don't have to worry about such incidents repeating themselves in the guild. I've seen Bambietta risk her own life for her guild mates with my own eyes. Anyone who is willing to die for their own comrades would never dare to sully their hands with the blood of one of our own. She's changed. Your word of confidence does lessen my worry a little, but not entirely. Mifone retorted. I heard that she fought valiantly against Phantom Lord, Jose of all people at that, and that's no small feat. Commendable even. But I also know that it was for someone that she has lived with for quite some time and even formed a special relationship with. Tell me, do you think she would be willing to do the same for everyone else in the guild? I don't know if I would have done it for just anyone in the guild, Bambietta spoke up as Mifone returned her attention to the Quincy. I'm just not that kind of person, I'll admit it, but I have friends in Fairy Tale. Friends that have always been there for me when I've needed them most. Would I die for them? Bambietta clenched her fist then before she smirked. Hell yes. You don't have to worry about me going back to my old murderous ways, certainly not with any of my guildmates. I'm not that kind of person anymore. Urza smiled, proud hearing the answer that Bambietta had quickly come up with, only for Mifone to reply with another question. Really? Then please, explain the incident that you had regarding Jade. Bambietta froze then, her eyes widening in shock as she was suddenly reminded of one of her biggest regrets since joining the guild. How do you know about that? Because we're connected, Mifone said as she took off one of her gloves, and her hand began to glow red, Bambietta's hand glowing red as well. You, me, and Jade. We've all been brought to this world by the same person. Though I've known her for quite some time since we lived in the same orphanage. This seal that you see on our hands was placed to prevent us from causing each other harm. Wait. Does that mean Jade fought in one of the wars as well? Bambietta asked. No, from what I could gather, she was just a charity case, Mifone told her. However, that still doesn't answer my question. Tell me why I should trust you after you almost killed her. Bambietta was silent for a moment before she sighed. There's no way to make this sound good, I'll be frank. When I found Jade, I had just been told that one of my old friends from my world had been recently spotted and, well, I held a bit of a grudge against her. I thought that she sold me out to an existence as an undead slave to a former friend of mine. I was bitter to say the least about the whole thing. So when I found out that Jade was her traveling companion, I decided to talk to her myself. I wanted to see if maybe I was wrong, but... Bambietta looked downwards, the cap covering her eyes as she continued to speak. Jade just continued to defend her. She told me that I deserved whatever it was I went through, and I snapped. I see, so you dash. Mifone was about to speak more, but Urza raised her hand to silence her, to allow Bambietta to continue to speak. But, when I was stopped, I felt so ashamed of myself. That I could just lose control of myself like that. No, it was more than that. I would have lost everything that mattered to me. I realized that Fairy Tail was more than just some guild when we fought Phantom Lord. It was a family. My family. To lose that over something so foolish, it scared me. Bambietta looked back up then as she continued. But, when I met my old friend, we made up. Not just her, but Jade too. We're really good friends now actually, and it was after that when I began to feel guilt over what I did in my old life, just like you. I had nightmares day after that incident with Jade. I was even found by one of the men I murdered. I was so riddled with guilt that I thought it was best that I let him do whatever he wanted to me, but despite it all, despite my past sins, my friends still believed in me once they found out. Just as Urza did with you. Bambietta smiled as she continued to speak. I never want to lose the people I care about. Ever since I died, the one thing I've come to value more than anything else is real companions. You're not the only monster here, but people can change. Urza. No, all of Fairy Tail, it. Bambietta's nose wrinkled. It makes us our best selves. Mifone could only stare at Bambietta as she processed all of the information she was just given. Over the past several years she had learned how to tell whenever someone was lying to her or not from all the interrogations she had given dark mages. She wasn't perfect at it, but by and large, she knew the common traits one could find in someone from when they lied, and for the whole time she had spoken, Mifone had seen nothing but honesty from the young Quincy. The wizard saint smirked then before she spoke. I see, I think I'm beginning to see why she chose you after all. You truly do seem to love the guild, just as I did. She extended her hand towards Bambietta then as she continued. Very well then, from this moment on I'm choosing to place my trust in you as well. That means a lot coming from one of the saints, thank you, Bambietta said as she took Mifone's hand and shook it. Friends. More than that. You, me, and Jade are practically the children of Sylphia. From now on, consider the two of us part of your family. Well. I've certainly had worse, consider it a deal. Bambietta spoke. Compared to her father, the two of them may as well have been saints anyways. She was already good friends with Jade as it was, and Mifone seemed more than trustworthy. So was that all you needed me for, or? One last thing I'm afraid, Mifone replied. There's something about you that you need to be made aware of. Oh, please don't tell me that everyone from my world is gonna die after the war is over or something like that. Bambietta groaned as she buried her hand in her hands. No, nothing of the sort, but I'd rather you not find out about this the hard way as I did, Mifone spoke. You're more special than you realize, Bambietta. You're not just some chess piece on the playing board, you possess the key to the safety of all of humanity, as well as its destruction. Excuse you. Bambietta spoke. She hadn't been expecting something like that. What are you talking about? Urza asked, her voice now one of concern. When I was used in the war 4 years ago, over a decision to steal all the magic away from Earthland for the gods to survive, it was only me and one other warrior. However, Both sides wanted to ensure that they would be victorious, and thus, they sealed immense power within us. The power of two deceased gods. When I won the war, the power was removed from me and the other warrior. I had hoped that would be the end of it, but it seems that history has repeated itself. But, why? Bambietta asked. Surely with all the warriors that are being brought in from my world, they don't need to worry about having strong warriors. We're already pretty powerful as it is. You forget that the side you are opposing is desperate for victory, Mifone informed her. If they do not win, they fear it will result in the very end of their very existence. To ensure that victory is theirs, they have apparently decided to choose a champion to inherit that power once more. Thus, as a response, your side had to choose a champion as well, and they chose you. Wait, me? Why me? Bambietta asked. I mean, I know I'm badass, but even I'm starting to think they're placing a bit too much faith in me as it is. It's all about compatibility with the power, nothing more, Mifone stated. If the power isn't compatible with the host will die, and the power will disappear along with them. Thus compatibility is paramount. Sylphia has informed me that they searched for the most compatible individual and that person was you. What kind of power are you speaking of? Urza asked with concern. Oh, I'm sure it's not that big a deal, Bambietta said. What are we talking about here? Enough to destroy a large-ass mountain or a whole island. I could do that back home when I was at full strength, no problem. Well, to give you just an idea of what you're dealing with, before the gods rewrote all of humanity's memories and history after my final battle in the last war, Earthland used to have 2 moons. Oh, shit. Bambietta said before she sat down in a nearby chair in shock. That's not good. Now do you understand? If you use this power recklessly, you could potentially end the lives of millions of people. I thought the gods wanted to avoid an all-out massacre. Bambietta shouted. This sounds just like that to me. They do, but despair can often bring out the most foolish of actions among people, even the gods. Mifone said with a hint of sadness. And she didn't warn me about this because? Bambietta asked. Mifone sighed before she answered. It's more than likely that she was forbidden from sharing this knowledge with you. The only reason she even introduced herself to you before was to prevent, well, I'm sure you remember. Odds are you won't be seeing her again until the war properly begins. But, what if the other guy gets his first, then what? Bambietta asked. I need to learn how to get this thing fast. Fortunately, it's not just something you can call upon by sheer force of will, Mifone told her. The power reacts to a need, not a desire. A strong, overwhelming surge of emotion. In my case, it was fear and desperation to keep everyone safe. But in your case, from what I know about you, odds are it'll probably be anger. But I've been med plenty of times since I've gotten here, livid even. Bambietta told Mifone as she thought back to her experiences with Gajeel and Giselle. I didn't get any kind of strength from it. Just a beatdown on some jackasses I was already stronger than. More than likely, your body is still adapting to it. The process will likely take quite some time. She then narrowed her eyes. However, you must learn to control your emotions better. Should you unleash your power at an improper time or place countless lives could be lost. Urza finished. I'll do whatever I can to keep her anger in check. Normal anger shouldn't be any cause for concern. The Wizard Saint informed them. But if it becomes something more than that, then you must intervene. Silence filled the room once more before Bambietta spoke. Well, I'm up for a change in mood. You guys want to see how the others are doing? Urza and Mifone couldn't help but smile at the suggestion before Urza spoke. We could use something to cheer us up. Besides, I'm sure that Elizabeth has begun to ask Rukia more questions about her Zanpakuta than she would care to answer. For the next couple of hours, the group had engaged in all kinds of conversations as they chowed down for some food, ranging from discussions about hobbies and battle strategies to their favorite books and movies, and eventually boasting about some of the amazing adventures they had all gone under. Elizabeth, in particular, had plenty under her belt, the elf's 400 years of life providing far more in the way of experience. So then when I was finished, I threw the manticore over the mountain, the whole mountain. Elizabeth said as she took another sip of her drink. And their kind has never tried to bother with Astor Village since. And you're the second weakest of the saints, how exactly? Bambietta asked as she tried to process all of the information she had heard. Manticores were extremely powerful S-class monsters, at least from what Lil Tato had told her about them. It's because she places far too much interest in her business than training, Yuuki told Bambietta. Believe it or not, she used to be much stronger than she is now. That's no small feat, Rukia said as she looked over at the pink-haired saint. She's already on par with a captain, and she's been slacking on her training. What kind of world have I wound up in? Honestly, it's a shame to see one of the former four gods of Ishgar having fallen so low, Mifone spoke. You may have still been among them today if you hadn't started to slack off. Well, excuse me for wanting to ensure my family's business only brings out quality products, Elizabeth remarked. Not all of us own the largest lacrima mining facility in all of Ishgar like your family did. I have to constantly improve my work if I want the Hard Cruise business to stay ahead of the competition. Mifone couldn't help but snicker, having managed to get under her friend's skin as Bambietta spoke up. So, who are these four gods of Ishgar anyways? I thought the wizard saints were the best of the best. They still are, Urza answered. However, amongst the 10 saints, the top 4 most powerful of the wizard saints are an entirely different league of their own. I heard that 3 of the 4 members had retired recently, but I've known that they've been replaced by even stronger wizards. She then looked over at Bambietta with a slight glare. Master Makarov is only the 5th strongest of the saints, and from what he's told me about them, they're far more powerful than he is. Urza shook her head then as she thought about it. I'm positive I wouldn't stand a chance against them as I am now, even with my new armors. I can confirm the rumors, Mifone added. I've seen their power firsthand. Even if I was 5 times stronger than I am now, I have no doubt in my mind that I would still lose against any of them. They sound just like the Scoots Staffel, Lil Tato thought. And possibly just as powerful. Jesus, we had a group just like that back at home. I remember when my friends and I tried to fight one of them once in a sparring match. Bambietta said before she looked down in shame. He destroyed us in about 5 minutes. Would take a freaking miracle to defeat that dem Schrift, huh, guess that's why it's called the miracle. Yeah, I'd rather not relive that fight, Lil Tato told Bambietta. My mouth gets all sore when I think about it. Well, Robert happens to be the 4th, Elizabeth told them. As a matter of fact, I'll let him know how well the 2 of you are doing when I see him again. Well, somebody hasn't lost any of his powers, Lil Tato theorized inside her head. Robert had always been one of the stronger members of the Stern Ritter, but she Bambietta and Meninas had eventually surpassed him in time. Still, it was good to know at least one of them was someone they could fully rely on. In any event, Urza spoke as she rose from her chair. While it has been enjoyable seeing you all again, I'm afraid we must take our leave if we wish to get back to Magnolia before it's too dark. I'm afraid I must agree, Mifone added. I'm afraid I have some important work that I need to catch up on soon, and I can't delay any longer. Oh, but we're having so much fun, Elizabeth said before she pouted. Party poopers. I'd hate to end a good time, but I do need to make sure Wendy is doing all right, Bambietta added. That said, about that lightsaber dash. Give me time and I'll see what I can do, Elizabeth said. But I make no promises. Do try and take care, Yuuki said as she shook hands with Urza. I figured you wouldn't want a sparring match after your fight with Mifone, but how's about we go a round or 2 next time? It's been far too long since I got a real chance to test out my skill with this blade. It would be my pleasure. Eventually, everyone had gathered their things and had gotten ready to leave. The sun was already starting to set, but Bambietta was positive that she could make it back home before night fell with the use of Hyrenkyaku. Just as she was getting ready to leave, however, she turned around one last time to see Urza finishing up with Elizabeth. Now please, try to promise me that you won't go and do anything reckless, Elizabeth told Urza. I may have improved your armors, but they're not invincible. Everything has a breaking point after all. I know that all too well. I'll try to be more cautious in my approach to combat, Urza said, though she couldn't help but smile. She always did worry about me taking unnecessary chances, though I don't suppose it's entirely without merit. I mean it, Urza. I swear, one of these days you're going to try to do something really stupid, and I'll lose you," she said as she placed her hands on Urza's shoulders. "Swords, shields, and armor are all replaceable, but you aren't." As she looked at Urza, she could see an image of another woman slowly taking Urza's place, though they looked remarkably similar. Long scarlet hair with a single braid and brown eyes, she couldn't help but hold Urza tightly as she continued to speak. "I already lost someone who was like family to me, I don't want to lose another." "She does make a point, Urza," Miphone said to her. "I know it's the fairy tale way to be reckless in a fight, and while you're certainly more cautious than most members of the guild, you should try to think a little bit more about your own safety. You could have died from that Jupiter cannon if Elizabeth's armors weren't as well made as they are." She gave her a small smile as she continued. "Risking your own life for the sake of others is truly the sign of an amazing wizard, but you also need to consider the value of your own life." She placed a hand on Urza's shoulders then as Elizabeth stopped hugging her. "I know you feel guilty about Rob, and leaving the others behind in that dim tower, but I'm positive that Rob wants nothing more than for you to stop beating yourself up over the past and to move on. I know it's much easier said than done, I'm still dealing with my own issues as you well know by now, but we must keep living on, if not for ourselves, then for those that died for our own sake." "I know," Urza replied. "But knowing what to do and actually being able to do it are two different battles." Miphone couldn't help but sigh at Urza's response. "You'll never change, will you?" She then came in close to give Urza a hug of her own before she smiled. "I'll be stopping by for the Harvest Festival. Until then, take care." Then, at last, they all began to head home. Just as Bambietta had predicted, getting back to Magnolia had been much faster thanks to Hiran Kyaku and Shunpo. Urza had managed to get there first, the redhead deciding to use flight armor as the fastest means of travel. Everyone went their separate ways then, Bambietta wanting to spend some personal time with Lucy while Rukia went off to go find Wendy, just to make sure that the Sky Dragon Slayer's mission had gone well. That suited Bambietta just time. It had been far too long since she and her girlfriend had a moment when it was just the two of them. When she had gotten home, Lucy was already there, sitting on the couch with some popcorn ready. Apparently, her mission had gone well without a hitch, and she had managed to even earn a slight bonus to rent out a movie for the night. Apparently, it was a musical about a traveling wizard who traveled the lands in search of an ancient treasure and based on a popular stage play that Lucy had enjoyed. The celestial wizard had apparently been waiting for Bambietta to show up so they could enjoy it together. Not wanting to miss out on a good movie and spending time with her significant other, Bambietta had quickly accepted Lucy's invitation to watch the movie with her and sat down next to her. This, however, turned out to be a mistake. The film was filled with problems. The acting was wooden as hell, the set pieces poorly designed, and some of the most cliched dialogue the Quincy had heard. It wasn't even so bad that it was funny, it was just a hard watch. 10 minutes into the movie, Bambietta slowly turned to face her girlfriend. "This is from a really popular stage play?" she asked with doubt. "Well, I can see that they've taken a few liberties with the original play, but maybe it'll get better as it goes on." Lucy spoke hopefully. However, after 10 more minutes, and some of the worst songs Bambietta had ever heard, that the former stern Ritter knew that she had seen enough. "Oh my god, I'd rather watch the worst Star Wars movie, cartoon, special, anything over this." Bambietta grabbed the remote and paused the movie before she groaned and looked at the blonde. "Lucy, look, I appreciate you trying to make this night a bit special, really I do, but this movie sucks. Yeah, okay, it's bad," Lucy said before she sighed. "I'm sorry Bambi, I thought this was going to be something we could just have a good time with, but it looks like I got us something a little lackluster." Bambietta smiled at Lucy before she spoke. "Hey, don't worry too much about it, okay? We've all had those moments where we thought we found something good and it turns out to be a piece of crap." Besides, the Quincy then grabbed Lucy's right hand then and slightly squeezed it. "You're here right now, and frankly, that's all I need right now." Lucy smiled before she rested her head against Bambietta's shoulder. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Just being here next to you, it's nice." Bambietta had a smile of her own as she leaned against Lucy. Sure, they weren't exactly engaging in a passionate make-out session as she normally would have back when she was in the Van den Rijk, but something about this moment felt special. Genuine. Like, she didn't have to get something more out of the situation. What was going on right here, this was enough. It was to her surprise then when she felt Lucy's hands on her shoulders, and Bambietta opened her eyes to see Lucy sitting on her lap, her lips close to Bambietta's. Lucy what are dash, Lucy's lips soon made contact with Bambietta's, her eyes widening in shock, the Quincy surprised that the blonde had decided to make the first move once more. First, the day when Gray and Jovia decided to become a couple, and now this. Still, she wasn't going to complain about it as she held her girlfriend close, one hand wrapping around Lucy's waist and the other behind her neck, holding her tightly as the two shared a kiss. They held the kiss for about 30 seconds before they stopped if only to catch their breath. You know, I think I just thought of a better way to make tonight special, Lucy said with a sly smirk. Well, you just took the words right out of my mouth, Bambietta said as she licked her lips. She very much doubted the blonde meant sex, but being able to do this. Oh, Bambietta had no complaints about that. Her hand was just about to wander south when she heard a knock on the door. Ugh, seriously? Why now of all times? Bambietta soon sensed out to find out who it was behind the door to her room. It was Levy. It seemed as if the bookworm had finally returned from her mission in Bottle Brush. While Bambietta was happy to find out one of her best friends had finally returned, she would be lying if she wasn't slightly annoyed at her. Still, Levy wouldn't be popping by over here at this time at night unless she had a good reason. It's Levy, Bambietta said before Lucy nodded and slowly got off of the Quincy. Bambietta sighed before she slowly got up and went to answer the door. Well, I guess I'll be in make-out paradise eventually, now it's just a matter of when. After what had just happened, Bambietta was sure Lucy felt the same way. Opening the door with a smile, Bambietta allowed the petite mage inside. So, how was your mission in Bottle Brush? Find any good books? As she said this, Lucy began to go into the kitchen, no doubt to get some snacks for her friend after what was likely a long trip. Well, the books were fine I guess, but I had a really crazy time down there, Levy said as she sat down on a nearby chair. Some dark guild tried to burn down the bookshop. Apparently, my old friend didn't bother to pay her their protection money. Ah, so you kicked their asses, nice. Bambietta said as Lucy came back with a cheese tray. Sorry we weren't there to help Levy, if I had known you were going to go through something like that, I could have had our restaurant reservations saved for another day. Lucy handed her friend one of the slices, the petite mage taking a small bite before she continued. Oh, you don't need to worry about that, Lou. The truth is, I met a new friend down there who gave me a helping hand. He's really strong. Like, Urza strong. That a fact? Bambietta asked as she sat down with the two of them. Well, I just met some crazy strong people myself today. So, what's he like? Well, for starters, I think he came from the same place you did, Levy told Bambietta, wanting to be vague so she didn't reveal Bambietta's otherworldly origins to Lucy. She wasn't sure what kind of punishment the gods could inflict on her if she accidentally let it slip. I see. Do go on. Bambietta said, her attention now much more focused than before. There was no telling how well this person would take to Quincy's. Sure, Rukia had been rather accepting of her, but that hardly meant every being that was brought over for this war would be. He's a bit on the quiet side, Levy said, though you'll find that out yourself soon enough. He'll be stopping by the guild tomorrow. He isn't really sure if he's going to join the guild or not just yet, so I'll be showing him around. Still, I'm not sure how he'll take to it. Well, I'm sure he'll like it here, Lucy spoke. I mean, I can't recall a single person who didn't want to stay after seeing what it was like. Yeah, I'm sure you're worrying over nothing, Bambietta said as she took a bite out of her own cheese slice. Come on now, you got to at least give me a name. Well, I guess that's fine, Levy said. His name is Dash. Thanks for getting me some ice cream, Rukia, Wendy said before she took another lick from the frozen dessert. The Soul Reaper had found her on the outskirts of Magnolia as she had just returned from her latest mission. She was covered in the occasional bruise, but fine otherwise. It had been a B-class mission, one which had her defeat a few Vulcans. She had to admit she was a bit worried at first, but she had surprisingly handled the mission with little difficulty. "Consider it a reward for showing how effective my training has been," Rukia said as she sampled her own dessert. When they had first begun their training, Wendy was shy and had little in the way of confidence. But now, while she was still a far way off from what Rukia would consider a warrior, the Dragon Slayer had adjusted to her training rather quickly. She was easily stronger than the rank-and-file Soul Reapers and even stronger than Ichigo was when he first got his powers, at least in terms of sheer magical power, and it impressed her to no end. As she was right now, the best comparison that came to Rukia's mind was a fourth-seated officer. "You really have come quite far in a short period of time." At the rate Wendy was going, she could eventually be as powerful as a lieutenant, perhaps even higher if given time. "I can't wait to show Bambi how much stronger I've become," Wendy said, a bright smile now on her face. "Maybe now she'll let me fight with her." "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Carla spoke. She may have come to trust the Quincy much more than she used to, but she was still uneasy with how much Wendy adored her. "I really hope she doesn't pick up any of that woman's nasty habits," Carla thought before she continued. "You still have a long way to go before you're ready for such things." Wendy was about to speak, no doubt to insist that she was ready, when she was interrupted by a loud yell. "You made friends with the fucking fourth Espada." Wendy couldn't help but wince from the sheer volume of the scream that she had just heard. Furthermore, it sounded a lot like Bambietta. "Rukia, did you hear that?" the young wizard asked. "I felt that," Rukia replied calmly, though her thoughts were anything but. "An Espada? Here? And the fourth one at that? He's the one that almost killed Ichigo on top of Las Noches. If he's here as an enemy, no, calm down. He seems to have made friends with Levi. It's too soon to rush to any sort of conclusions just yet." Wendy began to walk over to the direction of her home, no doubt to see how Bambietta was doing, before Rukia placed a hand on her shoulder. "Let's wait just a bit longer before we go home." "But what if Bambi dash?" "She's fine, trust me," Rukia said before she sighed. "Besides, I very much doubt she wants you to hear how much she is cursing up a storm at home." Chapter 50, Divine Intervention. Near the border between the countries of Fiore and Bosco, the town of Oleander could be found by any weary traveler who needed to find a place to rest. Once a former tourist town for the neighboring country of Bosco's citizens to stop by in, the town had since fallen into disarray once the Emperor of Bosco had forbidden any sort of travel to nearby countries and had since tried on numerous occasions to occupy its nearby kingdoms. Because of this, Oleander had been caught in the crossfires of war, leaving the town and landscape heavily damaged and its economy in ruin. Those who could leave did so, but for those who stayed for one reason or another, this town soon became a place of misery. Yukino Aguria was one of those people. Having lived here since her family was taken from her by a cult of Zeref worshippers since she was 7, the young girl was fortunate enough to have nearby relatives who were willing to take her in. Her Aunt Isabella and Uncle Tim, bless their kind hearts, ran a local restaurant successful enough to allow them to at least make a living of sorts. Unfortunately, leaving this desolate town was not an option for them. The surrounding area had become full of bandits and other unsavory individuals in the last few years. If not for the protection of the local guild, Cyclops Hammer, the town would have been ravaged long ago. Now 11 years old, Yukino found herself washing dishes in the kitchen as her aunt and uncle struggled to keep up with the demands of their customers during the night shift. It wasn't much, but at least now Yukino had found a way to repay them for their kindness. "Thank you so much for helping me with the dishes, Libra," Yukino said to the celestial spirit who was currently working alongside her. "I don't think I would have ever gotten this done by myself." The spirit merely nodded her head before she went back to work. Yukino's father was the spirit's former contract holder and had been very supportive of Yukino's dream to one day follow in his footsteps. However, with his passing, the key was given to the young mage. Libra, having taken pity on the young girl and feeling that she owed it to Yukino for not being able to protect her father, had promised to always be there for her and to help her out with almost any task, even something as small and insignificant as this. "Yukino, we need your help for a moment," Isabella called from the kitchen. Tim's busy trying to keep the Cyclops Hammer Guild happy at tables 3, 5, 7, and 9, and we need to make sure the other customers can still get their orders. I'm coming, Yukino said before she put on an apron and grabbed a notepad. She sighed as she entered the kitchen and saw how her Uncle Tim was doing. A large group of over 20 men was causing a ruckus of sorts. One man in particular, however, seemed to have a bit of an attitude problem. He tossed an empty bowl to the floor, then, the piece of silverware shattering before he yelled, "I don't give a damn if you assholes don't serve alcohol here, I want some booze and I want it now. I keep telling you, sir, I don't have a liquor license to dash." Another bowl was thrown, this one just barely missing her uncle over his head, this time by another man. "You heard what he said, get us something proper to drink, or, well, it would be a real shame if something happened to this place overnight. Don't you think so, Pops?" Tim looked like he was about to say something when a large man with a purple pompadour and goatee threw a finished cigarette down at her uncle's feet. He was the guild master of Clycops Hammer, and he didn't look pleased. "You better get to it quickly, old man. My boys aren't exactly the patient type, you know. So unless you want to waste everyone's time and go home with a broken arm, you'll get us some real beer. That clear?" Tim sighed before he finally relented. "I'll see what I can do, Barry." With that, the members of the guild cheered as they clanked their glasses together and began to tear into their food as Yukino watched from a distance. These people, it's bad enough that they just act like they do whatever they want because they're our only protection, but now they're coming here almost every day. I can't just watch this anymore. I just wish I could do something. This was far from the first time the young mage had thought about doing something to them, but what could she hope to possibly accomplish on her own? Yes, she had Libra, but the spirit could only do so much under Yukino's power. She was far from being a powerful mage and she knew it. It would have been just her against an entire guild. Any action she would end up taking against them would have been nothing short of futile and no doubt end up making things worse. And so, with a heavy heart, she turned her back to her uncle's plight as she began to take her first customer's order. It was 3.5 hours into her shift as an impromptu waiter that something out of the ordinary occurred. Most of the people who came to their restaurant were what few residents remained of Oleander. To see any sort of outsider was rare enough, but the man who walked in looked rather strange. To begin with, he was tall, at least 6 feet in height, with long black hair, reddish-brown eyes, and well-kept mutton chops and a connected mustache. He was dressed in a white double-breasted trench coat, white pants, and trench boots with a maroon-black cloak hanging off his back. He doesn't look like some sort of random traveler, Yukino thought as she stared at the man. Her uncle had seen him the moment he had entered their establishment and managed to give him a smile despite the chaos he had dealt with moments before. "Oh, please take a seat, we'll have someone to see you shortly." The man merely nodded before he walked over to a booth, which happened to conveniently be placed the furthest from the chaos going on in front. He sat down then, his hands held before his face with his elbows on the table as he looked at the ensuing chaos. Hello sir," Yukino said as she walked over to his table. "My name is Yukino, I'll be your waitress for today. What would you like to drink?" The man merely turned his gaze towards her and for a second, she felt as if he was staring into her very soul. Something about the look in his eyes, she wasn't quite sure why, but she felt incredibly intimidated. It was as if there was a great fierceness in them, the likes of which she had never seen, yet at the same time, they conveyed a sense of tiredness. "Just, who is this man?" she thought. "A simple water will suffice," he said as he looked outside of a nearby window. Yukino went into the kitchen and soon came back with the glass of water he ordered, and soon asked what he would want to eat. His order was simple, just some steak and a salad of sorts. However, just as she was about to leave, he spoke up to her once more. "Would you care to join me for a moment?" Well, Yukino had certainly expected several things, perhaps a change in his order or some kind, but nothing like this. She was about to tell him that she still had work to do, but at the moment the only people inside was him and the Cyclops Hammer Guild, not to mention she could use a moment to rest. "Well, I haven't taken any of my breaks yet, I guess I could spare a few minutes." Thus, she took up the man's offer and sat next to him across the table. "So, where are you from, sir?" Yukino asked. "I've never seen you in town before." Bosco. The man said as he took a sip of water from his glass. Bosco? Yukino asked with surprise. But, I thought the emperor had forbidden his subjects from leaving the country. He even set up an impenetrable barrier. The man chuckled for a moment before he answered. Emperor Michael thinks far too highly of his magical ability. For once such as I, bypassing such a trivial barrier was mere child's play. Child's play? But, Emperor Michael is considered one of the most powerful mages on the whole continent. She had recalled once that the emperor had only been pushed back to his country thanks to the efforts of God Serena. Yukino's eyes began to widen as she sat across from the mysterious man. If what he was saying was true, then she had to be extremely careful with her choice of words. If she upset him even just a little bit, she shuddered to even think about it. I see. Well, I can't say that I blame you for leaving. Yukino said as she managed to gain the courage to look at him face to face. I've heard the horror stories of what that kingdom's become. Is it as bad as they say it is? It is true. The man replied. Those without magic are treated as second-class citizens. They possess little to no rights. If a mage so desires, they can buy off any commoner that they desire as their own. Slavery runs amok, and the murder of non-magical humans treated with little to no care by the local law enforcement. In Boso, only those with power matter. The man looked into his glass and stared into the water. But times are changing, and soon the land will be reborn. I see, Yukino said before she smiled. You wish for a better tomorrow for your homeland? It's good to never lose hope, sir. That it is, the man said. For without hope, there is no meaning to life, no desire to overcome despair. No reason to overcome the obstacles one will inevitably run into. Despair and hope are the only true constants in life. Those who fall into despair are forgotten by history, but those that continue to stand up, and rise against that despair and continue onwards, they are the ones that history remembers. For only those that overcome their despair are capable of true victory. Well, I may not know anything about battle, but I think I understand, Yukino said as she looked down to her lap. I used to have a family. A father, mother, and an older sister. We didn't exactly have the best life, but I still cherish those memories. I went through a lot of pain and torment, despair like you just said, when I lost my parents, but she looked up at the mysterious stranger then and smiled. I continued to live because I had hope that one day, I would find my sister again. Family can often bring out the best in people. The man said. Keep on searching for her, Yukino. I am certain that you will find her someday as long as you continue to move forward. That means a lot to hear, sir. My aunt and uncle just tell me it would be best to try to move on, but I can't just give up. Not yet. A loud sound of plates shattering on the floor interrupted their conversation before she continued. If you mind me asking, what brings you to Oleander? There really isn't any reason for people to travel here anymore. There's nothing special here and, you seem quite wealthy from your clothes. Do you just need a place to stay for the night? She had a sneaking suspicion that there had to be more to it than that. A man powerful enough to break through the Bosco barrier had to be at least as powerful as the 10 wizard saints. Nothing of the sort. The man said as he waved his hand. Despite what you may believe, I did come here in search of something, or rather, someone. Oh, are you looking for a distant relative? Yukino asked. Many people who used to live in this town did come from the nearby kingdom after all. Oleander is a really small town, so I might know them by name if you tell me who you're looking for. Not quite. He said before he reached into one of his pockets. He opened up his palm then, revealing a sapphire-colored key. That looks like a celestial spirit key. Yukino thought. She could tell from insignia of the key, which looked like a demonic fist of some sort, that it had to be some kind of spirit, but of what? She had heard of silver and gold keys before, but sapphire? This was the first time she had ever seen one. I've been on a quest of sorts. The man said as he placed the key on the table. For a powerful celestial wizard to acquire this key. What is it? Yukino asked as she stared at it in wonder. This, Yukino, is one of the 3 celestial god keys. Celestial god keys? Yukino asked as she tilted her head. This is the first time I've ever heard about them. The man chuckled before he took another sip of his drink. It's not all that surprising. Their legend dates back almost 500 years ago. The celestial gods are spirits that are on a completely different level from other spirits. Not even the zodiac keys can compare to their might. Only the celestial spirit king is more powerful than they are. They were created long ago when three warring nations prayed to the goddess destruction for her assistance in battle. Desiring the mutual destruction of all three power-hungry nations who wished to use her for their own gain, she created three minor deities, the celestial god keys. Thus, all three kingdoms wound up destroying each other with these spirits. The man stopped speaking as he picked up the key once more. Is the key to Obrisuku, the excruciator? Yukino couldn't help but gulp as she stared at the key. She couldn't imagine having the will to summon a spirit of such power. The mere thought of it terrified her. Why Yuri looking for a celestial wizard to use this key? Yes, but not just any wizard. He replied. The celestial gods are very particular for whom they allow to wield them. Only those chosen few that are worthy are allowed to bring them into battle. If any others were to try, the spirit would smite them with their power, killing them. I see. Then, I'm afraid I can't help you, sir. Yukino told the man. I don't know of any celestial wizards other than me that live around here, let alone any that would be worthy of such a task. Oh, you need not concern yourself with aiding me in my task. The man told her. For I have already found her. You have? Yukino asked. I didn't know there was another celestial wizard who lived here. Where are they? Right in front of me. Yukino just stared at the man before her as if he had suddenly grown three heads and suddenly glowed all the colors of the rainbow. I'm sorry sir, but I must have heard you wrong. For a second there I thought you were implying that I was the one you were looking for. Indeed I am. Well, there went that theory right out of the window. She shook her head in disbelief then before she spoke again. There must be some kind of mistake. I couldn't possibly be the one you're looking for. I'm not that strong. I can barely just keep Libra summoned in a prolonged fight, let alone be worthy of something like this. Why is it that you have so little faith in yourself? The man asked her with a puzzled tone. The fact that you have one of the 12 zodiac keys is a feat most celestial wizards can only dream of. Indeed, you may not be that powerful of a wizard yet, but you are still young. Strength comes with time, and I believe that with time, you will truly become a powerful mage. I only have Libra because she was a spirit my father used. She would have never accepted the contract otherwise, I'm sure of it. Yukino yelled. Perhaps, or perhaps there is much more to you than you realize. The man said. Once more the sound of shattering plates and bowls could be heard as he turned once more to face her. Tell me, are you truly satisfied with your current lot in life? Is this how you wish to continue out your existence? Serving such worthless garbage in a rundown town teetering on the brink of chaos. We have to. Yukino yelled at him. The Rune Knights have been stretched too thin as it is with all the dark guilds causing chaos all over Fiori, they'll never be sent here to protect us. We're just a small insignificant border town. If we don't give the Cyclops Hammer Guild what they'll want, then they'll leave. They're all we have to keep our town safe from the local bandits and dark guilds. If we lose them, we'll surely be attacked. She then gulped. Besides, even if we did rebel, we couldn't stop them if we wanted to. I've seen what they've done to those who refused to listen to them. They're our town's only hope for safety, for better or worse. Or, perhaps your town simply hasn't found its true champion yet. He told her. No, I could never be dash. The man rose out of his chair then and slowly began to make his way towards the entrance. What you do from this point on will decide your destiny, Yukino. Will you walk forward and bring hope to those in your life, or will you simply accept the despair that your town currently finds itself in as your fate? Only you and you alone can make this choice. Wait, please. She said as she walked over to him. You can't just come in here and drop all of this on me. I don't even know your name. My name the man said before he stopped walking only to glance over into her direction. Is Wywak? And then, in an instant, he was gone. Where did he go? Yukino wondered as she looked around the restaurant. Sure enough, the man who called himself Waiwak was nowhere in sight. The young mage sighed then as she walked over to the table. This isn't good. If Uncle Tim finds out a customer left without even getting their meal, he'll be furious. However, despite her concern over the current situation, she couldn't help but notice the sapphire key out of the corner of her eye still left on the table. As she picked it up, she held the key close to her face, her eyes staring at it intently. Oh, what am I going to do with this? There's no way I'm worthy to use something like this. He was just mistaken, he had to be. However, before she could think any more on the matter, Yukino heard her uncle yell out in pain. Putting the key into her pocket and turning to face where she heard his cry, she could see him on the ground, groaning in pain as one of the many guild members of Cyclops Hammer had his foot resting on his head as he stood over him. What was that? Would you care to repeat that, you old fart? I said you didn't pay the full amount for GACK. Tim couldn't help but yell out in pain once more as the man continued to press the heel of his boot more and more against his head. The man continued to smirk before he continued speaking. Yeah, see, here's the thing, Pops. Long as we're the only thing keeping you folks safe, I figure we can pay you as much as we want. It's the least you can do for us working so hard for you guys. You don't do any work. All you do is run around town and take money like some sort of mob. You're no better than Desh. Her uncle was interrupted once more as the man kicked him across the head. The man with the pompadour stood up then as he lighted his cigarette once more. That's enough of that, Steve. It's clear that we aren't wanted around in this place anymore. So before we leave, let's leave a parting gift as a lesson for the rest of the town. His men grinned at his suggestion. Whatever you say, Barry. With that, the entirety of the Cyclops Hammer Guild began to run amok, knocking over tables and destroying any china and equipment they could find. Pots and pans were crushed with magic, and the floor was soon ravaged by several spells. Isabella quickly came rushing out of the kitchen in an attempt to stop them, but it was no use. She was quickly pushed down to the floor then and soon was held next to her husband. Yukino had seen enough. Outgunned and outmatched as she was, terrified as she was not about to just stand there and let these men hurt her family. Libra. The spirit soon appeared before her out of thin air and began to use her magical power, the intense feeling of gravity soon causing most of the Cyclops Hammer Guild to fall to face first onto the ground. Had Yukino been a stronger wizard, she was sure that they would have all been knocked out, but 5 wizards remained standing. However, the spirit was far from defenseless, as she soon began to engage what few men remained standing with her own bare hands. Libra dodged under a fire spell, and after punching the wizard responsible for the attack in the face, she soon turned around and kicked a mage trying to attack her with a magical mace of sorts, only for the weapon to shatter upon her kick. Grabbing the man, she then tossed him at the one she had punched moments earlier, sending them to the ground. 2 more wizards soon pulled guns from their holsters and began to fire on Libra, but to the spirit, it was as if the spells that came from their weapons were moving in slow motion. She began to make her way over to them, her body seeming to dance amongst the rain of spells before she soon grabbed them by their heads and hit them against each other, knocking them out. The 2 men from before tried to get up to fight her once more, but Libra simply increased the amount of gravity she was exerting on them, and they soon also fell to the ground. The spirit then turned over to the last standing mage from the corrupt guild, who to their surprise, was clapping with a smile on his face. Barry Stone, the guild master. Well, well. I've always heard tales about how strong those golden spurt keys are, but seeing how strong one is under the command of some brat, I suppose there's some truth to them after all. Consider me impressed. Please, I don't want anyone else to get hurt. Just take your guild members and leave us alone. Yukino yelled to him. We don't want any trouble. Oh, but you see, now you've given me trouble, Barry said as he began to crack his knuckles. You see, it wouldn't do our image any good if we just turned tail and ran from a little girl. It's a matter of principle, you see. Besides, you and your family need to be made a prime example of what happens to those who oppose this guild. Libra narrowed her eyes as she began to focus all of her gravitational power on the man before her. Barry soon buckled from the pressure, but he soon looked up at the spirit and grinned. Not bad power you have there, pity it's not going to be enough. Slowly yet surely then, he began to stand up, Yukino and Libra's eyes widening in surprise as he did so. Unfortunately for you, I also can control gravity, so I can offset your spirit's magic with my own. However, I do have one additional trick up my sleeve. His body began to coat itself in a metal-like substance, and eventually, Barry was completely covered head to toe in steel. You see, thanks to my steel body magic, I'm practically invulnerable. I can force myself through anything. He slowly began to make his way over to the spirit, each step managing to cause the ground to quake and shatter. Libra tried to focus more and more of her power on the guild master, but it was futile, the man still trudging towards them. Seeing no other option, the spirit rushed forward, only to be casually backhanded by Barry. Not to be defeated so easily, she jumped up into the air and kicked Barry's face. However, the kick failed to inflict any damage as the man grabbed the spirit by her leg and slammed her into the floor before she was then swung against one of the few remaining tables that had yet to be destroyed, pieces of the wood now stabbing into her body. She tried to kick him once more, but Barry then proceeded to slam her into the ground over and over again, each time with a sickening crunch. Libra fell to the floor and tried to get up, the spirit refusing to fail Yukino the same way she had her father, but Barry slammed his foot down onto her stomach, causing the spirit to scream in pain as she writhed onto the floor. Pathetic. You mean to tell me that without your special little gimmick, this is all you can do? Libra tried to raise her hand up to move the man off of her, but he soon grabbed her arm, and with a tight squeeze, a loud snapping sound could be heard. Libra! Yukino gasped as one of her hands covered her mouth, tears falling from her eyes. This was all her fault. If only she had more magic, her spirit wouldn't be in so much pain right now. Her stomach was a deep red and her right arm had undoubtedly been broken. Yukino ran over to one of the nearby tables and grabbed a knife. If she could just get close enough. I don't think so, brat, Barry said. The man had caught her out of the corner of his eyes. He pointed one of his fingers at her, and instantly, the poor girl was floored to the ground, as if a massive weight had been placed onto her. Not that a little knife like that would have done you any good anyway. But don't you worry, once I'm done with your friend here, I'll be sure to pay you back properly. No, you can't. Isabella cried out. She's just a child, she doesn't know any better. You and your whole guild can have anything you want for free, just please, don't hurt her. Tim also yelled. I'll give you whatever you want. Money, our home, anything, just, please spare her. This isn't about money anymore, you fool, Barry said as he then placed his other foot onto Libra's head. It's a matter of principle. If this town won't give us the respect we deserve, well, I imagine stringing up the poor brat's body at the town square will send quite the message. No. You can't. Oh, you don't need to worry about missing her, I'll be sure to make sure you go first after I finish with this trash. His foot pressed harder and harder against the spirit's head, the spirit just barely being able to turn around to face her master. With tears in her eyes, Libra was able to finally force the will to force out the words "I'm sorry." Before the foot fully came down then, crushing her head and sending the spirit to the celestial realm. No. Libra. Yukino's tears began to run like a stream out of her eyes as she had watched her closest friend suffer. She knew that the spirit wasn't dead, that she would just recover in the celestial world, but that did little to ease the fact that she suffered so much for nothing. She was going to die. She and her aunt and uncle were going to be executed like some kind of animal, also these thugs could set an example. The other members of the guild were starting to get up now too, groggy but otherwise still able to fight. Everything that she had done, it was all for nothing. This was it. There wasn't anything she could do now but wait for the bitter end. Sorry, no, I'm sorry. Yukino wept as Barry slowly walked over to her defenseless guardians, still screaming for the man to spare Yukino. I'm nothing like you or Dad. I don't have what it takes to be a wizard, I never did. I'm just. However, before she could continue into her thoughts of despair, Yukino felt something. An odd sensation, like that of a heartbeat, was coming from her pocket. With Barry now having turned his attention to her aunt and uncle, the gravity magic that was holding her pinned to the ground was considerably lessened. She reached into her pocket then, and her eyes widened as she looked at the blue key from before. This is dash. Strength comes with time, and I believe that with time, you will truly become a powerful mage. Waiwaka's words from moments before once more played into her mind. She still had her doubts that what he said was true, that she was worthy of this key that he had left with her, but that no longer mattered. Her aunt and uncle's lives were in danger, and if she could do anything to save them, then she would be more than willing to take the risk needed. Slowly rising to her feet, the young girl soon reached outward with her last hope, her eyes closed. Yukino! What are you doing? Just run! Tim yelled as he noticed his niece standing up from the gravity magic. Barry slowly turned around then, looking at the mage who was still stubbornly standing before him. So you still have the strength to stand, do you? You have guts at least, I'll give you that much. He then looked over to one of his men and grinned. Shoot her. We'll hang up the body later. The man took out his gun then and aimed it at Yukino, her aunt and uncle, begging and pleading as hard as they could for her life. The man didn't listen, however, as the two of them were dragged outside of the building and pulled the trigger. The magical bullet sent flying over to her head, only to stop midair, as if it had hit an invisible wall. What? The man fired his gun again and again, but each time a similar result occurred. The hell is going on here? Barry was confused as well. One moment, she was nothing more than a child that could barely summon a spirit, but now it was as if she had access to some new kind of power. Yukino's eyes opened then, and she began to speak. A chant unknown to her mere moments before now seemed to be feed into her head. O fist of steel and heart of stone! I ask of thee to defend my home. Reveal thyself from within my shadow, and bring destruction to all of our battles. I beseech thee, descend from thy realm. Awaken now and seal their doom. Open. Gate of the Excruciator. Obrisuku. Ost of Choice, Egyptian God card theme from Yu-Gi-Oh! Dubbed version. The ground began to shake and shudder like an earthquake as a golden light began to engulf the entire building. Her aunt and uncle were still screaming in fear, and many of the members of the Cyclops Hammer Guild were also beginning to freak out. Once the light cleared, however, everyone's jaws were dropped. Before the guild now stood a massive 5 meters tall muscular blue-skinned humanoid with triangular wings, large shoulder pauldrons, and spikes coming out of its arms, knees, and head. Its face was like that of a demon with red eyes and vampiric-like teeth and a blue orb of some sort in the middle of its head. What the hell is that thing? One of the Cyclops Hammer mages yelled out. I've never seen a spirit like this before, Barry said before he sneered. Don't let its appearance fool you. If it was summoned by that brat, then it's nothing more than a paper tiger. Kill them both. The entire guild began to open fire then, fireballs, lighting blasts and magical bullets of all kinds hitting the massive creature. As each blast continued to hit the mysterious being that had suddenly been summoned, the entire building behind then began to fall apart. Wood caught on fire, walls pierced and broken, and when the guild was finally finished with their onslaught, a massive dust cloud was all that remained. Heh, see, what did I tell you all? Barry said with a grin, nothing more than. Barry continued to stutter as the dust finally began to clear, the massive spirit emerging without so much as a scratch. His entire guild had fired countless spells at this thing, and it was still standing? No, he would not be made a fool of by some brat. Focusing all of his magical power on the great being before him, Barry let out a loud yell as the ground beneath the spirit began to shatter and shake, the nearby metal slowly crushing into flat pieces of steel. Silverware, the dishwasher, and oven that were now exposed from their previous attacks were soon unrecognizable as they twisted and contorted into nothingness. But despite this, despite all this great power, the spirit remained standing as if nothing had happened, and the little girl behind it remaining unharmed. That's not possible. What kind of monster did you summon, girl? It's no monster, Yukino said as she raised her hand into the air. It's a god. As she rose her hand, the creature began to do the same, a massive surge of blue energy now coursing through its right fist. Now, Obrisuku, finish them with Fist of Fate. The celestial deity's fist crashed down onto the members of the Cyclops Hammer Guild, no doubt with the intent to inflict immense harm to them all. Barry summoned up a giant steel wall to defend himself, but the fist crashed through it with ease, and the entirety of the guild was sent hurtling into the air and soon beyond the sight of anyone within the town. Yukino stared at the destruction that her spirit had caused. What little remained of the restaurant had been obliterated from Obrisuku's attack. However, her main concern, her aunt and uncle remained unharmed, the two having been placed outside the path of destruction. She smiled then, realizing that she had managed to protect her family. As long as they're safe, nothing else matters. She looked up then, at the great spirit that she had summoned. Obrisuku hadn't smitten her down like she was afraid he would, he followed her commands. Wak was right. She was worthy after all. She was about to speak to the massive being before she felt her legs buckle, and her eyes began to feel heavy. Oh, that's right, I think I'm out of magic now, maybe I'll sleep for a bit. She collapsed on the ground then, entering into a blissful slumber as the townsfolk began to arrive at the scene of destruction. The town may have lost its protectors, but a new champion would soon take their place. Looking down upon the hills that overlooked the town of Oleander stood a lone man with a large rifle on his back. He had dark skin, short white hair, and black mark shaped like a crosshair over his left eye while wearing a light-colored, sleeveless shirt with a dark green, furred pauldron on his right shoulder, dark green pants and furred green bicorn on his head. His name was Leelbaro, leader of His Majesty's Scootstaffel and Sternritter X, the X-axis. He narrowed his eyes as he watched, confusion entering his mind. I don't understand why His Majesty felt the need to do such a minimal task himself. Surely any of us could have done this for him. If the king doesn't lead, how can he expect his subordinates to follow? His Majesty simply doesn't wish to take any chances when it comes to dealing with the special war powers. After all, if you want to do something right, you should do it yourself. Leelbaro slowly turned his head to the direction of the voice. Standing right behind him was a young man with black hair and violet eyes wearing a white robe with gold accents and a Sternritter hat. Despite being quite tall, he was rather scrawny looking. That didn't mean that he didn't look the least bit intimidating, however. While he had a sly smile on his face, his eyes carried an intensity that Leelbaro had only seen in one other man, the father of all Quinces, Wak. You'll forgive me if I find this task to be beneath his attention, Grand Master. Leelbaro still couldn't believe that His Majesty had chosen the man before him as the new Grand Master of the reborn Sternritter Order. In terms of spiritual power, he was only about as strong as that traitor Uriah had been when he joined their order. A far cry from Hashwalth, whose strength exceeded even his own. Still, what the man may have lacked in power, he more than made up for in strategical ability, or so he had been told. He was Jonathan Boso, Neo Sternritter C, the chess master. It's quite the opposite actually, Jonathan said as he slowly walked over to the edge of the cliff. Miss Aguria is one of the most important players on the chessboard, so to speak. Without her cooperation, our ideals can never be fulfilled. That is why His Majesty decided to handle this task on his own. But I don't understand why the king thought this was the right thing to do. A voice boomed out as man fell from the sky and landed between the two of them. He had long blonde hair and wore a winged helmet that covered his eyes and a long red cape. Unlike Jonathan, the man seemed to be made entirely out of muscle. As one of the special war powers, doesn't increasing her strength just makes our mission all the more difficult? Should we not kill her before she becomes a threat? He drew his sword then and continued to shout. I know it's painful to kill someone so young and innocent, but an enemy is still an enemy. That's because the war powers aren't strictly our enemies, Gerard. A new voice called out. Stepping out from the forest was a woman with white skin, large breasts, bluish-green eyes, and long crimson hair that reached down to her thighs, a single strand sticking out from the top. She wore a white long-sleeved, button-down shirt with a blue tie, a white skirt, and brown dress shoes. Her name was Rhea Gregory, the newest member of the Scootstaffel and Neo Sternritter D, the Destruction. The special war powers indeed represent the greatest threats we face on Earthland, but they also possess the ability to become some of our most important allies as well. His Majesty is simply ensuring her cooperation with us in the future. But I fail to see why we need her help in the first place, Gerard said to Rhea. Sure, she has a powerful spirit now, but surely it's nothing compared to the might that we already have. Even if she does become stronger, she'll never be able to reach our level of power. There is much more to Miss Aguria's value than mere power, my dear Sternritter. Upon hearing the voice of their king, the Leelbaro, Rhea, and Gerard all took a knee in his presence while Jonathan bowed his head in respect as Waiwak slowly floated down to the ground. For you see, Miss Aguria is needed to form the key to the divine realm. The key to the divine realm? Gerard asked in confusion. Yes, much like the Soul King, the gods of this world live in a realm that is currently beyond our reach. No mortal being or even a spirit is allowed to set a foot on those sacred lands. Waiwak stated as he turned to overlook the small town. If we are to truly rid this world of all the deities that reside within it, then making that key is paramount. That is why we have joined forces after all, Jonathan said as he stretched out one of his hands. To rid the world of the gods that view humanity as nothing more than a mere source of entertainment or to continue their existence. They've had their way with our world for too long. He then grits his teeth slightly as he continued to speak. How many innocent lives have been lost due to Ansakrim's long-standing grudge with Zeref? How many civilians were sacrificed to sate the desires of madmen that worship the Black Wizard? Lives ruined to build those wretched towers. He clenched his hands then as he continued to speak. Hundreds? Thousands? The answer is irrelevant. If humanity is to move forward from this dark age, then the gods must be overthrown. That's why we need her on our side, Rhea spoke up then. Yukino Aguria, who shares the 8th Special War Power position along with War Powers Lucy Hartfilia and Hiswai Fiore needs to grow in power exponentially if they are to become powerful enough to create the key. For it is only when those spirits who were made by the goddess of destruction combine their maximum power that the key to the divine realm will be forged. Without them, the Zero Deities plan will never come to fruition. Finished with her explanation, she then sighed. You would know this if you paid attention during our last meeting instead of daydreaming about the next oncoming battle. Oh, right, sorry. Gerard said before he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. It's just been so long since the last battle that I've grown anxious for my next worthy opponent. My blood boils with excitement just thinking about it. All in due time, my comrade, Waiwak said as he placed a hand on Gerard's shoulders. The battle to reclaim the kingdom of Boso will be here soon enough. I'm more than sure you'll have your fill of battle once we begin our invasion. He then slowly turned around to face Jonathan. Are you certain that you will be able to go through with this? Once the battle is over, your father's life will be over. Your countrymen slain by our hands. Innocent soldiers merely serving their own country out of nothing but fear. Will you be able to lead my forces despite knowing all of this? That the blood of all those people will be on your hands. I no longer consider Emperor Michael my father, Jonathan spoke. I haven't done so since the day he cast me out and left me to fend for myself. I surely would have perished if Rhea's family hadn't taken me in. His fist clenched with rage as he continued. For too long now, the people of Bosco have suffered by his hand, all for his sick desire to spread pain and despair across the land. You can't change the world without getting your hands dirty. I know that. If you focus too hard on the past, you'll be left behind in time. I have no other choice but to move forward. To create that ideal world for all. Waiwak smiled as he turned away to look down upon Oleander one last time. It is just as I have foreseen. You truly are the ideal man to lead the Neo-Vandenreach to victory, Jonathan Boso. Is there any reason why we don't just abduct her and force her to join our forces? Leo asked. You considered re-educating Ichigo Kurosake, surely that is still an option. I am afraid that such an action would do more harm than good, Waiwak informed him. A wizard's power is attached to their emotions, and with celestial wizards, the bonds that they share with their spirits. If we were to force Yukino to join us by force, she would never reach her full potential as we need her to. It is for this reason that we have left her, Hiswai, and Lucy to their own devices. The most optimal path for their growth lies within their own guild. Speaking of Miss Hartfilia, your daughter has begun to head other to Magnolia to meet with 2 of the other war potentials, Rhea told Yahawak. I told her that she should have at least taken Anko with her, but she was adamant about going on her own. You let the princess leave without any protection? Are you mad? Libaro yelled to Rhea. Her Majesty may be powerful, but to send her into unknown territory all by herself is mad dash. It is quite all right, Leelbaro, Waiwak said as he raised his hand, silencing him. Your concern for my daughter is appreciated, but I can assure you that Met can more than handle anything she'll run into in that town. Besides, she always did wish to see the world outside of Bosco. I'll allow her to enjoy this unauthorized trip. It'll be a proper, learning experience for her. Yes, Your Majesty. Leobaro said as he bowed once again. His Majesty hasn't been the same since I've found him in this world. He's become a much more forgiving leader. Even if she is his daughter, I can't believe he would allow her to get away with such a thing. What happened to you, Your Majesty? Now then, let us be off, Wywak said as the shadows began to engulf the entire group. To our first step in creating our ideal new world. Meanwhile, as the forces of the Quincy Kaiser had gathered near Oleander, another meeting of sorts was taking place on the outskirts of Fiore. However, while most of its occupants were undeniably Quincy's, one person, in particular, stood out among the three white-clad individuals. So, let me get this straight. You're telling me that Levy was attacked during her mission in Bottlebrush, and not only did an Espada save her life, but she also managed to befriend him? Rukia skeptically asked Bambietta. That's about what I was able to get from Levy, yes, Bambietta answered, still not believing the words that were coming out of her mouth. It's something to say the least. I see. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That just leaves me with one very important question. Candace said before she erupted. What the hell are we going to do about this? Well, freaking out about this isn't going to help matters, Lil Tato answered. There is a lot of gray area involved here. She has a point, Rukia spoke. To begin with, we have no idea whenever or not the Espada has any ill intent or not. He could be legitimate in his desire to find out more about the guild, or it's all part of an elaborate act to lay us into a false sense of security. Yeah, I highly doubt it's that last one, Bambietta spoke up. You didn't see his battles with Ichigo as we did from the shadows. Trust me when I say the man can act about as well as a piece of cardboard. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure the cardboard would be able to emote more if it had a mouth. I guess you got a point, but I don't exactly trust the guy either, yeah no. Candace said. A hollow is a hollow, doesn't matter if they've become more like a Dem Soul Reaper, they're still literally heartless monsters, even more so in this case. I say we kill him before he kills us. That's a lot easier said than done, Candy, Lil Tato replied. From what Levy said, he's already S-class without even using his resurrection. If he is a threat, then we're going to need to make sure Makarov is present to make sure we can win. Strong as he is in that form, I think we could take him on, unless he still has access to his second release. Oh God, don't even remind me of that. Bambietta yelled. If he has access to that thing, and he's our enemy, then we can just kiss our asses goodbye as we are now. If he truly is capable of using a second release, then he would undeniably be comparable to the senior generation of captains, Rukia said. Not on the level of the head captain, mind you, but even so, if that's the case. Gah. If we just had access to our full power, I wouldn't even be worried right now. Candace yelled as she zapped a nearby bush out of anger. I could handle his first release just fine, as could Lil, and Bambi and Meanie could beat him even in his second form if you were at full strength. Candace then turned around to look at Bambietta. Any chance you could call up that goddess of yours to get your full power back for a bit? You would wipe the floor with him then. I don't know if I could. Bambietta said as she looked down, showing a rare moment of humbleness. Not anymore. You don't know? Candace asked, not believing the words coming out of Bambietta's mouth. What the hell do you mean you don't know? I mean I don't know, okay. Bambietta yelled back. In terms of firepower, I'm pretty sure I'd have him beat with my old strength and Volstandig, but that motherfucker is fast. Really, really fast. Not to mention my shrift doesn't work on living beings anymore, so I can't just one-shot the guy as I could have normally, and that's not even counting the fact that he can heal. She then groaned in frustration. I know I could beat any of the Espada in a one-on-one fight except Berrigan and maybe Stark as they were officially ranked, but once you add that Dem Segunda Etapa of his and my shrift being nerfed, I'd say I only have about a 50% chance of winning. Hey, I'll take 50% over 0 any day, Candace said. So why don't you just talk to that goddess of yours to get you up to speed so we can wipe him out before he becomes a threat? It's not that simple. Bambietta groaned out. I can't talk to her whenever I want. It's not like I can just call her on demand to ask her a question. You called. Standing in between the four beings from another world was none other than the goddess of friendship herself, Sylphia. Surprised by her sudden appearance, the four of them recoiled in shock and fell to the ground. Gah! Sylphia? What are you doing here? Bambietta asked the goddess as she slowly got up to her feet. Well, it seemed to me that the four of you were about to make a big mistake, so I figured it was best I jumped in. A mistake? Bambietta asked as the others watched on. This is one of the gods that brought us to this realm. Rukia had expected something much more grandiose than this. She looked just like a normal human. But her spiritual pressure, on the other hand, was entirely different, in that she couldn't sense it at all. Lil Tato couldn't believe it herself. I thought that Bambietta was exaggerating when she said that her power was like Kurosaka's and Aizen's in their final fight, but she really is that powerful. Well, shit, I'm not an atheist anymore. Candace thought, having long since lost faith in gods after her terrible motorcycle accident. And she's quite the looker too. So what's this about a mistake? Bambietta asked Sylphia. Because we're a little worried about a freaking errand car coming over to our guild tomorrow. I understand your concern, truly I do, Sylphia said. But you need not worry yourself over such a thing. Mr. Cipher is genuine in his desire to learn more about the heart. Furthermore, as with Miss Guel, he is also on your side of the divine conflict. Well, at least that's one less thing to worry about, Bambietta said before she let out a sigh of relief. Oh thank God, I was not looking forward to fighting that guy in my current condition. Which begs the question, Lil Tato said as she slowly walked over to Sylphia. For some strange reason, the level of strength we've been brought over to this world has been very inconsistent. Some people like Robert and Ulquiera have been brought over to this world with their full power seemingly intact, while others like us have been made weaker, and people like her Lil Tato stopped speaking to point her finger at Rukia. Have come over here even stronger than they were alive. Not to mention from what I've gathered, some of us have been here for years, and for others, just a few months. So, are you going to tell us what's up with all that, or is that classified information? Not necessarily, Sylphia said. We had planned to share this information with you later when all the champions had been chosen. I suppose you may as well know our divine reasoning. The eyes of everyone present stared at her then, preparing themselves for what was no doubt a divine proclamation. We drew straws. Upon hearing the reason, everyone except for the goddess' face faulted to the ground, Bambietta getting up first with an exasperated expression. Are you serious? Well, there is a little more to it than that, Sylphia said as she sheepishly rubbed the back of her head in embarrassment. Many of the gods, from both sides, complained when the warriors they chose were significantly weaker than others that had been chosen. Some believed that the entire process was rigged from the beginning and wanted to forego the battle of champions and battle it out themselves. As you know, that would have been unacceptable. Thus, it was agreed that all of the gods would draw out a straw of sorts. Each straw came with a percentage written on it. Miss Lampard, for example, was brought in with a 25% straw, while Miss Cookie over there was brought in with a 135% straw. That's why some people are stronger, and others weaker. There were quite a few 100% ones though. Well, I guess that makes sense, Rukia spoke up. Should we assume that the reason some people have shown up at different times is for the same reason? More or less yes, though no one has been sent back further than 20 years, Sylphia said. It was the randomness of it all that was supposed to even things out. A weaker warrior could have the potential to get stronger if they were sent back further in time, for example. Whenever or not these desired effects were achieved or not is too early to know. Any other questions? Nothing that comes to mind, Bambietta responded. Actually, I got one, Candace said. When the hell is this damn war going to start anyway? I'd rather get this thing the hell done and over with so I can just live my life. The deadline for the gods to choose all of their candidates is the beginning of the next year. After that, you'll all be summoned to have all of the rules properly explained. The goddess replied. Well, at least now we know when we'll be fighting for our lives, well, more so than we have anyways, Bambietta said. In any event, I need to make something clear, Silpia said in a more serious tone. As you've already have discovered with Ulquira and Giselle, not everyone on your side is going to be a warrior you'll be fond of. Many will be previous enemies. Soul Reapers, Cars, Quinces, and even artificial souls. You must learn to look past any grievances that you may have had with one another for the battle ahead. To lose even one warrior could make the difference between victory or defeat. Or I could just activate that god power thing inside of me, Bambietta said as Sylphia's eyes widened. I see, Miphone told you about that, did she? More or less. That said, what you're asking for is gonna be a bit of a tough sale, right? Bambietta asked. Let's take that bitch Giselle for example. She killed me and made me her undead slave. Yeah, I chose to see Lucy again over killing her, but I need to be honest with you. If I see her again, I don't know if I'll be able to stop myself. She then looked downwards. I almost took Jade's life over less as it is. That's not even bringing up the touchy subject that is Quincy and Soul Reaper relations. Candace brought up. After what those motherfuckers did to my kind for hundreds of years, to my damn parents, you expect me to just get along with those assholes and sing Kumbaya? You'll forgive me if I think that's a load of horse shit. You seem to get along with Miss Cookaki, Sylphia replied. Yeah, well that's because she's not even a real Soul Reaper, Candace said. Hey. The guy spoke up. Oh, I didn't mean anything offensive by that and you know it, Candace said with a roll of her eyes. Besides, at least she's got a really nice ass. Rukia began to blush like crazy then, steam seeming to come out of her ears before she yelled. Oh god, Jade was right, you are the worst. Yeah, fuck you too, Candace said with a sly grin. Preferably in my room though. Hell, when we're done here, maybe we could dash. Not in a million years, unlike you, I have standards. Rukia shouted. Too easy, Candace thought, happy that she managed to get under the noble woman's nerves so easily. I understand that I'm asking a lot from all of you, Sylphia spoke. Truly I am. But you must understand that as of now you're fighting for something far greater than your pride, or even your own lives. Humanity's fate and survival lie within your hands. Even with the power that we have bestowed Bambietta, victory is not guaranteed. Just as she has a great power hidden within her, so does the other side. It is thus imperative that you work together with all of your allies and look past your grievances. I am not going to ask you to befriend them all, even as the goddess of friendship I know that is an impossibility. But if you wish to protect this new world that you call home, and all those you've befriended in all this time, surely you will be willing to deal with an alliance with old foes, will you not? Anything the others could say was immediately shut down by her words as those the four had gotten close to in their time in this new world came to their minds. Lucy, Levi, and Wendy for Bambietta, Natsu and Urza for Lil Tato. Jade, Juvia, and Laxus for Candace, and the entirety of the Fairy Tale Guild for Rukia. Yeah, you're right. Bambietta said as she smiled. If it means keeping them safe, I'll work with whoever I have to, even her. Besides, that Car saved Levi's life and much as I hate to admit it, I do owe him for that, so the least we can do is give him a chance. Well, fuck. When you put it like that, I guess we don't have much of a choice now, do we? Candace said with a sly grin. I'll give it a shot, I guess. Well, it's not like I was exactly happy working with the likes of Quilge and Pepe back in our world, Lil Tato said. Honestly, working with some Soul Reapers and Car can't be anywhere near as bad as working with a literal Nazi. My original still lives with her brother despite his lack of action to save her. Not to mention working with a madman like Kuratsuki. At least now, I know I'll be fighting for the right thing. Rukia said. I'm so glad that you all understand, Sylphia said as she smiled. Well, I believe my work here is done. Goodbye. Wait. Bambietta screamed before she disappeared. Oh, is something wrong, Bambi? Sylphia asked. There is one last thing I need you to do for me. Lucy sighed as she laid down on the couch. Bambietta had freaked out the moment Levi had mentioned her new friend's name. After having what could be best described as a crazy freak out, the Quincy then told Lucy that she had to gather Rukia, Candace, and Lil Tato for a special meeting and that she would be back soon. It had almost been an hour, and she was starting to get worried. Bambi, what's going on? I wish she would have just told me. Waiting around here like this is just making me nervous. Just then the door to the apartment swung wide open as Bambietta and Rukia walked inside. Honey, I'm home. The Quincy proclaimed. Bambi's back. Wendy said as she soon came running out of her room to hug the Quincy. I was really worried about you. Yeah, you kinda had us all concerned for a second there, Lucy said. Levy already went home, but she was worried too. Oh, don't worry, everything's fine now. Bambietta said as she placed a bag down onto a nearby table by the couch and pulled out a DVD. Besides, now I have the best way possible to fix this night. A movie that's actually good. Really, what did you get? Lucy asked. Oh, just a special movie from my old country that I had to ask an old friend for, Bambietta said as she inserted the disc into the player. Thank God she was able to convert them into a format these world's video players could use. She then smiled as she said next to Lucy. Trust me, you're all going to love this. It's a classic. Really? What kind of movie is it? Wendy asked. Just as she said those words, the words, "a long time ago in a galaxy far far away," covered the screen before triumphant trumpets began to play in the background as the screen slowly scrolled up the bold yellow words Star Wars into view. Star Wars? Lucy asked. Of course, those were what she would ask an all-powerful deity for. Rukia thought sarcastically, rolling her eyes as she sat down. Well, I may as well finally see what all the hype is about it. Now, this is how you fix a bad movie night. Bambietta thought with a smirk. Don't you worry about a thing, Lucy. I have a new hope for our little date. Literally. Check the description for the links to the author.